just feels like it's going to be, the usual, whatever your usual pattern is in your relationship. Those of you that are single and dating, I do feel some of you may need to take a time out from dating and reevaluate what type of people you're attracting into your life, and to take a look at the energy that you're actually putting out there. Is it one of neediness, desperation, insecurity, fear, or lust? If it is, you could be attracting the wrong type of people or pushing people away. So really take a look at that. Finances, some may be dealing with financial challenges and maybe making sacrifices this week. Face the situation, ask for help if you need it, and work through the problems one day at a time. Even those of you who may not be having current financial challenges, I do feel like you could see some financial things pop up. Like maybe you need a new water heater, or you need to get a new set of tires, or some other kind of unexpected bigger ticket item that you were, it's not something you purchase frequently. It's not something that's part of your budget. It's one of those things that just kind of happens and it puts a little dent into your cash flow. And I also feel like someone may lose their wallet. So pay attention to your wallets this week. Health, stress in all caps this week, manage it, or you could see some physical symptoms in your body. I also feel a few of you just need a hug and some physical contact. If you don't have someone you can hug, go to the animal shelter and volunteer and love on some animals. And also, I'm getting for those of you who are dealing with a chronic health issue, don't let it define you. Stop reinforcing that you're sick, right? Stop saying, I'm sick, I've got this, I've got that, I've got this. You're just reinforcing that, and you can kind of feel better if you're not stuck in your head about it. And focusing your energy on healing. Spirituality, change and more change. And some could be dealing with really critical, nitpicky, fault-finding people. Set boundaries. And if it's you who is acting this way, get over yourself. It's not attractive. And last thing coming to mind here is if you don't like something, change it and cultivate a positive attitude as well. That wraps up this week's intuitive messages for everyone. Let me get to tonight's caller. I have Fiona in Kilmore, Victoria, Australia. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks, Rebecca. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How can I help you tonight?
Just anything, any messages you've got for me would be really appreciated.
Okay, let's see. I feel like you've got a lot going on right now.
I do.
Yeah, I feel like there's sort of different pockets of maybe people in your life and situations where it feels like a little bit of drama, right? It kind of feels like there's some challenges here and that there's lots of changes happening with certain people in your life. And I feel like the message that I'm getting is that you're holding on too tightly, and you may be fantasizing, or maybe fantasizing isn't even the right word. Maybe it's, how we have that, we build ourselves up and we have so much hope that things will change, or, we just expect things to maybe be a little bit different. And I feel like you might be too immersed in that energy, and you might need to consider really letting go a little bit.
Okay, because I've been in a 22-year relationship, and I'm just deciding if I want to leave it or not.
Ah, okay.
But I don't know how that will affect my kids.
Okay, so I'm not surprised you say that, because I actually felt like your relationship just ended, or is on the verge of ending.
He won't leave.
So look here. Okay, so it's two things that I'm feeling here.
Yeah.
I know that you have obviously a lot of history and a lot of love there, but I feel like in order to survive this relationship, there's a lot of damage control that needs to happen and a lot of communication. And there's a part of me that feels like you guys may be past that. It just almost feels like it might be a little bit too late, right? It's almost like you've already resolved everything within inside of yourself, and you're kind of just like, I don't really want to stay anymore. Like I'm done. But it's the fear.
Yeah, that's how I feel, yes.
Yeah,
he doesn't want it to end, and he's doing everything he can to stay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's such a tough situation. Look, the children I feel are they're resilient, and I feel like they feel what is happening. Are they middle aged? They don't feel really, really young. They kind of feel like maybe somewhere between 10 and 15, somewhere like that.
I have a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 22-year-old.
Oh my Lord. Okay, so your 5 and 6-year-old feel pretty mature for their ages.
Yeah, they are.
They're really, really sharp, and they're really wise, actually, for how young they are.
Like they've been here before.
I'm sorry, what?
It's like they've been here before. They know exactly what's going on.
They actually feel so much more mature than your 22-year-old.
That's funny.
They really are. I feel like they're great. I feel like all your kids are really great. And I do.
Yeah, they are.
I do. They are going to be fine. And I feel like all three of them see the problems, right? They see how disconnected you are in the relationship, and they feel it. And I feel like there's been a lot of arguing going on. I just feel like there's just feels like a lot of tension, and I feel like your nerves are frayed, like
not so much arguing, but the tension. There's been a lot of tension.
Yeah, well, because I think you've moved past, like, on some level, like, I think the arguing has already happened, and you're just at the point where it's like, don't even look at me, don't talk to me, let me just go over here and do the dishes. Like, you're just kind of, like, politely avoiding each other, but it's really uncomfortable.
Yeah. That's exactly how it is.
I feel like you have nothing to lose by walking away. I know maybe financially you're concerned about things. I do feel like you will be okay. And I do feel you can get to a point where you can co-parent. And I think both of you want to split up. Honestly, I feel like both of you do.
Yeah, I do. He tells me he doesn't, and he won't move out. I'm actually not working at the moment. My youngest is starting school next year, and my the 6-year-old is in prep. So I'm not working. So that is one of my big concerns. How do I financially do it?
Right. So you definitely, I feel, would need to get a job before you leave. So this is something, look, it's hard. I just feel like you're completely done with the relationship. And even though he said, like, I know, like, there's a part of him that doesn't want to split up, but I feel like the other part of him, he's just tired of the uncomfortable awkwardness and not, you're just not, you're roommates. But you've even gotten to the point where
we don't even share a room.
Right, like you're just like strangers living under the same roof that happen to have children together. So
yep.
I feel like, look, he's not a horrible guy. I feel like he's willing to work with you.
No, he's not, and he's a great dad.
Yeah, and he will co-parent, and I feel like he would give you the opportunity to stay under the same roof, find yourself a job, or figure out something that you could do on your own to make money. I feel like he's even willing to kind of do a trial separation to see, if you really do want to break up permanently.
He has got a place to stay, and he stayed there 2 nights, and he just refuses to go. He just wants to stay here.
So he tried, and it's not working for him.
For one night, he tried.
Yeah, you know what? He's got a lot of fear, too. I think he's afraid of being alone. And, of course, he loves you, and you have the kids, and I think he's worried about that. Look, I mean, if you want, you can email me at askrebeccatoday@gmail, and I'll give you a relationship book. It might have some pointers in there where you can get on the same page a little bit while you temporarily work through this.
I keep saying to him, I'm happy to co-parent together because I believe kids need both parents in their life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are about to get cut off. Fiona, email me and I'll give you a book. I think you're going to be all right either way with whatever decision. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I will see you next week. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Asteria Vision. Also, my dog's barking in the background, so sorry about that. But I am doing it from my house. But welcome. I go by the name Asteria. I'm a psychic empath, and I connect to people's energy through their pictures, the sound of their voice, or, of course, if they're next to me. But I'm laughing because the dog barking, it's like, of course it happens. Of course it happens when I'm on air, but it's okay. She's really old, family dog. But let me see what I get as far as the collective's energy. When I was meditating earlier, I did get energy of karmic cycles coming to an end. So what a karmic cycle is, it's karma. So any kind of karma that you had to repay and you've repaid it and it's done and over with, which means things are going to be easier, things will flow in a lot easier as well, because when we have karma, it's kind of like a blockage. So things can't successfully roll in for you. And that deals with finances, love, any kind of relationships, anything that pretty much karma is a huge block. It's hard to explain, but it's in easier terms, it's like the shitstorm's already over. Everything's nice, bright, and sunny. So maybe that's an easier way for most to understand. But anywho, let me see what the collective's energy is. But that's what I felt through meditation, which is actually really good, which means that there's better things coming for people that if for the past 4 or 5 years, life has been a little stagnant. For those people, it's going to change. There's a change coming. I just feel in this moment, especially in Mercury retrograde, we're kind of out of it, and a lot of us don't even connect to our intuition as well around this time as well with Mercury retrograde. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot people stress about, things don't go through, or it's just more of a tense time. But let me see what the cards give me. I know I've been kind of, I'll admit it, my thanks. Dave was saying I look great. That's why I was saying thanks. But I know during this time, even for people that are highly intuitive, I know even for me, it's even more intense. I just feel everything more. And it's hard to distinguish, is this me or the other person? But yeah, so I got the Epiphany card, and then I'll take a call. Albert in Pennsylvania.
Yes, how you doing today?
Hi, Albert. How are you?
I'm perfect. I'm fine. I'm just resting after a long day of work.
What's your question for this evening?
Well, I just need a little bit of guidance as far as like me, my paths are blocked, as far as my aura, as far as like I see my future ahead of me, but it's sort of blurry as far as the rest of my life or whatever's left. And then just need a little bit of guidance to see what I need to do as far as like keeping a step forward and instead of stepping back.
Right. And it's funny, you're asking this because earlier when I was meditating, I felt an energy of karmic cycles coming to an end. Things are now finally moving forward. So for you, since you're also highly intuitive yourself, what I'm getting is it was hard for you to stay optimistic in a way. And when you're highly intuitive, it's really, really difficult to not be optimistic, So
that's correct.
When you can't see what's coming, or you can't even feel the energy of what's coming, it makes us a little uncomfortable. Let's put it that way. So you're just wanting to know, because what you're feeling is, that's it. It's all done. I've experienced what I probably need to experience. And it's like it's not that you're giving up, but it's almost like you're close to just settling, because you're not seeing. Right. So let me see what the cards give me. But I feel where you're coming from. It's very nerve-wracking, because you really want to do what you want to do, because you're good at it as well as a spiritual being. And it could be that you're a spiritual teacher as well, but you're very good at what you do, so it's very aggravating at times when things don't go as planned. But what I'm getting is things are going to change for you, and you aren't seeing it. You're not seeing it because when it's hard to believe that things will change, you're not going to see it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like a closed book that might be like a little torn and tattered, but you open it nice and slowly, and you take time gingerly to open it to make sure that it's not broken, to not break the book. But eventually, when I open that book, I'll see everything come to light.
Yeah, and what I'm getting here is you're actually going to see, and it's funny, before I got your picked up your call, I had the Epiphany card, and you're getting the Judgment card, which is the same exact card. It's you had an epiphany, you had an awakening, you saw the truth about something. So it's, what I'm getting here is it's really important for you to connect, meditate, and listen to your intuition, because you already know the answer and you already see it. It's just blurry because you're not really connecting as you should. Let me put it that way.
I'll be honest with you, what happened was, like, when I was little, my parents, we grew up in the Spanish faith, praying for people and everything like that, and guiding people, and just giving them spiritual awareness as far as self-healing, like when they were sick. And what happened was is that I was supposed to inherit that from my dad, and he had passed suddenly. So just the other night, what happened was I dreamt that I saw him in our living room, and I looked toward him, but I heard like a plane going overhead. So I looked out the window and I saw a plane crash. So, I mean, I'm just trying to like analyze that as far as like what you said, that plane crash right there was the awakening telling me, don't worry about it, that everything is crashing around you, but it's not going to affect you. Like, you're going to be happy, you're going to go forward.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm feeling as well. Is you feel it's not going to work because it's what you're seeing around you. You're not seeing it allowing you to move forward and move forward with what it is that you really want to do, your passions. And but what I'm getting is, yeah, you're right. You're not being affected. For you to get the Judgment card upright as well, that tells me that you are protected, and the storm will pass because you have gone through a few storms, is what I'm hearing. And each one has enlightened you. Each one has taught you something, a lesson. But that was the karmic cycle that I'm talking about, that you had to go through, which is now coming to an end. So you're going to see, it's a matter of, you have to believe in what you're seeing because it's true. If that's what you're wanting to know, if your visions are true, what you're feeling is true, it is. You're correct as to what is coming for you. And it's actually positive. I'm feeling that. I see that. It's just, there were things that you feel you had to defend yourself against for a very long time. So now that you no longer really have that or need to do that, it feels different for you,
Yes.
So that's what I'm getting. So you're going to be fine. Things are going to turn out fine for you. Let me see what else I get through your energy. But as far as that, there's no need to worry about what is coming for you. I think I saw I had another caller, but I didn't catch the name. So I'll just finish with this call. Susan, okay. Ventura, okay. Let me see if I get one more thing. So, Albert, what I'm getting here is you also have, if it's regarding business or your work career, you do have a partnership coming together regarding that, which will be moving forward. So that's something I'm getting for you as well.
Awesome.
So I'm going to leave it at that so I can get Susan, my next caller, but I hope I answered everything for you. And
I just want to say that you've been a blessing, and I do appreciate everything like that, because our gifts are spiritual, and a lot of people take advantage of people, but I'm glad that you're the type, and I can see you're a beautiful soul, and I do appreciate everything you're doing for people, and thank you for everything.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. But you're very welcome.
Okay, have a wonderful night. Thank you for everything.
You too. Thank you. And, well, that was really sweet. Now we have Susan from Ventura. Hi, Susan.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You're pretty local to where I am.
Oh, where are you at?
Yeah, I'm in the Ventura County area, so I'm in your county.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's great. That's awesome. Very good. You'll feel my energy pretty strongly then.
Oh, that's good. That's good. What's your question for tonight?
Well, I just was seeking maybe a, sort of general reading, but I mean, anything that might come up in career or love.
Okay. Which one are you wanting, career or love? Because I only have a certain amount.
Let's do career.
Career, okay. That was the first one you asked for, so usually that's the one we want when it's the first one. So let me grab that deck. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're wanting to see if your career will expand as far as money or position? Because
probably both.
Okay, because what I feel you do is there's a lot of money involved, but the more clientele or clients that you have is best.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am the sales and marketing director.
Yeah, I see that. So let me see what I get for you. But you have the right personality as far as being in the occupation that you're in. Okay. You have a very strong personality, and you're actually very good with business. Because what I'm getting is you think like a man, but you present yourself as a very, dignified female that is intelligent, but your mind, you're sharp. You're very sharp. You're also very good at communication. So you're, as far as career, you're in the perfect career is what I see, because the energy around you is good, but I do feel you have a lot of competition, and I feel that your competition is male. It's a man, or it's maybe a couple of them, but I feel that your competition is male energy. And which is a compliment, because they know that you can get the job done and do it right. You're capable. You're very smart.
Thank you. Yes, I finally landed this job.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not in a bad way. They just see you as competition, because men in general are competitive. It's just part of their nature. So for a woman to be as competitive as a man, some may disagree with me, but it's true, because I've been in it as well. It's different. Mm-hmm. It's intimidating, and they don't want to compete with a female that thinks like them, because that's work. That's even more work. It's something that they don't want to deal with it. So, but it's not you're highly respected is what I'm getting. I'm not getting any cards to call out for you, because I'm probably just reading you without the cards, but I do see you are highly respected. And you will move up, and you can. It's what I'm getting is it's up to you. It's up to you if you want to take the movement forward as to move up within this company. But what I'm getting is you will have competition. You will always have competition. So if that's the thing,
that's fine.
Yes, so you're okay with it, and that's why. No, that's intimidating. You're someone that doesn't give up, so which is good.
It's very true. Yeah, I'm also, I think probably in the career aspect, I'm also wanting to eventually open up my own business again. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping at some point I connect with a partner that wants to do the same thing. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of where the combination of career and love might come in, and maybe how I said that, but that's kind of what I want the future to be,
right,
and how I see it.
What I'm getting is you can't open your own business, but it's a matter of investing in your money right now. There's a sense of you will have to start investing your money now, but you will and you can get your own business. It's all about investing is what I'm hearing. That's the key, because as long as you have that money aside, you will have the freedom to choose whatever it is you want to do, and you will be fine, because what I'm seeing is you'll have a thick cushion, if that makes sense, that if you'll be fine. You're very smart. That's what I'm saying. You're very smart when it comes to business, because the way you think you're logical, but you're intuitive as well. You trust your intuition. You're smart. And let me see, as far as love, though, because you're wanting to get it all, right? You want the career, love, family. I get it. You want to make that. You don't want it to be given to you. You want to earn it all. And that's where I understand you as well. I understand you there. Because you're not used to receiving. So when we receive, we don't feel we're worth it because we didn't work for it, So
right.
I get that. That comes from childhood, but that's another. Let's see with love.
Yeah, definitely from childhood.
Yeah. You deserve love, as we all do, but you really deserve it because you've always worked hard at that too. And you want a love to come in. But what I'm getting is it may not be the right time right now, but future, you will have someone coming in, but it's just not in the near future. I would say mid next year. It's like halfway through the year. So 6 months, you will. Which is better. You don't need that right now because you're growing. I see. It's like you're growing your money. You're growing your finances. So for you to have a love right now would be fabulous. It's great to be loved, but it's going to have to take up the time that you would put in for your business and your investments. So it's a sense of you have to just make that decision of, and I think you made it when I first asked you, what's your question? Your first answer was business. So that tells you right there, because you answered with that first, that's your key concentration. So love will come. You do have new love coming in. It's not anyone from your past. It's someone you've never met before, but it's not going to be right now. I'm going to say when we hit January, 6 months from that.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's something. And it's going to be a very passionate connection as well. That actually, it might start off that way. You actually might, it might be somebody that you're, just kind of dating casually, but it's going to grow into a love, which is good.
Good.
Yeah.
Great. Very good. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah, you're welcome. So things are looking good for you, but just make sure that your money's right. That's what I'm hearing. So,
yes, it's been all about money this year. So I'm definitely catching up. Things are getting better, and I know things are moving forward in a positive way. So it feels good. I mean, and I feel good. So I know when I'm open, all good things are coming.
Yep. Because you do. You listen to your intuition as well. But it's always nice for us to get a little clarification. I do it too. It's always good to have someone clarify so we really know we're right. But I'm excited for you, and maybe someday I'll run into you in Ventura. I actually go to Ventura. I used to often, but I think you calling is a sign for me to go, so I'll have to visit.
Yes, we have lots of good things in Ventura happening, so hopefully we'll meet up sometime.
Yeah, that'd be great. Have a good night, Susan.
Thank you so much. You too.
Thanks. Bye. So before the show ends, I just wanted to let everyone know that I will be doing a live on my regular page, Readings by Asteria, and it's going to be at 9 p.m., so within an hour. Or an hour and a half, I should say. So I'll be doing some more readings and answering questions. And I will see everyone next week on Thursday at 7 p.m. on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And for the East Coast, it's 10 p.m. Now, I wanted to make sure I said I'm on A1R. But sending everyone love and light, and I will see them next week. I still have time, don't I? I haven't done this in a while. I got cut off a couple times last shows because I ended too late. So it's been a while since I cut off the show early. But let me see, since we have a few minutes left, which is probably 1 minute, 2 minutes, Dave? Or is the show already over? Don't know. 4 minutes. Okay, good. Let's see what message I get in 4 minutes. Let's see. Let's do a collective message. That was nice. I enjoyed my 2 callers tonight. It was nice answering questions a little different. Let's see if I get anything before the show ends. Honestly, all I can think about right now is how hungry I am. Don't ever do readings when you're hungry. It's not very effective. Need that energy. Nothing's coming out. It's that retrograde. I'm just going to pick one myself. Let's see. Go with this one. There's so much to accomplish. Make a very detailed plan. Being watched over by someone kind. So that's a great message, especially for the kind of calls that I got tonight. Things are moving forward, and there is more to be accomplished as well, but this does include finances. Finances are growing here is what I'm seeing. And also, there's an energy I'm picking up. You're very protected by someone on the other side. Could be friend, family member. But I do see that this person I'm picking up, you're growing. It's a male energy that I'm picking up right now. But you're growing your finances, and things are going to be growing at a much quicker rate than what you think is what I'm getting. So that's a great message, and especially when you're getting clarification that you're being watched by someone, by a loved one on the other side. So that always helps to keep us settled, especially around this time. I've been feeling it. This retrograde is pretty intense because we are in Scorpio season, so it's like you get these feelings of wanting to act on impulse, but it's always best to not and remind yourself of the consequences of doing that. 90 seconds! Yay! Should I see if I can get another message in 90 seconds? That, but I don't know what else to say other than I will see everyone next week on Thursday, 10 p.m. for East Coast and 7 p.m. for West Coast. I could have answered another call in between this time. It's only 7:27. Let me see if I get one more message. Might as well. Instead of me just staring into the screen awkwardly. This is a good way to end. If a card falls, then the message is meant to be delivered. If not, the show ended on a good note with some great readings and callers. Let me see. Sometimes... Oh, it did. A gift of passion, opportunity, and inspiration, the chance to do something amazing. and your material needs get fulfilled in magical and unexpected ways. So giving and receiving with a grateful heart. So someone has good stuff coming in.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hello everyone. Wow, what a great introduction. Thank you so much for all of those people out there watching me. You don't know me yet, so I thought I'd use today's program to introduce myself. My name's Yvonne. A lot of people know me as Yvonne Denise, and of course as the Aussie Goddess, which is my business name. I've been reading cards for many years, since I was probably in my late teens to early 20s. I started really picking up the deck and really understanding what my gift was and how I was connected to spirit. As a child, I did see a lot of apparitions, ghosts, spirits, whatever you'd like to call them, but unfortunately I was in a family that thought I was a little crazy, and I ended up at the psychiatrist to have a look at what was wrong with me. So I put my gift down for many years and started following what I would call the logical, sensical part of myself. And then probably about 25 years ago, I started picking up the cards really seriously then and doing readings for other people. Up until then, I'd been doing readings for myself and for my family and for friends who I was close to, but now I operate as a business. So I have my own YouTube channel at the Aussie Goddess. I am on all of the social media platforms such as Twitter, LinkedIn. I'm on Facebook. I have a Facebook page at the Aussie Goddess, and of course my own website at www.theaussiegoddess.com. And I do fairs. I travel. I visit people. I do readings from home. So I have a lot of other things I do as well. I really love what I do. So I thought today would be a great day to do a reading online so that you can experience what I do. I thought that I would do a bit of a reading for you online so you could see how I read. I can read intuitively. I do get the message straight from spirit. I am a medium. But sometimes it's nice to look at the cards just to sort of break the ice and get a bit of an idea of what's going on in the world today. So on my YouTube channel, I do a daily read, a What's Cracking read, which is pretty superb. I have a lot of people who enjoy those readings and miss me when I'm not around, which is a little bit nice for the ego. So let's have a look what's going on in the universe today, and we'll have a little bit of a look inside. Okay, so now I have the Two of Wands coming out first. So it looks as though you've got a bit of a choice on what path to choose. The Two of Wands is a card that comes up when the universe is giving us a different direction to go in. So for many of you today, you're experiencing some sort of choice in your world. Could be choice of partner, could be choice of job, could be a choice of what direction to take. Now, behind that, I have the Ten of Pentacles, which is a beautiful card to get. So the Ten of Pentacles is a card of abundance. So one of these directions here, and it's never the wrong direction. I don't believe in right and wrong. I only believe in experience. So one of these directions here is right for you, and you know which one to pick. So whatever direction you choose to go in, it's going to bring you in abundance. Again, with the Two of Swords, so there is a lot of choice here today on which way to go. So maybe in order to move forward on one path, you have to cut out something else. Okay, so it could be a matter of moving in one direction, which may bring in, a job that has more money, for example. But in order to do that, you may have to leave behind a job that maybe would have meant more to you if you had picked that direction. So it may be a choice of head over heart. It could be a choice of more money over more benefits from the job. Behind that, we have the Hanged Man. So I think the universe here is saying before you make this decision, you make sure that you're looking at things in all different directions. Don't stick with just the direction that's true to you. Open your mind, open your heart, and look at every opportunity, every way you can go here to decide whether that direction is right for you. It's sometimes with the Hanged Man, it's a matter of, looking at things that perhaps you haven't looked at before. So, maybe the distance you have to travel, but looking at all the different options and opportunities here. And for some of you, we do have the Death card behind. So this is talking about letting go of all of the things that have held you back in the past in order to move forward. Now, I know at the moment the universe is working to bring in a lot of changes for us. The universe is through the Scorpio moon is allowing us to give up things that no longer serve our greater good. So for you, this might be a matter of moving towards a direction of a career or a life that you've always wanted, and not particularly just sitting in one direction. This is about the Fool. This is about taking a leap of faith. It's about opening your heart to new things. It's about engaging with new people and understanding your own value in the world, understanding how much you mean to the world. So let's have a look closer at what this all means. So we do have the Eight of Cups coming out here. So we're walking away from things that no longer serve us. So this is, maybe people, situations, things that no longer serve the direction you're going in. So it's being able to say, well, what do I really want in my heart? What do I want? What's going to serve me best, rather than just continuing where you are and having a life that isn't so fruitful for you. And then we have the Judgment card. So the Judgment card talks of rebirth, of being able to bring in the opportunities that are right for you, not sort of putting up with things you don't want to have. It's like the birthing of the phoenix. It's really getting out there and being true to who you were meant to be, living in your true self. Five of Pentacles coming out here. So it could be that you've spent a long time serving others. It could be that you've had people around you that really didn't love and respect you for who you were. So maybe you haven't been able to follow your dreams up until now. Maybe you've been a little bit stuck, a little bit down, not understanding why you couldn't move forward. Sometimes with the Five of Pentacles, it means the universe has got you in a bit of a holding space. So it's sort of like that feeling of being able to release and let go of that that's holding you back. And then we have the Nine of Swords. So the thing that comes forward here more than anything is your fear of the unknown. So this is about letting go of fear and trusting that the universe has your best intention at heart. With the Nine of Swords, it often talks about, sleepless nights, anxieties, sometimes that depression, that feeling that you don't deserve more. And this is telling me here that you absolutely deserve to have the best life for yourself. So letting go of those fears, and look what's coming in. So we have a brand new passionate start with the Ace of Wands. Now the Ace of Wands talks about a new time where you're able to release those fears and move in with passion and desire for all that you want. It's a time for new growth, new opportunities, opening the world to what you really want. And then behind that, we have the Ace of Cups. How beautiful to do a reading for you online and have two aces up in your first reading. The Ace of Cups talks of a new start in love. So for some of you, this is loving what you do, loving your passion, loving the work you do, getting on a live television channel and doing what I love doing the best. So this is definitely something you could be that you're considering new love. And in order to move forward, you have to accept that perhaps this love that's being offered to you is right for you. Maybe you've denied yourself that beautiful love for so long. And then we have the Wheel of Fortune. Wow, Spirit is really backing me up on this one today. So the Wheel of Fortune is the card for the universe helping you to move forward. So it could have been, as I said before with this Five of Pentacles, that you've been a little stuck in what you felt you deserved or what was coming to you. Sometimes it's like treading water. It's like feeling bogged down in mud and not being able to make those moves. Sometimes it's about waiting for opportunities to be offered, and the universe is just not offering you what you want at that time. But I want to say to you now, the time is ripe. It's absolutely beautiful. And here comes an offer. Now, for some of you, this is definitely an offer of money, of opportunity, of being able to move forward financially as well as from a tangible perspective. So an offer from a Page of Pentacles may only be small. It could be via email or phone, but definitely something being offered to you here that's long-term, fruitful. He does have rather a large pentacle. So we definitely have a good size offer coming in here. Could be from an earth sign. Sometimes these do represent the Capricorn, Taurus, or Virgo, but this person's more likely to either own their own business or have an opportunity for you that's going to be lucrative and bringing you what you want. Okay, and then I have the Six of Wands. Wow, this is absolutely beautiful. So the Six of Wands talks about victory. It talks about recognition. It talks about people seeing you. Perhaps you feel for the first time that people are seeing you for who you truly are. And this is beautiful because it's like you're stepping out into the world and and look at this. Wow. Okay, I can't say any more. That is an amazing reading. So we have the Ace of Pentacles. We have 3 aces in this reading and plus the Wheel of Fortune. So if you've been feeling stuck, life is about to give you a little bit of a push in the right direction. There is definitely a brand new job coming in for some of you. For some of you, it's about love. And for some of you here, this is about your own business, being able to move in the direction of what you want in terms of your own business. It's just a beautiful reading. I can't even say how lovely this is. So for everybody that's listening today, there is something about to open up to you. And it feels to me like a lot of you have done, work on yourself. Perhaps some of you are in, esoteric arts yourself. Maybe you read cards, sell candles, use incense. There's a great feeling here that something wondrous is about to open up to you and give you an opportunity to move forward. What a wonderful reading to get. So when I look back at what I call the mini reads, so the cards I look back in the beginning, I always go over these when I do a reading online or a personal reading, because this is sort of a mini read of what is coming. So I know now that this opportunity to move in this direction here is being offered to you. As I said at the beginning, it definitely is bringing you in something, whether this is money, an opportunity for love, an opportunity for a brand new start. The Ace of Wands is a wonderful sign of passion and moving forward. We do have obviously a decision to make on how to move forward with that, but that's okay. Sometimes that means cutting things out in order to move forward. You may have to release people, situations, or whatever. The Hanged Man is the universe asking you just to make sure you've looked at this for every direction and made sure it's the right thing for you. Not the right thing because it puts more money in your pocket, not the right thing because it pleases anybody else around you. It's about looking at what do you want from the bottom of your heart. Is this what you want? Is this your passion? Is this what you desire? Because we do have the Death card here. So the Death card talks of transformation. And this could be you just moving in a very different direction and taking on something new here. So very beautiful reading to do online for the first time. So I'm pretty happy that Spirit's given me something good to tell you all. And that's sort of the way I do the readings on YouTube every day, just to give it a bit of an insight to the general energies of the day, what's going on. We just pick up on generally what's around us. Sometimes that doesn't resonate with everybody. Again, the only way to really find out what's right for you is by having a personal reading. So I'm just going to draw a card from the Oracle deck, and we'll talk that one through as well. So that one wanted to come out straight away. So I have the card of compassion here. Now the decks I'm using, if anybody wants to know what decks I'm using, I am using the, oh goodness gracious, I haven't got the thing in front of me to show you. The Power of Love. The Power of Love tarot this is from, and I think it's James Van Praagh deck. So, and the one that's come out is compassion. So I think this is really relevant for today, because being compassionate about everything, your love, your heart, other people, it talks about you demonstrate the language of the heart by actively sharing and living love. Now, that doesn't always mean giving everything at the risk of not taking for yourself. Some people believe that if you invest everything in others, then that's the way to go. But I say, don't do that. You always make sure that you're investing in the right direction. It can be unconditional. If you have children, of course, your love is unconditional. But if you do that and give to others without expecting something in return, even gratitude, that isn't always the healthiest way to live your life. You deserve love as well. So make sure that you are getting back what you're putting in. And that's the value of give and take right there. And for many of you, I read for a lot of people online. I do read for a lot of people who have been through, relationship situations where they've been taken advantage of. We talk of the journey of narcissism. We talk the journey of, not everybody around you having your personal value respected and loved the way you should be. I'm a great advocate for helping people to understand self-love and their own personal journey, because a lot of people are brought into the world working like they should always consider other people, and it's not always about that. It's always about you loving yourself first, so you have your cup full enough to share with others. So I work with a lot of people to help them on their journey. I work through with people in a life coaching respect. I am a qualified certified life coach, so I have that as well. At a personal level, I'm a grandmother of 7 and a great-grandmother of 1. So I have three beautiful children who all have just beautiful children of their own. In my personal life, I've worked in the welfare sector. I've been a light worker for many, many years, on top of doing the spiritual work. And I've been lucky enough to understand the journey of spirituality, working with others to bring them in their best possible lives as well. So I understand the journey of narcissism. I understand the journey of abuse. I can relate to many of the things that other people have been through on this journey. And I work with absolute honesty from the bottom of my heart. So I have 4 minutes left to make sure I get across my point. So what I want to do going forward is I would sometimes do readings for other people. I will do readings for the general energies and give you back the general energies of what's in the universe. I will bring you messages from the universe. I get the message direct from spirit, so sometimes I'll be able to offer you very direct messages from spirit. Sometimes I'm lucky that the universe may give me personal messages for you. I don't offer free readings. You can check me out at YouTube, The Aussie Goddess, Facebook, The Aussie Goddess. I'm happy for you to join my pages, watch what I do. I'm also happy if you want something in particular to be talked about on the channel, for you to give me feedback on what you'd like to hear about. And in future, I will, as I said, try and do a range of things. I want to really explore this channel. It's been a dream of mine to really do the work that I do more fully and more openly with all of you. I love working with people. I have a tremendous passion for humanity and improving the lives of others in whatever way I possibly can. So let's build our community, and let me know if there's a particular thing you want to talk about or you want me to sort of broach on the channel. I have a love of all of the arts, but I'm not knowledgeable in everything, but I'm happy to share with you whatever I have. If you'd like to do even meditations online, I can take you through a meditation. So let me know what you want. If you require readings, I know you can have readings through the channel, so just let me know and I'll let you know how to register your interest through the channel. and we will move forward trying to keep a broad variety of what we do from week to week, and I'm open to almost everything. As much as I can help or as much as I can show you or share with you, I will be more than happy to do that. So please go and have a look at my YouTube channel. Please, by all means, email me if you'd like any more information, if you'd like to offer some feedback, if you think that, a particular subject is relevant and you'd like to hear more about that. And from the next time I'm on, which of course is next Wednesday, I will be taking a live caller for each time I'm on to sort of share with you how that Spirit works through me. And I have 1 minute. It's like I want to say a whole lot here, and I don't know where to start. So I want to say much love to you all. I am so happy you've joined me here. I'm sure I have some people who've been great followers from, some of the other mediums I work from. And I will be back with you next Wednesday and sharing with you whatever I can share with you. So if I don't hear from anybody, I will do a reading, and I will read for one of you online as well. So please open your heart to love every time like it was the first time, and thank you so much for joining me on my channel today. Much love. Mwah.
Hello everyone, this is Fiona, Persian Medium I Am Power, and you are guys listening to A1R, and of course tonight is Avid Advice Show. I received a lot of calls and also emails that how Avid Advice work and what we can do to get connected with you. It's very easy. You sign up and you became as a client member. and then starting call or chat as you wish. Our psychics or medium, they are certificate, and they are very qualified, and they have a lot of beautiful, good experience. So, and they are always around 24 hours and 7 days to give you guys the best service as you guys wish. So, let's say a couple of you guys asked me like, okay, when I call, how long I should wait that my call, connect to you immediately. So let's say that you're calling right away and just put the credit card on. You are choosing how many hours, how many minutes you want to call and communicate, and then directly call button or chat button. You connect directly to your advisor. It's easy, simple, and I know that many of you guys that can't really come to California and see me face to face would love to continue and talk to me on the phone. So then I am available on avidadvice.com. And I had some questions in regard feelings, healings, and how we should combine those things together. Healings means that you heal something that not really making you to feel yourself anymore. When you're starting to feel that I need some healing, when I need that someone talk to me, connect with me, or work in my body, because somewhere in my body is not really feeling good. I have pain. I'm in pain, emotionally, physically. That means that your body and your mind gave you the signal to say, I need healings. Many of us would love to heal ourselves by your own power, but somehow we can't. So that's why you need someone else to try to talk to you, communicate with you, touch you, and using some power of energies to heal you. So feel good, connect with yourself, and make things happen. So if you guys need any healings, face-to-face meeting, but please email me at persianmedium@gmail.com, and I would love to see you guys and see what I can do to remove all emotional pain, physical pain, and any pain that you would love to have healing for. So back to studio, and you are guys listening to Avid Advice Show, and I have Tamika. Hello, Tamika. How are you doing from Michigan? How are you, darling?
I'm good.
Awesome, honey. Okay, Tamika, give me your date of birth, my love, and then tell me what you have in your beautiful mind, what you want to know at the moment, and let me just look up and see exactly what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. July 15th, 1987.
Okay. Okay, tell me about your feelings, your type, and your question right away, because your pentagon is just became so open right now. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay, I just wanted to follow my notes before I say the right person.
I couldn't barely hear you. Can you say it again?
Okay, I was wondering if I married the right person.
Okay, you want to find the right person. So let me tell you about a couple of things that I can see in here. The first things that I can see, Tamika, is that you've been confused in the past a couple 6 months, or better say 9 months, because it's telling me about less than a year. And you don't know exactly where to go, because I see that you've been around people who wasn't really the right people. No matter what, around actually the August 23rd, August 28th of this year, you are going to have someone around that you definitely going to feel that there is some sort of connection. At the beginning, you're not going to feel like, he's going to be completely mine or somebody that I would love to be with. But I had to say, after 1 or 2 weeks of dating, you're definitely going to fall for this man. He's not like any other guys that you met before in the past. He's completely different. That's why you are going to fall in love. And there is a connection and feelings around, which I can see will develop around the month of October. And basically, almost around Thanksgiving time, Christmas time, 2018, you're not going to be alone. So that means that you are guys almost together. So this year is your year to just say goodbye to your single life. But Tamika, just making me to wonder about a couple of things. What did you done as the wrong things in the past of 2 years? Because in the Pentagon shows that a couple of things you did that you shouldn't. You accept a couple of people that you shouldn't, and you knew that you should accept them. And you kind of like block or somehow stop yourself to moving forward. What was the reason, Tamika? What did you done?
In the last couple of years, I lost a baby in a relationship and into another relationship.
Okay. Because I did maybe pick up the loss of baby because you kind of hold yourself back, you close yourself, you've been depressed. I understand you completely. It's not easy to lose the baby, no matter what. But at the same time, you need to move on. You need to move forward. Right now, you are ready for a relationship. But if I'm going to say you are 100% ready, then I lied to you. So what I wanted you to be 100% ready, though, I wanted you to stop living in your past. I wanted you to let go of the pain, which is still continuing to go through your brain back and forth. I wanted you to heal yourself. And it's easy to do by distract yourself with something that you always love and you always wish to have. So go to some places that there is a positive people around. Try to stop talking to people about what happened to you about 3 years ago. And if you see some pregnant woman, if you see some family, like a husband and wife, a little baby, whatever is going to make you to feel uncomfortable and sad, I want you to move on and just not communicate and talk. That's what I wanted to completely stop. Direct yourself and connect yourself with 2 years ago. If you do, then I would say that yes, you are ready and you are going to get what you want. So that means that your wish will complete. But if you still continue and go back and forth, my love, nothing will happen. So all I wanted you to do for now on, Tamika, I wanted you to stop living in your past. Say goodbye, let it go, and make things go to the right directions, which I can see that you can easily do with your power, with your energies, and with a little bit of distraction. And you have also stuck in something that has to do with the career, which I can see that you're trying to do something about it. I can see some changes is coming, which is all good. What is exactly you are thinking to do, Tamika, when it comes to your career? What's happening next?
I'm finishing school.
Okay. Can you get closer or not closer to the microphone because I can barely hear you. I just
finishing school.
Okay. You want to change your school?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. That is actually the good decision, and the change your school for you is not going to be bad. And I feel about like it would be actually the new beginning for you. And yes, you have to do an answer from the Pentagon is yes. Just go for it. So you can go for it, Tamika. But one thing, number one, stop living in your past. Number two, stop thinking about what happened to you when it comes to the loss of the baby. And number three, try to not attract bad boy to yourself because you always want to heal others. It's time for you that someone come to your life and heal you. You got it, baby?
Yes.
Can you hear? Okay, got it. Okay, gorgeous. Do you have any other question?
No, that was it.
Awesome. So thank you so much, Hamika. And for more information, and if you want to have a private reading with me and having more connection, gorgeous, you can go to avidadvice.com, sign up, and you receive your 5 free minutes. And then after, you can communicate with me in a private manner. So back to studio, you guys listening to Avid Advice Show, and I have Georgina from Sydney, Australia. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm not too bad, Fiona.
Awesome. How are you, gorgeous?
Sorry?
How are you doing, my love? How's it going? What time is it in Australia?
I'm not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. Weather's good here.
Okay, good. Okay, sweetheart, give me your date of birth first, and then tell me what you have in your beautiful mind and what I can do for you. Go ahead.
Okay, 26/12/68.
Okay, three things come directly in the middle. The first, which is very important part, it was health. Number two, it comes from the changing and challenging or moving position. And number three is showing me about some signing the contract, doing something, and getting into something serious. So now, tell me what's going on. Shoot your question. I have to open the new pentagon for you because I have a lot of things around you. Go ahead.
Yep. I'm finding a lot of struggles at the moment. I'm an empath and I work in a dementia unit, and between my work and my family life, I'm struggling, and I think emotionally, I'm shutting down.
Okay.
So I just need to know, because I've always known and felt where I'm going and what I'm doing and if it's right, but right now it's shut completely.
Why you feel that way, my love? Why are you feeling so down? And I see that it's not necessary, but you are really being hard on yourself a lot. You did a lot of stuff that you shouldn't do. So why you are doing yourself? Because the first things that come in the middle of your pentagon was your health. So you are not in the good condition when it comes to your health because you are stressing yourself a lot. You gave yourself a panic attack, which is not necessary. And you take a lot of things personal. Why you care about people, why you are so, I understand, it's family, I understand, and a lot of things you don't want to hurt, you don't want to even, get connected with those conversations because you feel that it's not fair. But do you think that you can change the situation? Not now, of course not. So what you can change, you know that you can never ever change people around because they are who they are, and it's kind of very hard to change those people. But what you can do, you can change yourself, the way that you are thinking about them, the way that you respect them, and the way that you communicate with them, or letting them to be in the middle of the circle of your life. So I wanted you to stay away from those that make you to feel nervous, uncomfortable, sad, disappointed, and unhappy. This is your choice, and you can do it easily. Yeah. And I don't understand why you have to even concern too much about people who may not have any value in your life. You're just hurting yourself, creating more panic. You're letting your body to shut down, and your brain, which is, you're an intelligent, beautiful woman. You know what you want, but now, lately, you can't even think correctly. You can't even use your talent. You don't know even what you want because you're completely lost just because of those couple of people that may not really important. And you gave them so much value. You're just giving them so much value right now with me and you talking. Stop giving them so much value because they are. If you got hurt one time from someone and you feel that this person is just continuing, just move on. As I said, you can never, ever change people because it's very hard. They get used to be that position. And as you know, I always says about the giver personality and receiver personality. Many people, it's just, having the receiver personality. and it's not just because they want to hurt you, you're just used to it, then move on. Find someone that actually can be, in your position. So that's why I feel like you need to really change a lot of circumstances, and I think the most important things for you right now, sweetheart, is about that change your thought. The way that you see and feel things, the way that you connect with those people, I want you to change it. I want you to challenge yourself. Let it go. Now, I want to ask you something, and I wanted you to tell me exactly what's bothering you. Right now, at the moment that you are talking to me, what is exactly bothering you? What is exactly making you feel stressful, anxious, uncomfortable, and sad? Just right now. Go ahead.
Probably I can't move on from the past. I just can't let go of a certain probably person, emotionally, not physically, to move on and see better light with my now partner.
Okay. What this person caused you emotionally that you feel that inside you is still bleeding and you can't move on?
I don't know. We were together, and I think it was a struggle to stay together just to understand his illness. And I just haven't let go, because we're still friends. I keep friends with everyone. And there's just something about this one that I just can't let go. We're still friends, but I just can't. And I'm trying very hard, and I feel that that's blocking me to allow any new love in.
So let me ask you the question. Why you want to be friends with someone that you feel that you got hurt for? Why you want to choose to still kind of like be a friend and have a conversation and communication?
I don't know. That's my issue now. I don't know at the moment. Everything's in turmoil in my head, in my stomach.
Well, because you stop there, because you feel, because I can even feel and sense you psychically that you have a guilty feelings, and you feel that you have to be around this person no matter what, and you letting this person use and abuse you more than you could think and imagine, as you still continuing and this person is still continuing to use you. So I wanted you to cut the cord, because you don't need to explain anything to that specific person. You don't need to be around someone that you got hurt already. If something happened to you in the past, and because you did not have any knowledge and you didn't know about that person, well, okay, you got lesson. But if you continue and it happened to you in second time and third times, then you can't see that it's just, I don't know what's happening. It's your fault. So right now, if you continue with this specific person, you're not going to go anywhere. You're just going to hurt yourself more. And remember, the first things on the Pentagon that I opened, just the first words actually that come, it was health. So if you continue this way, your health is not going to hang in there. So you are going to have problem. That's why I wanted to stop feeling guilty. Stop blaming yourself. And that person, it sounds to be, have a master of narcissistic personality to come after you, to trying to hurt you and say goodbye, and again come back and manipulate you, and then say goodbye, and then again come back and manipulate you and say goodbye. So let it go. You can't do anything with the narcissist person. Now, if you have someone which is narcissist, it's just, I'm sorry, it's just not going to work out. And if this person is not even allow or understand that he or she had that type of the problem, then it's going to be even worse, because you're never going to have any voice. He's never going to allow you to even say something about yourself and about your thought, because it's always he's right, he's been always correct, and it was always your fault. And no matter what you are fighting, no matter what you are going back and forth, no matter what you are trying to defend yourself, he's going to push you down more and more and more. And at the end, you're going to feel that you did not even have any sort of value as a woman, as a person, as a friend, as someone that you really cared about that specific person. So why are you trying to allow someone using and abuse your emotion? But I can see you're a talented woman. You're successful. You know so much things. You help a lot of people, because I can see a lot of people around you that always come and ask you for advice. And you gave them the best advice ever when it comes to that position. But when it comes to yourself, you feel and you kind of, stuck and feel hopeless. I mean, come on. It's time to get up, stand up, let it go, and be yourself again.
Yeah.
Do you agree with me?
Yes, 100%. I know. I can see it all. And I do help a lot of people. But it's me always comes last. Yeah.
I understand. Painful for you. And I get that what you mean by you may not, and it kind of hard for you to do that. But you know what? You have to. Sometimes we need to cut the cord, because if you are not that, you are going to lose yourself. So all I wanted you to do for tonight, write it down a little piece of paper and says, for tonight, I'm not going to allow anyone, and specifically that specific person, hurting me, using me, and disvaluing. Because it feels like this man knows exactly what to do to make you feel guilty, put you in the blame situation, and it's always going to be, come to me, say sorry, and then maybe I will go back to you. You have to break the pattern. And unfortunately, he's not going to change because he has that problem, and he never ever accepts his problem. So the narcissist is always breaking up, disappear for 3 months, come back again, standing for 2-3 months, breaking up, back, and again, come back. So that's why I always say to my client, if you are dealing with a narcissist man or narcissist woman, just cut the cord. Until this man or woman love to change this personality, get help, and understand exactly what type of problem he or she has. And in your case, my recommendation to you is cut the cord. Let it go.
Yeah.
If it's going to be so hard, if he wants to come, don't answer your phone. Block him completely. Break everything. You can't be a friend with a man that you are in love with, or you can't be a friend with a woman that you are in love with. That's what I'm telling to my students. It's kind of impossible. If you are in love with someone and you couldn't have a relationship, and you always had the imagination that you want to marry this person says, no, you are just my friend. Remember that. I'm this, I'm that. So you can't ever feel comfortable with the man or woman that wants to just be your friend, but would love to use and abuse you when she or he wants. So what I wanted you, don't be around a person that you are absolutely fall for, but this person has no feelings and no clue and not knowing exactly what he or she wants. So get out, my love. I have 90 seconds. So for more information, gorgeous, you can go to abbyadvice.com, sign up, have your 5 free minutes, and you can directly call me if you want to have a private reading. And thank you so much for all my audience. Have a great one, and see you next week. Bye-bye.
Hey cats and kittens, this is Terry Lyons. P-E-R-I-L-Y-O-N-S. New York City Celebrity Psychic. I'm really glad to see you here. And before we do the fabulous tarot weather, I want to talk a little about something I've been seeing in my practice and then recently in my personal life, it's this thing about a narcissistic partner. And, I'm smart. I've done a lot of stuff, but some stuff I'm good about. And I thought I knew at this age all the signs and all the markers. And I've been talking to a lot of my friends, male and female, who've been going through something similar. Let me start from the top. Here's the thing. This culture right now promotes a huge amount of sort of narcissism. And narcissism is not what people think is like, oh, they really love themselves. No, it's the exact opposite. And the story of Narcissus, it's a Greek myth about a young man who's so beautiful and that he'd never seen himself because they didn't have many mirrors in ancient Greece. So one day he was passing by a little still lake, and he looked into it, and he saw his own reflection, and it was so beautiful that he was transfixed, and he could never move from that spot or didn't want to, because he just kept looking at the reflection and saying to the reflection, "Oh, you lovely creature, who are you? Who are you?" And there's this nymph. There's always a nymph, right? There was this nymph who followed him because she was in love with him, and back then they didn't call it stalking. Nymphing, I don't know what they called it. Her name was Echo. And there was a spell put on them by a passing goddess, because passing goddesses do that sort of thing. So for the rest of time, Narcissus was gazing into this little mirror lake, right? And at his own reflection, couldn't look away. And all he could say is, "Who are you?" And Echo would say, "Who are you?" He'd say, "You're so beautiful." And Echo would say, "You're so beautiful." Imagine after the first 100 years or so, this got tedious, but Greek myths they're not big in sequels. So the tragedy of this, symbolism of this, is that Narcissus doesn't know who he is. So he keeps gazing at his own reflection, at what the world tells him, because he doesn't have a true sense of self. So narcissists need what's called narcissistic supply, which is not like Purina narcissism kibble. It's not like something you just go out and get them. It usually comes from, they need a partner. They don't like to be alone. And this is what they often do. They want what's called love bomb this partner. Being courted by a narcissist is so fabulous, although they usually don't pay. Narcissists will tell you that you understand them like nobody else has. They understand you. You have a special kind of beauty that he understands, which they tend to tell the women over 40, naming their names. And so that's a narcissist will love bomb, and you'll get a supply, and everything you do will be perfect, and you will walk on air. Here's the problem with walking on air. Watch an old cartoon with Wile E. Coyote on it, where he goes off the cliff, and he's walking on air for a while, and then suddenly he looks down. Boom! So there comes a moment, and hi, Amanda in Barnier. Be with me in 5 minutes, okay? So there comes a moment. Sure, nice to see you. There comes a moment with narcissists where they get used to you being like that poor nymph Echo, where you're trying to always make them happy by complimenting them or by encouraging them, and then they get bored. And what happens is they've sort of squeezed up that supply. It's kind of, and the other thing is you usually have to walk in eggshells around you, because if you don't say how great they are, if you say, hey, you know what, you're not always listening to me, like, you don't ask me, they tend to get very angry. You're so insensitive. How could you do that? So then what happens over a month or 6 years, whatever, is the narcissist starts to devalue the partner. So the stuff that used to be really attractive and amusing, so the narcissist is suddenly totally criticizing you for. Your freedom. Yeah, that's not freedom. That's just irresponsibility. Or your grace or your height. I find petite women, they're more interesting and attractive. Whatever. The thing that he's first love bombed you with, is then going to be the thing he devalues you for. Especially when he thinks there's another source of narcissistic supply on the horizon, which might have more status, or be younger, might even be a great job. And what he does, or she does, is she will just completely, you'll become a non-person. He or she will give you the silent treatment, like you're not even worth explaining things to. They'll also do something called gaslighting, which is where they just twist the truth and they tell you that something is true, and you're like, no, that's crazy. And sometimes you might even slap them, because they're trying to provoke this response, so they can say, look at you, I told you you're crazy and violent, I'm leaving. And usually when a narcissist leaves, it's like, that's it. Sometimes they won't take your clothes, they'll just vanish, and you're dead to them. So I've been seeing a lot of this. I fell for it myself recently. I thought I was so smart. So just so you know, you might want to look up narcissist, and if you meet somebody who really love bombs you, and says, I'll always be there for you, I'm going to marry you tomorrow, my dream woman, just step back and see what their actions say, and also see if they're interested in you after a certain point, or if they give you space to have their own emotions. Because what narcissists hate most of all is that other people have emotions, and the narcissist can't control that. So that's your public service announcement from me. I'm going to get, it's Amanda, right?
Yes, it's Amanda. Yeah, I'm still on the line.
What? Nice to see you. Thanks for being so patient.
No problem.
I hope you can hear me. My iPad bit the dust. It's sort of a little replacement. Psychics and technology. Not so much. All right, darling.
I can hear you well.
Okay. So tell me your birthday. That's how I connect to people.
My birthday is March 23rd, 1987.
Oh, cool. Aries. We love Aries here. I'm a March baby too, but a little earlier. Okay. You're smart and well balanced, even when you don't think you are. You're shy and reserved. Yeah, it's lovely. You have a nice kind of emotional elegance to you. So, what can I help you with today, babe?
I was hoping for medium reading, connecting with my past son.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did he have a K name? A K in his name? Like, not Kevin, but something with a K? Or what was his first name?
It was Cyrus. Cyrus is his first name.
Cyrus. Oh, I'm sorry. I was seeing the C as close. Oh, God. And when did he pass?
On October 23rd, 2018.
I'm so sorry. I don't want to get too much into something that might be privacy, but I'm not getting the feeling it was an illness. I get the feeling it was either, either self-inflicted violence or some sort of crash. He's a little embarrassed about how he went, so he's not showing it to me.
And you might be embarrassed because it has to do with the fact that he did have pneumonia, but he was in the bathtub and had a seizure and passed away.
Had what? Pneumonia, what?
He was in the bathtub.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's awful. I had my friend last year passed like that too. I really like him. He's okay. He's coming in. Give me a second. It's a funny thing to ask. Did he have dimples or a dimple or a slightly round face?
He had a very round little face and a bright smile.
The smile is what I was just going to say. And did he like creative things, musical theater or anything like that? Or
he loved to dance.
He's what?
He did love to dance.
Yeah, I'm getting creativity. Do you mind if I ask, was he gay?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, I'll speak up. Is it possible that he might have been gay?
He was just 16 and a half months old.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the end of your sentences. Say it a little louder.
Oh, sorry. He was 16 and a half months old when he passed.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry, because he wasn't... I got 16 years for me. I can't... The kid's dying is so tragic that that's hard for me to pick up. Forgive me.
No problem.
God, now I feel like such an idiot. I'm so sorry. I usually don't do medium work, but this felt important. Here's what I know about him then, because... Okay. People tend to present, no matter what age they passed, they tend to present at about 25 or 30, whether they were 90, whether they were 3 months old. So what I got was this shiny-faced, beautiful boy with these gorgeous eyes and a smile just to live for, who seemed to know that he didn't have much time here. He wasn't he was fussy at first when he had colic when he was little, but there was something about him that was a little kind of not of this world. And when you looked in his eyes, you didn't see a baby Gaga. You saw a person looking back. Not that babies aren't people, but you know what I mean? It's like there was a whole...
Yeah, was a real old soul.
Is that true?
Yeah, he was like an old soul. And he had glowing blue eyes.
He had luminous eyes.
He often drew the attention of people to him.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, that was a baby you couldn't walk down the street with, because people would just I'm sorry. This is I can't imagine what his parents are going through. He was there as a blessing for them, which sounds crazy in light of what happened. Because of stuff I've experienced in the last 15 years, I can tell you that love is eternal, souls are eternal, personality is eternal, and people that we love stay with us. They just do. And there's some sort of almost karmic gift or blessing. He came down, he touched the earth, and he healed something in both of his parents. Either they got back together, or somebody might have physically healed. I'm sorry, in his vicinity. During his time on Earth. Was that his grandmother?
His grandmother for what?
It feels like he was a very healing presence. So during his time on Earth, it feels like he was a conduit for healing energy. So people around him got either emotionally, spiritually, or physically healed. It feels to me like a female relative of his who had been quite ill actually got better for a while when he was around. Is that true? Was that his grandmother or great-grandmother?
I don't know of anybody being in sickness. I am sorry for his mom, and like his dad and I were having lots of hard times when they were because of him that we stayed together.
Maybe that's it.
And like he was my light in the day.
Yeah.
To be able to want to keep on going on in life. It's kind of funny how your little thing that you were talking about just before we got on the line there, but his dad is a narcissist.
Yeah, that's exactly. Oh, his dad is very much like the guy I was just specifically talking about. Very charming.
Yeah.
Utterly, I mean, just dead inside, and a real liar. I hope his mother is getting the help. I know she is, because she's very lovable. Often narcissists attract very empathic people to them, or in my case, suckers. You can tell, if you want to tell his mother this for me, sorry, it feels like there's somebody on her side of the family, a generation or two before, who is female, who passed younger than she should have. Maybe an aunt or a great aunt, something like that. So he's hanging out with relatives up there. I mean, I hate to say, like, he's happy and he's with Jesus, but in fact, he is happy, and he is he is with an eternally loving, protective spirit that loves and knows him personally. He just is. And, oh boy, I'm terribly sorry for your loss. He's especially with his mother. He's always with his mother, but she thinks like, oh, I'm going crazy. He can't really be here. I must. Love is eternal. He's very protective of her. I mean, she loves him more than anything. And she will feel him around her left side and back of her neck. She will also see signs that he's around. I want to say birds or feathers, but anything with a star on it too, like a picture of a star.
Yeah.
And he will also move stuff mischievously. He had a stuffed toy, I think it was the shape of a giraffe. If it's not a giraffe, it's a very weird-looking dog that is going to move around a lot. It's going to sort of like, what's this doing here? That was just over there. He will do some small stuff, kind of mischievous little boy stuff, to show her that he's there. And anytime she answers, the other thing is, whenever his mom sang to him, or put on the, God, listen to the radio, there were a couple of songs that he just totally dug. So, any time she sings, he will be, I don't think I can do this, I'm sorry. He will be singing with her, and she will feel that. And if she can, there's some things you just don't get over, but what you can do is recognize the truth and the love that's there and open yourself up to feel it without feeling like you're going crazy. The other thing is, he had a special, like, I don't know if there's an angel picture in his room, but there was an angel that he felt kind of attached to, or people associated with him. probably an archangel, either Raphael, Michael, or you know that picture of the guardian angel and the two little kids on it's like the guardian angel picture. She's behind them, the two little kids in the dark road. To me, it always looks like angels that push them off. But anytime she sees that picture, it's something like that. It's a very specific picture. I'll send it to you after we're done. Or shoot, I'll post it in my Facebook thing. That's a sign. There are signs that she'll start to notice. I'm sorry to go on and on. It's just.
I think that she does notice, and she has had a few different things that have happened around the house that have made her feel connected to him.
Like what?
Like finding white feathers in unexpected places.
Yeah.
And like light bulbs that aren't actually burnt out, they're just being twisted out a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I believe that because of him passing in the tub, like there's puddles of water that are in unexpected places.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, angel pictures of stars. It's like a cartoony star. Pictures of that guardian angel painting. And does she want to have another child? I mean, I'm not saying, oh, she has another kid, it'll be all better. But does she want to have another child?
Not to my understanding. Cyrus did have a little brother who is just 11 months younger than him.
Yeah, wow. She's going to be okay. Her life is going to change enormously. I mean, not just because of this. In the next year or two, I think she's going to go back to school and get some sort of skill that gives her security, and she's got a big life change. And you are a terrific friend. I wish we lived closer because I think you're great, and I really do. You're an empathetic, strong, lovely, caring person. Most people, when they get on this show, they just want to know about the love life. The fact that you've used your time here to talk about something in such a caring, loving way. The world is a better place because of you. And I want you to just remember that, okay? Because next year is going to be awesome for you. But please keep in touch. You're welcome.
Absolutely. I really appreciate your time and energy.
Well, you have my full attention. You can get in touch with me on Perry Lyons on Facebook. I'm still catching up with stuff because I'm getting over pneumonia, but please do. I want to know how you're doing, and she can get in touch with me if she'd like. I'll give her free 15 minutes. All right.
Okay.
God bless. Thank you for calling. And to all, thank you. All my cherished viewers, the people, this is kind of a sacred space, and not because of me, but because of you guys. And I just am really grateful that you allow me to have this connection. And so go forth and have a terrific week. And remember, you're the only one of you that ever was or ever will be. And so give that gift. And don't be bad girl. But remember, your presence in other people's lives is a gift. God bless you, my dears.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
G'day, Tonya Reeves, Australian Psychic Cowgirl. I'm coming at you from a little place near Bright. We've got the reception here's a little bit remains to be seen, so we'll see how we go with readings. If I can't get your information clearly, I will connect in with your name and just give you the information that I get. And yeah, if I don't get a response, I'll know why. So anyway, We are up here today. There's a big rod run this weekend in Bright. So we've got heaps of classic cars. There'll be cars everywhere. I'll get a lot of footage that I'll share on my page of some amazing cars. And amazingly enough, we're here in Southern Australia, but there's a massive amount of American cars that'll be getting around this weekend. So we're all Ford fanatics in our family. So I'm actually sitting here in a Crown Victoria, a 1956 50s classic American car, and she's just been on the road for a couple of weeks. She was imported. I'm pretty sure it's a Californian car, but I might be wrong there. But yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it was California. So yeah, we're pretty rapt to be able to have these amazing cars over here. And as Aussies, we love the American classic cars, and yeah, we don't have any problems driving on with the steering wheel on the other side of the fence. For us, it's quite interesting. It's a little bit different to what we used to, but yeah, it's a bit of fun. And I often sit there and I'm sitting like I am now on the passenger side, and sometimes I'll go to put my foot down, if my partner's driving, I'm like, oh, I'm going to brake, because you're just mentally in that side of the car that you're so used to driving with. So yeah, that's a bit of fun. So we're going to have a really great weekend, always a good weekend up here in Bright. It's one of my most favourite places, and it's just been great having that, being able to look forward to a weekend away and also incorporating a bit of fun and connecting with you guys on the radio. So hopefully I can come through loud and clear and you can understand me and I'm not too fuzzy. That remains to be seen. So anyway, it's really miserable weather here. We've actually had a real turn of cold weather, but we have had rain, so we need the rain, so we're not complaining. We're just going, you know what, let's put the jackets on and get on with it. So, yeah, so hopefully in some of the really, really dry parts of Australia where the farmers are, they can get some rain as well. That would be so nice to see and, give them a bit of a boost as well. So this week, oh my God, is everyone still reeling from snapping it into November? Because I sure am. It was interesting. I kept getting shown unicorns for some reason. They're so left of field for me. Or, they're around and I'm aware of them, but not something that's really common for me to connect in with. And then it was funny. I was chatting to a fellow medium, Jacinta, who her and I run some workshops, and I was saying to her, I keep getting unicorns, and we're like laughing and going, oh, that's fun. And then, then she shared something from a lovely lady called Diana, I can't think of her surname, and she does all the angel work. Oh, I've just had a mental blank on her surname. She's well known anyway, but yeah, she was actually had a whole write-up Jacinta shared with me about unicorns and what they represent. And, she also had on her blog information about November being a time to clear out what's no longer serving us, a time to let go of stuff we don't need anymore, and also time to get the manifesting happening. So it's a big month for let go of what you don't want to make room for what you do want, and be really clear about what it is you want, because there's going to be, it feels energetically like we can really bring things to us quite quickly. But in saying that, I've had a few people contact me with trying to bring things, into their, into their universe. And we're feeling a bit frantic with it, so we have to let it go. So if you're really willing something and taking all your time obsessing about it, let it go. Put it out to the universe and say, yep, that's what I expect and that's what I want, but I'm going to let it go and I'm going to allow you to deliver it as it needs to be delivered. So don't forget that. We need to let it go. The more desperate energy we put to something, the more we push it away from us. So it's good to be aware of that. Okay, I'm going to go on to my first caller, Denise in the Bronx, New York. Denise, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Good. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. Yeah. I was sleeping. I was sleeping. I'm getting ready to go to work.
All right, so we're going to do a snapping reading for you prior to you heading off to work. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, Denise, you're actually it's funny, most of my callers that ring in here are quite spiritual, but you have that around you in droves. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and say you're really good at manifesting things, and you get visions of things. You actually get shown a lot of things prior to them happening, and it's really great because it kind of, you get when I say forewarned or shown, the things that are presented to you are relevant to you in the future. So it's really great you get the insights. Make sure you stop and take note of them. There's something around at the moment where you've come to a fork in the road and there's decisions that need to be made. And I just want to say, because they're showing me, it's like, tell her to listen, tell her to take notice. You've had a few things that have almost been like hiccups that have come up. Like, so it's almost like you're traveling along the road and you've had things coming at you left of centre. They are there to slow you down and make you look at things differently.
Okay.
All right. Because there's something about you have to slow down to speed up. And it's like, as frustrating as that is, because I feel like I want to say Denise is not patient like the rest of us. We want it yesterday.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
We don't want to wait, but what they're showing me is that we just need to take a deep breath and almost like consolidate, because what you're feeling is coming to you, but it's going to be in a different way. So it's almost like you might be thinking, I need to do this, that, and something else, and it's going to happen, but it's like they're showing me just take a deep breath and trust, because you're going to be shown and it will be presented to you slightly different to what you're thinking. So that's why you're being held up.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That's good.
So,
okay.
And there's also an offer around work for you. So there's something around an offer for work. So be open to that. And I want you to say yes to that.
Yes.
Yep. Okay?
Yeah.
So don't be scared. Don't be scared. And there's also, quickly, I know you've got to go, so I won't keep you, but there's also a baby or a child coming around. So I don't know whether you already know about this, but I feel like we're having there's a little girl around somewhere that fits for you.
Okay. A little girl.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah, just look out. Let me know. I love to hear, all right? So take care.
All right, thank you.
Have a great day at work, and I will talk to you later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, I'm going on to my second caller, Gidget in Washington, Michigan. Gidget, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I hope you really good, thanks. Oh, you've got a really sweet voice. Okay, connecting with you straight up, Gidget, there's been some kind of, I feel like we've been through this year for you. There was something that's happened that's pulled things apart. So it's like you were travelling along quite well, and then there's been a bit of a shake-up with your situation. I feel like I'm going to home life. What's the big change?
My brother passed away.
Okay, yeah, and it was a bit of a shock, yeah?
Yeah, well, he was sick, but yeah.
Yep. So, and of course, being a family member, it's really hard when you know, they've been around and then suddenly aren't. You and him had a really close connection too, I feel like, and I want to say there's a cheekiness around him where he is letting you know that he's still around. So it's like, I want to say he's showing you the signs.
I'm not sure what they could be, though. That I'm struggling.
Yeah, okay. Can I ask, because I feel like I want to say he's got a bit of a cheeky grin. So did he, like, there's something around a sense of humour in amongst him?
I'm sorry, what was that?
There's something around a sense of humour. Did he have a bit of I want to say like a wicked sense of humour? Does that fit for him?
Yeah, he cracks some jokes.
Yeah. So it's like that's how he's coming into you, because he doesn't want to see you sad. And I feel like that was him in life, is he was always the one to say, come on, you've got this. He was like your cheerleader, I want to say. And it's like he's showing me that is the case also in spirit. There's something around, have you planted something for him, or where does because I feel like I'm digging in the garden. There's some reference that he's showing me to that.
There's no garden yet, but my parents planted, or he received a gifted bench in his honor that we're going to be planting a garden around.
Yeah, cool. Because it's like he's just acknowledging, and often when they do that, he's just letting you know, I'm aware of that. I can see that that's happening, and you know that's his, I suppose, part of his evidence to say he's around and he's all seeing with what's happening. He's also referencing, do you have a son, or where does the boy fit in?
He has a grandson.
Okay, there's a boy that is really struggling since he's passed, and it's just like he wants to he wants to give him a hug, and it's like I feel like he connects with him as much as the child might not fully get that. It's like he's acknowledging, he's putting his arm around him, and he's aware of his struggle, but it's like he's there stepping in for him, and he wants you to know that.
Okay.
All right. He's also showing
me
the
age range of the boy.
Well, I feel like I want to go to the vision or the imprint and impression that I'm getting with this boy would be primary school, but I feel like I want to go to, I don't know, maybe we call it over here grade 3. What would that be, about 8 on? It's somewhere. I feel like this boy's tall for his age, so I might be getting the number wrong, but he looks a little bit older than what he actually is. So I'm not sure whether he's 6 or 8 or something around that is what he's showing me. And it's like he's putting his arm around his shoulder. So there's a reference to whether he used to do that, they'd walk along together. He's got his arm around his shoulder and kind of holding him up. And it's like he's showing me that as a memory and a connection still to him. So this might even be what he's showing me. Sometimes they can show me the child younger. Like he might be a bit older now than what he's showing me, but this is his memory.
So he could be showing a memory?
Yes, yep, definitely.
Okay. All right. That could be his son then.
Yeah, because it's like it's important. I feel like there's, of course, with him passing, there's always a struggle, but he wanted me to reference this boy that he had a close connection with that is really struggling, but he wants to get that message through that I'm around, and he's letting him know. And there's some reference to a car. I feel like I'm in a car that's connected to your brother, that is connected to the son as well, because I'm getting shown like my car here. So there's something around cars.
He had a truck that he loved.
Yep. And has his son got that now?
No, his daughter does.
Okay. All right. Well, there's some reference to that. So it's almost like if they're feeling like that they can't connect to him, go and sit in the car. So go and sit in the truck. It's like, it's that, that feeling of him still being around. And sometimes when we go back to that the essence of who he was and bringing through back, the impressions of him, I should say. He also wants to say to you, it's time for you to step up. So he's showing me, unfortunately, he can't be here in the physical world to see this happen, but there's something for you where you're going to step into your personal power, and he's making me aware that he will be part of this.
Okay.
All right. So it's like, it's almost like the way he's got a cheeky smile. It's like, push her, tell her I'm pushing her. So I feel like this is something that you really want to do, but you're holding yourself back, and it's a little bit like I'm not feeling confident about it, but he's showing me, tell her don't worry, I'm up here in spirit, I will be there. I will be there supporting her.
Okay. Just got to figure that out then.
There's an opportunity coming. 2020 is going to be big for you.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, he's up there telling me that, that's the case. So normally when they come through like that, it's like, get ready. So if you're not 100% what that is yet, there's some big things happening. There's going to be opportunities. And, I feel like for you, I'm changing direction, and I'm going to be doing what I've always wanted to do. So this is about your passion. This is about something that maybe you've weighed up and gone, I don't think I can do that because of X, Y, or Z. But it's like he's showing showing me that you will be successful at it, and he's up there to make things happen.
Thank you.
Okay, because you've got this. And I really feel like in what he's showing me is the only thing holding you back is your lack of belief in yourself. But he's showing me all that you have. You're quite talented. You just don't realize it.
I'll agree with that. I just don't know what I'm talented about.
Yeah. Well, for you, you've got a few things up your sleeve. So I do have to say, what he's showing me is you've done a few different things, and it's you will be taking bits and pieces from what you've done and bringing it, into your next role. Now, there's something about being creative with this, because I feel like this, what he's showing me, I'm getting creative and I'm creating things. So I feel like that's the direction that you're going to be going into.
Okay. Interesting.
Interesting. What is around moving too? Is there something around location or because I feel like he's showing me somebody's moving. Is that you moving?
I am not moving. His daughter's moving into their house with his widow.
Yeah. Okay. So you're definitely not moving that, because I feel like I want to go to you.
Where am I moving?
Yeah, I think that something's going to come up and you're going to make a decision to move.
You said someone.
This is like, you're going to be changing things up. This is part of with you stepping into your personal power. So are you single at the moment, can I ask?
I am, yes.
Okay, all right, yeah. So, and where does the connection, there's something around, he's showing me, so you were in a long-term relationship and that like recently separated, or over the last 12 months, is something around the two of you not really, it's like he's showing me you didn't quite fit.
It's been 3 years since I've been with someone.
Okay, so it's been a while, so it's longer than that. Well, It's like there's somebody else that's going to step up for you that's going to be quite different to your ex, or when you're in your last long-term relationship, and it's almost like this opportunity. Yeah, you've learnt your lesson there, because that's gone. But it's like this part of you stepping into doing what you want to do will also bring that to you. So it's like, I've got new opportunities. I do see you moving next year. I feel like you're going to make a decision and go, you know what, I'm going to move and change things up, and it's going to be for the good. And it's quite surprising. It's like an opportunity is going to come around, and you will be like, yeah, I'm doing this for me. So it's like, it's time for you, and because it is about that for you next year. It's time for you to step up into what you need to be doing, and I'm not going to be influenced by everyone else, which is a common thing that as humans we do that, but for you it's like, it's now or never. I'm a bit done with just existing, and I'm ready to take that. It's almost like you're going to be taking the leap of faith.
Okay.
All right, so just start to get that in your mind and have that realization that there's going to be big changes, and I'm going to be comfortable with that. And I know that I'm well guided, because it's like you will be. It's quite an exciting time coming up, and you're meeting the man. This man stepping in is loyal. He's got all the qualities that you would require in somebody, and it's like you will look back and go, I don't know, I wasted my time with the others, but for whatever reason, the timing had to come with this one that will be stepping in. So it's like he's been through his stuff, you've been through yours, and then we come together, and it's a great union. And he is going to be like your best friend as well as your partner. It's great.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So sometimes we get a little bit disheartened, or we lack that belief in that happening. But I want to say to you, just connect with that feeling of, and I'm not telling you something you don't know, because there's something around, you've had this feeling deep down is what Spirit is showing me, and it's just believing it and going, okay, I'm not sure how the universe is going to deliver it, but they are going to deliver, exactly what it is you want. So for me, I would be writing down the traits you want in this new man, the qualities and things that you would look for, And yeah, exactly. And the same with this work. And I almost feel like when sometimes we don't know what we want to do, all we need to put down is some affirmations saying, I love what I do. I make great money doing what I love. I'm in because I feel like for you too, this is really flexible what you're going to go into. And it's like I've got more time and, it's a flexible time schedule so I can fit things in that I want to be doing.
Okay. So how do you see my financial future?
Well, that's where this will step up. So it's like there's something around, just as you've said that, what's the debt that's being paid out? Well, there's something being paid out at the moment.
Paid down my mortgage?
Yeah, it's like there's something that's going to be, it's almost like I want to, well, it's like you're paying off something, right, that might feel like it's going to take forever, but they're showing me it's going to be quicker than you think. So, sometimes we think, oh, my God, I've got to pay this massive amount. It's like, don't worry about it. It will become easier and you'll pay it off quicker than you think.
Okay. So it will be like a fantastic 2020.
Yeah, definitely. Big changes for you. And, I feel like just the fact that your brother's there in spirit to help guide you, and he wants to bring you all that you deserve. And he had a lot of faith in you, and, he still does. And that's why he stepped in for the reading today to go, right, let's open up you to the realm of possibility of exactly what you can bring to the table here, because it's great. You've got the potential there. You don't have to do anything. We just have to step into it.
Okay.
All right. So please trust that. But I definitely see, and I'm just questioning him a little bit more about where you're moving. And I want to say I'm moving closer to, now, my geography when it comes to America is really bad, so please forgive me, but I'm moving to where there's a body of water. I'm on a coast. I feel like I'm heading where there's water around, and I feel like I'm going to waves more so than a still body of water. But
okay, you are not the first person to tell me that.
Oh, good. So be open to that. And again, sometimes just looking around at what's available in that area for work and all that kind of thing. And what that does, it just speaks to the universe and to say, I'm ready for a bit of a change here. And I feel like for you, the water component is where you connect. So you connect. For you, it's like if I'm by the water, I'm like, oh, I'm so peaceful. I'm like, I can breathe. So
yes.
I feel like, so it's like, why not live near there? And then you can do that every day, because that's what I feel like will be important for you. It's like, cool.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So, again, get some pictures. Like I love vision board is a great one. Get some pictures of areas that you might really love. You don't have to overthink about how you're going to do it or how it's going to happen, but we're just going to put it out to the universe. I've got a lovely gentleman stepping in who is, there's a real soul connection. So you're going to meet him and know who he is. And I do feel like, again, it's 2020. So I feel like we need you to do the work over the next November, December, start getting that manifesting gear, let's rev up I'm going to manifest all this to come, ready to then take the leap next year. And it's like you'll get the signs leading up to Christmas, so you'll know that you're on the right track.
Okay.
All right. Your brother's very matter of fact, so he's not going to make it hard for you to pick up the signs at all.
Okay. I just was hoping I would have one by now.
Yeah, well,
some sign from him that he's around.
Yeah, I feel like you have it. It might be you're either overlooking, and missing the finer things. He's very unique in his manner, so I feel like he would come through differently compared to, a lot of spirits with signs. We get feathers, we get, there's the standard things, but he's a little bit different, and I feel like there's a quirkiness to him, so it's going to be a little bit different to our standard, run-of-the-mill signs from spirit. I do want to say there's something connected to a nighttime. I feel like I want to go outside and have a look at the stars, and I feel like that's where you will get a strong connection with him. So whether we're talking shooting stars or just being able to capture things of a night, I feel like he's showing me is relevant.
He was an outdoorsman. He loved hunting and being outside.
Yep. So that's what you're going to connect with him. And I feel like he's showing me that because he wants you to get outside more. So it's like that's relevant for you as well.
Okay.
Okay, so looking at where the stars are and the different signs. So, you can ask him, take the time to say, okay, come on, I want a really clear sign, but then also make sure you disconnect from the distractions so that you can take notice. So what that means is in a daily routine, rather than having music or television on, turn everything off, allow yourself to sit in silence, allow yourself to look around. Don't be, like sometimes we tend to be on our phone or we're doing things. Take time to look around, to check out nature. As you're outside, you will see the signs. I guarantee you that. All right, now I've got to wrap up, but please let me know. I'm on Facebook, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. Let me know, because I guarantee you, like within the next week and a half, you'll have a sign.
Okay.
All right?
I hope so.
I'll put money on that. I'll put money on that. So,
I am looking for you, Tanya.
Please do that. I love to get feedback, and I think it's
Where am I looking for you?
On Facebook, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, or Instagram, either of those. When you look back on this, you'll see at the bottom my business name. So yeah, you can look it up if you forget. So yeah, keep me posted. I'd love to hear. All right, I'm going to wrap up here from Country Victoria in an American classic car. Thank you guys for listening, and I hope the sound's not been too bad. All right, thank you very much. See you same time, same place next week. Woohoo!
Hi, how's everybody doing today? I'm Lisa, and this is my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. And I am an intuitive, a medium, a healer, and a teacher of all things spiritual. And I'm so happy you're here. And I just want to let you know that today's show, I'm going to talk a little bit about a live workshop I'm going to host on Saturday of this week, and it's free. So I want you to certainly hang on and listen to some information about that. And then I'm going to take a couple callers as well. You can find me on Facebook at Pure Love Energy. And if you want to message me or reach out, that would be great. I'd love to hear from my people. And I always want to know what's going on in your life. If you have any questions about what I do, I'm happy to answer those as well. So as you may know, if you watched some of my shows in the past, I talk a lot about creating your best life, about clearing your energy, protecting and cleansing yourself, and also about manifesting. And the reason I talk about manifesting is because that is a key to getting what you want out of life. And everyone deserves to manifest what they want. And just because I talk about manifesting, it doesn't always mean it's about money. It can mean manifesting a relationship or a home or a job, or even some nice things for inside your home, or something worthy for a cause you want to support. So just know that you can use any of these tools and tips for manifesting anything in your life. Now, I give myself a reading every morning. It's an oracle reading. I use tarot cards, and I usually lay out a pretty big spread. Like, I may have 25 cards out there on my table. But what that does for me is it connects me with my higher guidance, and it helps me to see what's going on in my life for the day. Because usually I say to my guides when I sit down in the morning and have my cup of coffee, I say, guides, what's my message for today? What do I need to work on? Or what do you have to tell me and share with me? And you know what? Those messages are always accurate and they're always meaningful. Even if I don't know what they're going to mean right at the moment, later on, I figure it out. I'm like, oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you, guides. So I just want to let you know that guidance is always available for you. So this morning, the first card I drew was a card that indicated peace of mind. And peace of mind is something that you can't buy. I can teach you all about abundance and I can teach you about manifesting, but no one can get out their wallet and buy it. Now, some people will say, okay, yeah, well, if I just had a lot of money, then I could pay off all my bills and I would have peace of mind. Well, that may be true to an extent, but a lot of times when we have those things that we think we're going to need and will give us peace of mind, you know what, something else pops up and it really doesn't. So what I want you to think about today is peace of mind. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because that's key to manifesting. Peace of mind. You have to have your inner world straight. You have to have your inner world, meaning going within, listening to your higher self. You need to have that area of your life calm and relaxed and just in balance. And so one way to have your inner world balanced is to, well, first of all, to sit in awareness, meaning just sit in the morning, and I do it every morning. And even if I only have 5 minutes, I make sure to do it for those 5 minutes. I just sit with my feet flat on the floor and my back straight, and I close my eyes. And I breathe, and I just focus on my breath, and I count to 5, and I breathe in, and I exhale, and I release. And when I do that, that allows me to calm all those outer thoughts, those thoughts of what my day is going to bring, those lists of things to do that I have, because I have them just like you, and it allows me to focus and relax and hear my intuition. And everyone has intuition. Everyone's accessible to it. So please know that if you start to do that every day, you're going to start hearing that higher guidance, your inner voice. And that's a wonderful thing to be in touch with. I always feel very confident and reassured when I have my little conversation in the morning, although I'm not talking, I'm just listening to my guides. So some people say, well, Lisa, I do this, I sit in awareness, and I really do work on cleansing my energy, and I work on balancing myself, but I just can't quite get there with manifesting some of these things I want. And I have some interesting tools and tips for people like you who want that extra step in advanced manifesting. And so what I'm going to talk about on Saturday, which is when I'm going to have a Facebook Live at 1 o'clock Central Time, I'm going to talk about manifesting with crystals, and I have my crystal right here, and manifesting with a crystal grid. And this is a crystal grid. This is just a template, it's just a piece of paper with something printed on it. And what you can do with a crystal grid is you can manifest those things that are in your mind and bring them out into the real world. And you can do that by focusing on what you want and then utilizing the crystal grid by placing crystals like this clear quartz crystal, which is a Lemurian crystal, or this amethyst crystal, which is a beautiful kind of a violet color crystal, or this beautiful rose quartz crystal. You can add these to the crystal grid and affirm what you want. And I'm going to teach on that. It's totally free. Please join me on Saturday, this weekend at 1 o'clock Central. And if you don't already have one, if you want one of these crystal grid templates, just message me on my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy or just look for the post that I already have up today on my Facebook page and just make a comment, Lisa, would you please send me that template? Then you print it out and have it ready for Saturday. You may need crystals for this grid. You don't need them for Saturday. So if you want, you can get those crystals later on. Also, if you can't join me on Saturday, no, I will keep the replay up for you so you can make your own crystal grid. Just know if you are on my live, then you can ask me questions about it and get some more information on what you need to make this work. So I hope you join me. It's just another way for me to give back. So now I'm going to take a caller, and I have Loretta, I believe, in Georgia, who's calling in today. Hi, Loretta.
Yes, ma'am, that's true.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Oh, great. I'm so glad to hear that. Well, Loretta, what can I help you with today?
I just have a question about my love life and career.
Love life and career. Okay, so let's see. Is there something specific you want to know about either one, or is it just a general question? Or, I'm just curious. If you'd like me to take this a certain
direction. Am I getting a job soon? And this new guy that keeps giving me the runaround, like I'm trying to really find out like what's really going on because he's so secretive.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So has it been like 2 or 3 months with this guy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. This is interesting because let me see what I can figure out here. I'm also going to draw a card. Okay. I feel like there needs to be another few months of you getting to know this person before you totally give in, of yourself, giving all yourself to him. I feel like he has some issues that relate to a past relationship and that may not be completely finished. Now, I don't know that, I'm not saying he's married, but what I am saying is there are some ties to somebody else that are keeping him on the fence. Did you have that suspicion or that idea?
Yeah, I did, and he said it wasn't that, so yeah.
You did, okay. So I feel like this was, with him, that was a long-term relationship for him in the past. And, when people break up or separate and they've been really connected for a long time, they have this energy together that's really hard to break apart. It's like, it's almost like a cord, and I've seen this psychically, it's like a cord of energy between one person's heart chakra and the other person's heart chakra. So what I think is happening here is that on some level, he feels like he's going to miss out if he completely moves away from this person, like entirely. And it's not that he doesn't like you, because I do think there's this connection between you two that feels like it could really take off. Like, I feel like you're right there. You're like, oh, come on, come on, let's go. But it's really him. What I'm also hearing, I feel like there's someone else coming for you. But it's going to be like, I feel like it's going to be next year that you're actually going to meet this person or connect with this person in that way that you like this guy for. It feels like this is going to be 5 months away from you with this other person. So so what I'm hearing is you need to make yourself available, but in a very, in a way that you set your boundaries. It's like you draw the line and you say, okay, you either want me or you don't, and you set yourself up like that energetically. And he's either going to match it or he's not. If he's good enough for you, then he's going to step up. But you can't change a person. You can't make them turn around and do what you want, because that is only going to really end up hurting you. Can you understand that?
I can. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. So what I do see, like I said, is someone in about 5 months for you. It feels like it's going to be right at the very beginning of next spring, which is a really beautiful time to fall in love. And I do feel like this kind of idea of falling in love is something you really want, because I feel like you missed that. I feel like you've had it before, but you're feeling kind of empty without it. And what I want you to do as well during this time when you're feeling this way is start giving yourself self-care. Stop, maybe instead of looking to him, this particular person now, start giving to yourself. Like, you know what I mean by self-care? Like, it would be making yourself a beautiful bubble bath or something with salt in it, like a salt bath, or giving yourself a nice cup of tea and doing some pampering yourself. And the more you do that, the more you're going to get used to that feeling of being pampered. And that's really what you want, and that's what you need from a person, to be pampered. And I don't know that this guy's going to be able to give that to you. Okay? I'm sorry. I mean, I know you want it, but I think you already knew that this is perhaps not the way to go. Does that make sense?
And yes, I definitely understand.
Okay. Okay. Now, let me get to your other question, because I'm going to need to go on. But you said you had a question about finances, so as related to a job?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're looking for a job right now. Okay, so I just drew a card for you, and it says positive changes are on their way. A welcome relief of troubled times, traveling or relocating. So that's interesting. Have you thought about moving for a job?
I have. I actually moved already for one, but it didn't work out like I thought it would.
Okay. Well, that's all right, because that cards and timing are, time is very fluid. And so to me, this affirms that where you are is in the right place. You just need to get that job pulled into you. So what I want you to do for that, and I do feel like this is 2 or 3 months for you as well for this job. I feel like it's going to be a big shift right after winter, like right after the holidays. Like in January, you're truly going to have this great new year. So in 2 to 3 months, that would be, let's see, November, December, January. They're going to start looking for people, and you're going to be one of those people. Continue to put yourself out there, continue to look, continue to know that your highest good is going to be met. Okay. So I feel like in 2 to 3 months, your job is going to transpire. And then about 5 months after, from now, the relationship that you really want is going to come, because you don't need second best in anything. Okay. And I feel like that's the universe telling you, don't settle. All right. Loretta, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure. You have a wonderful and blessed day.
You too. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. And I believe I have another caller, but I'm sorry, I missed the name. Kim, I'm sorry. Kim, thank you. Kim, Virginia Beach, I'm sorry. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for calling today. So Kim, how can I help you today?
I just really need to know, like, the relationship I'm fighting for right now, like, it's starting to, like, drain me, but I just want to know, like, is this the right person that is supposed to be around? Like, so I had a few people tell me he was my twin flame, but, I just want to know, like, kind of like, is this the one?
In your heart, if you're questioning this in your heart, what do you think?
I mean, I want him to be the one, but I think because of me being like a Scorpio and how prideful I am, I don't allow to be soft sometimes. So I don't know, sometimes is it me, like, or like when things are good, they're so good, but then when they're bad, I feel like they're the worst.
I see. Yeah. So what I'm feeling like is in some way you give away your power when you're with this person. Can you understand that?
Yes.
When you give away your power to somebody, that's a way of trying to control the situation. And that is never a good sign of someone who has your best interest at heart. If you're giving away your power, that is a leak. You mentioned you had a leak, like you felt it was draining you, right? You already know that this is not really 100% with your highest good. You said you want to be soft sometimes. Being soft doesn't mean being a doormat, okay?
Yeah.
And sometimes it feels like you question that part of your life. Like, am I really, you don't feel like you're being 100% yourself. And when you come from that energetic state, when you come from that state of feeling less than around a person, they aren't having your highest good in mind for you. And so it's up to you to decide what you are going to put up with. Everything happens with your consent, okay? So you're consenting to giving away your power to this person, all right? If you want it that way, that's your choice. You have free will. I'm not going to tell you to do otherwise. But what I am telling you is there is better out there for you, someone who will meet your power, respect your power as a woman, as someone who knows what she wants in life, as someone who will respect you for your opinions. I feel like sometimes also your opinions are not valued with this person. Is that true?
It's so and so, I guess, because like it's like we're not together. We never put a title on being together, but we kind of more or less have like an understanding and a respect. But then when things get kind of hard, he runs. Versus, but then it's like he's ran so many times that it always came back.
Yeah, that's interesting. So there has not been a formal commitment, which tells you a lot, right? On both of your parts. And it's almost like you both know you're not 100% ready to be together. Maybe there would be a time where you could be ready to be together. But I do want to tell you the card I just drew, and this is, you're going to laugh, or maybe not. This card says release, okay? What does that mean? It says let go of the past and ending that makes way for new opportunities. Time to move on. Do you think that's a message from the universe, Kim?
Yeah, like, yeah. Like mentally, he's like a lot of people have said mentally he's going through a lot, and I sit here and try to keep fixing him or trying to be the one to help to fix him. And that I think that's more or less the draining part. But then he's also very like he's not very open. He's a myth. Like usually with anybody else I can figure them out like a book. But him it's like he's like a mystery, and I think that's like why I keep drawing you, is because I have to figure out this person before I'm able to let go.
I see. So you're having to work really hard at this. Does that feel like an easy relationship to be in, to have to work really hard at it?
When it's good, I feel like it is. But then at the same time, I'm a difficult person also, like trust wise and like pride wise and opinion wise. Like I can be very I don't even know what's a good word for it. Just me, like I know sometimes like I'm a headache to myself. That makes sense.
I would say that the guidance is to release him, now you say, you just want to get to a point where you understand the mystery of this person. And sometimes mysteries are very intriguing, right? We want to know.
Yeah.
We don't know why we don't know what's going on. And this is my suggestion to you, that you put a time frame on it, like an end date almost. And you don't have to tell him. It doesn't have to be that you tell him this, but you say, okay, I'm giving this 3 more months or 6 more months, whatever works for you. And then you stick to it, and you decide by that time which way you're going. Are you releasing the relationship, or are you moving on? Because I feel like if you continue to do what you're doing, you're never going to get the answer. Because you know what? We manifest relationships based on our opinion of ourselves and about that energy. And if we're unsure, we're going to get more of that back, of that uncertainty back mirrored to us. We go into relationships, Kim, so we learn about ourselves. And so relationships mirror what we're working on in our inner world, or, in our heart. So right now you're going through a lot of uncertainty with this person. And what are you getting back? More uncertainty, right? Yeah. So you could stay on that merry-go-round forever. And is that where you want to be in 2 years, 5 years? Do you want, like, really, seriously, think about it. Would you want to be that way in 2 years with this person?
No.
Not knowing, on this merry-go-round of indecision. Will I ever figure him out? Maybe he's not. Maybe you're not able to figure him out. I don't know. I'm not in your relationship, but it feels like there needs to be a decision made. And when you make a decision on like a time period, the universe is going to come with you, behind you, and support you in that decision and give you a crystal clear answer by that date. So it's important you stick to that date. Now, I just drew a card, another one, and let me see what this one says. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This says, listen to your heart. Intuitive insights you can trust. You've got to go within and listen to what your heart's telling you. And it says you are taking care of others perhaps too much. And so if you're trying to control, trying to give, trying to figure this out, it's you giving but not receiving, right? Are you getting back the support and love and really the satisfaction you want from a relationship? It sounds like sometimes you get it, but you're not getting it all the time. And you really owe that to yourself to decide what you're worth as a woman, as a partner in a romantic relationship. And I do see also that this relationship, you will know by summer whether this is going to work or not. No, so next summer you'll know, and that's about let's see, summer's in May, that's about 5 or 6 months from now. You will know which way you're going to go with this. So if you want to set that deadline for summer where you're like, all right, I'm going to make up my mind, I will, and really follow through with it. You will have a clear signal as to what you need to do at that time. If it's still the same old way, it's still the same story of, I don't know, I'm confused, I'm not getting what I want. It's up to you whether you want to continue it. But I also believe that there's someone else who's coming in, and it feels like it's going to be, August of next year, who's going to come in. If you continue to hold on to this person, guess what's going to happen? You're going to not allow that new person to step in. Because
your
new
person, or maybe one from my past.
Well, a different person. So it would be a different person other than this one. That's what I mean by new. So a different person, this person. So take a look at it. Give yourself, beginning of summer, see what you're ready to do. When you allow for this energy to leave, this other person to leave, the new person, the other person steps in by August is what I see. Okay?
Yeah.
I wish you all the best. I really do. I know sometimes challenging, and I know heartache is hard. I get it. Oh my gosh. Much love to you, Kim, all right?
Thank you. You too.
All right. Thanks so much. Well, I just want to thank my callers today for tuning in and asking me for some intuitive guidance. And if you have any questions, if you would like some intuitive guidance, please give me a call. Well, a shout out to my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy. Message me. I'm happy to speak with you about it. Also, join me on Saturday for my Facebook Live, and we can work on manifesting with crystals on the crystal grid. I hope you all have a great week. Look forward to seeing you all on Saturday at 1 Central. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
This is Fiona, Persian medium. I am Hover. Good evening. Well, as you guys can hear me, I'm so cold and not feeling good. A little bit of fever, but I will try my best to be for you or to be here for you guys and do the best. Well, before I start my show and before I start caller, I want to talk about how to get rid of anxieties and kind of anxious feelings quick, or kind of as quick as possible. It may happen to you that you just like been in a bunch of group of people that you don't know. You've been invited in some places that you've never been. And also some people came to you and just like say hi without even you knowing them. So you felt kind of, oh, it's strange. I'm getting kind of anxious. Just all the stress and anxieties come all over me. You want to go to kind of like an interview, like a job interview. You just feel like, oh my God, my heart is just coming up like to my mouth. I don't even know like how to control these anxieties. Well, it's very easy to do. The quick fix is about distraction. Distraction could be anything. So you need to distract your brain about that very specific and very significant topic, or better say subject, that's bugging or bothering you at that moment. Let's say that you want to go to job interview, and next is going to say, well, you know, Miss Linda or Miss Jessica or whomever you are, just next is your turn. So when you feel like, oh my God, I can't even go. I feel like I can't even breathe, and what should I do? So you close your eyes for almost 30 seconds. You breathe deeply and out, and then you open your eyes, and then you're telling to yourself, you rock, you're gonna get it, and you have to. Another distractions is about you look into something or some of those pictures that you love, or listen to the music that you really and absolutely into it, or any sort of that could just like quick changing your subconscious mind's kind of directions to another directions. It will absolutely help you to get out from the stress, anxieties, and panic attack. Drink water is also another thing that you guys could do, because it will absolutely prevent that your body is just like working out, the blood circulation is working out, kind of jumping up and down also for maybe 20 or 30 seconds, that'd be also perfect, jump just up and down. So any sort of distractions that body could just circulate directly or correctly through your blood circulations or also kind of subconscious mind, it would be absolutely fantastic. So, and another thing that I want to say, actually, I received an email from my client, and she's 18, and she is asking me about why I feel that I am ugly or I look ugly. Well, it was kind of like funny because I couldn't even actually answer. I'm just like, what should I tell her? I mean, should I say, well, sweetheart, you're not ugly. you're the most beautiful lady, but the things is your hormones, the bodies, the anything that actually is changing right now in your mind and your bodies and everything to make you as a teenager, as a lady, and whatever it is just making you to feel kind of not yourself anymore. And that's maybe why you feel that you do not really look like the way that you did like for 5 years ago or for 4 years ago. Well, it's completely normal. So I receive a lot of email from teenagers, and they telling me about like, yeah, we feel this, we feel strange, we are there and there. Well, I had to tell you guys, well, I'm very jealous of all of you. I wish if I was a teenager, but I'm not. But enjoy your time and never say, oh, why I'm look ugly and why my skin is not look good and why my voice is just changing and why. It's not why. It's just a start to be a man. It's just a start to be a lady. And be happy for those hormones changing and everything. And make sure that you enjoy every single minute and second of it, okay? Because life is too short and fly like that. So now back to studio. You guys listening to A1R, and this is Fiona. And I have Kizzy. Hello, Kizzy. How are you doing? From California. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing very well, sweetheart. Thank you so much. How are you doing? How is everything so far?
Oh, everything is okay. You know, I just need a couple things answered about my life because, you know, I'm just uncertain about a lot of stuff right now.
Sure, my love. Give me your date of birth first, sweetie. Let me just open your Pentagon right now. And then shoot your question. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Okay. My birthday is April 16, 1980.
Okay, sweetie. Okay, my love. Now, what you have in your heart and what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
Yeah, I just need to know about my living situation, you know, if I'm going to be able to get a home for myself and my kids before the end of the month.
Let me see. Okay, my love, there is a couple things that come into your Pentagon. The first things that I can see it in here for you. There is some change and there is some challenge that is on your way. And good news is they are not bad, not as stressful as you think they are. And there is two people. The one person that I can see in the middle is about the guy, like a middle age, almost in between 48 to 53. Going to and trying to help, or somehow you are going to win over some situation and get things correctly done. This guy will help, and this will absolutely make a lots of positive and amazing impact on this situation right now. There is a couple of stress that I can see that you have right now around yourself, which I wanted you to just relieve, remove, and kind of control your emotion, control your anxieties right now, because you're not going to change anything by getting more anxious. You're not going to gain many power or any power to do or getting panic attack right now. So just try to let it go. That's all you need to do, because the guy, as I told you, in between 47 to 53 will help you out, and you are going to be completely fine with your children, my love. Now, there is two things came in the middle of your Pentagon. I'm still kind of like not understanding why it came there. Why you have, do you have some legal issues and some problem with someone? Or is someone tried to threaten you with something, honey, lately or recently?
No, I don't have any legal issues, but I do have someone who is about to go through a divorce who's in my life.
Okay. So that's what I can see. It's telling me about that this specific person will win, or somehow everything is going to go on that person's benefit. So this is also came on the Pentagon of yours, which is you can actually, give that good news to that person.
Oh,
because
okay.
winning, positivity, energies, and also comfortability about some decision that will absolutely changing everything around that person, which is going to be as positive as good. For you, there is some sort of movement, but it's not so long. It sounds like there is no force. No one going to force you to move, but it's going to be on your willpower. And also, I see some money changing, which I can see that some money and prosperities and some unexpected money also come from some places for you, which you never thought that is going to happen, but it will. Again, they came the man in between the 48 to 53 year, and again come in the middle of your pentagon as helping. Who is this person? A man, middle age, 48 to 53.
I have no idea.
Wow. So then, oh my gosh, you have him all over the place on your pentagon right now. So around the date of 17, 18 of March through actually the March 25th and 27th, expect the man, middle age, 47 through the 53, come around and be with you, helping you out from that problem or the things that you have right now and worried about. Any other questions, sweetie?
Yeah, I'm having some issues with my, with one of my children.
Okay.
I don't know if you do, with my daughter, my 16-year-old. I just want to know if her attitude's gonna get better, because we're constantly arguing, and that's causing a lot of trouble at home too.
Well, before I start my show, I just talk about the teenager girls, and also some email that I received from one of them that they became sensitive. They feel that they look ugly, they are not attractive, and they kind of became cocky and just having so much attitude around. And it's all normal, sweetheart. All I wanted you to do is just try and stop arguing with her, because they can't control their emotion. They can't really acting as they are normal, because as we know, there is a lot of hormones and things that just go up and down, and we actually went through all those period as well, but we forgot because it's now a couple of years of it. But I can understand your daughter, and I can understand your frustration and kind of your anxieties and sadness of all those things, and you want that she's gonna respect you, love you, and kind of listening to you. Well, of course, she will, but give her time. Stop arguing with her. So arguing, it's not going to get her anywhere. It's not going to give you any respect back, and she's going to get worse. So no argument. Try to have and build a very strong, nice banding connection as a friend. So be just her friend instead to be just the mother, okay? And make sure you validate her attitude. Sometimes they are doing something they want, so just get some validation from mother, from father, from parents, from brother, from sister, from the anywhere. So that's why if you feel that she is trying to do crazy things to make you to feel nervous and also sad, it's not because she wants to make you sad. It's just she's screaming after attention. So give attention, but in a positive way that she's going to understand about, I would to give back, as positive as possible. And of course, 15 years, a lot of guys just look at her. She's starting to look at herself, in the mirror and see if she's beautiful or not, if my hair is good enough or not, or if I can compare myself with my friend, and am I good enough, or is the guy in my class actually like me better than Lisa or Linda or Jessica? So it's completely a normal behavior, and those kind of a low, or better say low self-esteem or low confidence is just coming home, and of course goes directly to mom, and mom can't tolerance either, and then it's going to create a lot of anxieties, fight, and other things. So instead, and you're telling him to stop doing it, or why you are talking to that guy and why you are doing this. Try to create some friendship with her and limit all the argument and fights. Make sure that you understand her emotional feelings, which is based on hormones and other stuff, all the changes that is around us, around her. And what I can see it in the Pentagon psychically, what I feel about her, I'm not worried about her future. I'm not worried about she may actually in some places that could cause some danger, craziness in their future. So everything is good, no red flags. All you need to do is just be there, both as a mom and best friend, that she could just have some ability to come to you and tell you the truth about everything that's happening, you know, in her school and wherever she's going. You got it, honey?
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay.
Love her and just tell her that how beautiful she is every day. Validation, attention. Don't forget about, okay? So back to studio, guys, and now you guys listening to A1R. So people ask me about like where they can find me. Well, you guys can find me in avidadvice.com, avidadvice.com, and A1R Network. So back to studio, and I have Connie. Hello, Connie. How are you doing?
Hello?
Hi, honey. How are you doing?
Oh, hi. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm glad I got on tonight.
Oh, thank you, baby, and I'm glad I have you tonight. So my pleasure. So gorgeous. Give me your date of birth first, and then shoot your question. Tell me what you have in your beautiful mind and what you have in your beautiful heart. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. Well, first, my name is Connie, and what I'm wondering is about 4 years ago, I lost somebody very, very special to me in a tragic accident, and I just wonder how they're doing now.
Okay. Can I have a name of the person, and exactly for how long time ago was it that you lost that person?
His name was James, and it was in 2013.
Oh. Okay. Place is close to the ocean. It's showing me about the feelings and the connection that they have, or he especially, he has a very, very beautiful place, telling me about the blue color of the house, a house that has a window with the blue color, and also telling me about the ocean side, ocean view, also telling me and showing me about some backyard, and I feel the 3 and 4 bunnies that is around him right now. So two bunnies around. So it sounds like that he is, and he's trying to tell you that he finally bought the house, and he finally got the house that he always wanted to have, and he is in a good place. And there is actually, I feel him in a kind of like a white shirt and the blue jeans. And also I see him and feel him also around that he has some necklace, which this necklace is kind of like a sign as a name or for something that is creating about something or somebody, is also kind of like wearing and trying to tell you about a thank you protection, and also some trip that you have to go, and is talking about like go to that trip, or it's time for you to do, and don't be scared. Sounds like that he want to tell you that you should not be scared about something that you want to do, and some trip that he's talking about it. But he's showing me the house, a beautiful house, light blue color, and is telling me that is close to the ocean, has ocean view, and I feel and sense her with a white shirt and blue jeans right now. What else you want to ask him? I'm here, and he is actually close to, and I can see and feel him, and he will give you the answer, honey. Go ahead.
Okay. Does he see me a lot? Is he around a lot?
He was around a lot, actually, in the past of 5 days. He's telling me about the anxious and a little bit of anxieties and the worriness that you had. Did you been lately worried about something? Do you want to do something that you're scared of to do? He's trying to tell you, I'm here. Just do it. You will absolutely win over that situation, and you will gain something that you always wanted to gain. It sounds talking about prosperity, it's talking about love, and it's also talking about something that you always wanted to have. There is something that he's trying to show me is all backyard, and is the green, some sort of plant, something that he wants to tell me about it, that I had to tell you. Just like go for it, make it happen, and just like sign it or go to that trip and don't be worried about it. And he is telling me about some woman, age about 35 to 42, and he's trying to give you some sort of warning about that person. I didn't know who is this person, but it sounds like he's trying to tell you that be careful, don't trust specifically that person. But he's telling you, I was around you for a long time. Sounds like that he's not in pain. He's trying to tell you, just let go of all the feelings and the tense feelings that you may have about that, tragedy and whatever happened. He says that he's in a good place and he's calm and everything look good. So just let go of all the pins and kind of crazy feelings that come to you about that things, and try to stop thinking about how and kind of which way and why he passed away. It sounds to be that he wanted you to stop thinking about it and just fresh your memory, like a good memories about the past, and forget about what happened to him. That's what he wanted you to stop. Just like have it like a movie. It sounds like you have it like a movie in your brain. It's just going back and forth directly. When you connect to him, you connect to the tragedy, you connect to the place and the way that you missed and lost him. So just don't do that. Just reconnect him with the very strong and sharp and awesome, gorgeous memories that you have about him, which has nothing to do with tragedy or the loss or the accident, okay? So that's what he wanted you to do from now on. It may because it caused you anxiety, it may cause you panic attack, it may cause you that you feel nervous and bad and unhappy. So that's why he wanted you to stop and thinking about it, okay? So other than that, he's very happy. He's handsome. He's great looking right now. And he says about like that, I'm watching all over and I'm listening. So, and he's telling me about the kitchen, the place as a kitchen, the kitchen table, and also left side of the kitchen or left side of the chair in that kitchen that is telling me that he is always there and he's listening, or kind of like is the famous place for him, so he's listening. So, or maybe if you sit there and you kind of like, it's your famous place, I don't know, but he's talking about the kitchen chair.
Yeah,
left.
yeah, okay.
Okay, and then he's there for you all the time. So now you can ask any other question that you have, because I still have him, I still feel him, I still can get answer from him. So just like use your time now. Just tell me what exactly, again, you want to hear and you want to know. Be specific about it, because he has kind of like answer to all your question right now. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Okay, is he going to send me somebody new in my life, somebody that will be just as important as he was?
He's telling you that's why he actually even mentioned about a couple minutes ago that yes, if someone come to you, ask you or want to take you out or kind of like take you to some trip, okay? And if this person is going to come around you anytime soon, and if you have to do it, just do it. Don't wait. He wanted you to find someone, and he says that my spirit will help you to find the right person. And yes, he really and absolutely wanted you to be happy. And he gave you all the permission to do what to do and what you want to do to be happy with anyone and whom you are. But he's telling you that I am helping you to find a right one. So yes, and sometimes Spirit actually sends us a lot of energies and connection, and that's why I feel good about it, because now he knows exactly what you want, and that's why he wants to help you out. Don't feel lonely. He says, don't feel lonely. I'm all around you right now. I'm protecting you. and I'm listening to you. You are not alone. I'm here for you. He's telling me again and again and again. He's happy for you because he feels you find yourself finally after he passed. He says that I'm happy and proud that you could wrap yourself, and I will be around you and wrap you with all protection and love as I can send, as I have permission to send from the other side. So
okay, tell him that I loved him so much. He's still so important to me.
He loves you back to the moon, and he's telling you that I always gonna love you, and I always gonna waiting for you. I am proud of you, and please next time when you remind about me, you are not reminding about anything that has to do with our tragedy or my tragedy or the way that I passed. Please just remind about the good, awesome, beautiful timing that we had together. So he wanted you also to go to the nice restaurant, some places that you guys used to, and he's telling that I'm going to be there, the place that me and you used to go. So just go there and feel and stop bugging yourself. So he loves you to the moon, the same way as you do. And he's all over love.
Yeah, okay. It's still hard, but thank you very much.
You are very welcome, gorgeous. I'm very happy that I could just connect with him, so I do not have too much time. So thank you so much, love. I will send all my prayers and energies to your man and the man that you lost. I know that he's in a good place. We all going to send those prayers and energies to him. Now back to studio. You are guys listening to A1R, and for more conversation and connection with Fiona, go to avidadvice.com or go to A1R and PersianMedium.com. Have a great one, and see you tomorrow at 8 Pacific time. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. You are listening to the High Frequency Channel, and I am Rebecca Urich, your Dream Builder Coach and Life Mastery Consultant. And you are tuning in for transformation. And I am excited to announce that I have partnered up with a financial firm that has a mission to eradicate financial illiteracy. And they want everybody to have more education with money. So one of my biggest struggles as a coach is finding people that are able to pay for coaching. Money is the biggest problem. It's the biggest obstacle for people. So they aren't able to get the help that they need and to live that life that they would love to live because they have financial struggles. And so I am thrilled to be partnering with a firm that has a mission that wants to educate people in finances and in money. And it's really interesting. I'm really excited to be sharing this and to become a financial coach, really, is what's happening. I'm in the middle of training right now, and it is crazy, and everything is changing. My mindset is changing. The information that I'm learning is amazing. And it is truly information that everybody needs to hear. So the question is, do the rich have more money or do they have more education? And while some of you might say both might be true, but they have more education. They know what they're doing with their money. They know where to put the money to make the most money, right? So I am loving that I am actually bringing the secrets to why the wealthy continue to get wealthy while the poor continue to get poor. I am bringing to the middle class or whoever wants to learn how to set themselves up so they don't have to worry about retirement, that their heart rate is and anxiety is not going up and down with the market, so that they can rest assured. I actually have a debt stacker where I can tell people exactly the date they will be out of debt and exactly if they, what they put in, how much they will be able to retire on. And it is amazing. It is absolutely beautiful, absolutely amazing. I'm super excited to be a part of this and to really help people where it counts. And the best thing about this are my services. My educational services are at no cost to you. So if you're interested in hearing more, please reach out. You can go to Rebecca Urich at RebeccaUrich.com and go to contact and send me some information and let me know that you're interested in learning more and interested in learning to exit the matrix, the money matrix, and stop having anxiety as you're watching the market go up and down. Or maybe you don't have any money in the market. Maybe you don't even have any money to necessarily put away for retirement. Maybe you're working paycheck to paycheck. What I teach people how to do is to make more money and save more money. So it doesn't matter where you are on the spectrum. You could also have tons of money in the market or in retirement, and you could still learn more. And like I said, my services are at no cost to you. And I would love to, I feel like this is going to really help people. Like I said, the biggest concern that people have is money. They are worried about, they don't even have any money in case they hit a deer, or it's kind of what we do here in Michigan, right? And to have just even something extra in case something comes up. And so that'll take somebody out if they have to pay $2,500 to have their car fixed, right? So I teach people how to make more money and save more money. And it is super exciting. It is super fun. Again, please feel free to either, lots of ways to connect with me. You can go to the highfrequencychannel.com, RebeccaUrich.com, contact me through my website. Let me know, hey, I want your services, your financial coaching services. I will happily set up some time with you. We can go over, there's a couple different options for you. We can start and get you going. Gosh, I watched one of my clients as she was looking at when she was going to retire and how much she was going to retire with, and how much her boys were going to be covered. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I can't even believe. She was so relieved. I was so relieved. It takes a huge weight off of people's shoulders to have an idea, to know when they're going to retire. And here's the thing, most financial firms charge at least $500 to $2,500 for services that I'll be providing at no charge to you. So I am happy to begin helping. I'm happy to serve you. I'm happy to share this information. And it's not even tricks that the wealthy are doing. It's just that we just don't know what they're doing with their money. And it's a little bit different than what you would think. But it's not about the law of attraction. It's not about mindset. It's not about any of that. It is literally factual. It is literally so easy. So please feel free to contact me. Like I said, again, RebeccaUrick.com, highfrequencychannel.com. Contact me through there, or my Facebook page, highfrequencychannel.com. Just message me. I don't care. Let's set up some time to go over and to learn. The first step is to go through the educational process so that you have this fabulous information, right? And then we can go from there. We can do an assessment, which is complimentary. So all of them, I'm excited. And there's more to come because I am just getting started with this. So I'm very excited I feel as though what I'm doing, and I think I said this before, is I'm helping people exit the matrix. I'm helping people become deprogrammed by the way that we're naturally programmed to be, and to have money, and our feelings toward money and how money works. And so I feel really blessed to be with a company that wants to educate people on finances and money. And like I said, I will help you make money and I will help you save money. And with that said, I was thinking about how this just dropped into my lap and how grateful I was at the time. I mean, grateful now, but at that moment, it was the craziest moment. And I contacted a friend. I was standing in my kitchen, and I was like, I need to call somebody. It was this crazy thing. I was like, I need to call somebody. And I go, okay, my sister, who I would normally call, or my mom. My sister was putting her kids on the bus, and my mom was, probably getting ready for work in the morning. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to call this other friend. And then we started talking about this, and that's how I got into it. It is life-changing information. So I'm going to keep coming on and keep giving you information. I'll probably do more shows about it because I feel really strongly about the information that I'll be sharing, and that it is absolutely life-changing. So please feel free to reach out to me, RebeccaUrick.com or the highfrequencychannel.com. A little secret, the High Frequency Channel actually just goes right to RebeccaUrick.com. So either way, you can hit the contact button in the navigation bar and send me a message telling me that you want some financial coaching, and we can set up some beautiful time to spend together and to learn some amazing things. So I'm going to wait patiently for your call. And in the meantime, I am going to take my first caller. We've got Ava in Colorado.
Yes.
Hi, Ava. How are you?
Doing wonderful.
Good. My name is Rebecca Urick, and I'm a Dream Builder coach. I'm also a life mastery consultant. I'm claircognizant and clairsentient, and I do oracle cards. What would you like? I source the infinite. Excuse me. What would you like from me today?
What is clairsentient?
Clairsentient is feeling. So clairvoyant, is sight. Clairaudient is hearing. Clairsentient is feeling, and claircognizant is knowing.
Okay.
What are you?
Well, let's go with what am I?
Yeah.
Very intuitive.
I'm sorry, say that again. Intuitive?
Very, very intuitive.
Nice. I love it. What would you like to? You want a general reading, or you have something specific?
Let's go with a general reading.
All right. Sounds like a good plan. All right, let's see what's going on. All right, so the situation that you're thinking about or that is happening in your life has a lot of different layers and a lot of different dimensionality to it. Is there a specific person that you're thinking of or a specific situation?
Specific I can't even speak. Situation.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. So what I'm getting from that is that, first of all, easy does it. So be really kind to yourself. Be easy on yourself. Do you have a self-care program?
Not really.
Okay. So what I recommend is that, make sure you do things like even just looking out the window and watching the birds play, or going for a walk in nature, or taking a bath, or doing something to make you feel good. Something in nature.
Okay.
And to be kind to yourself. Are you a little hard on yourself?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So we want to start really looking at maybe some of that negative self-talk and making sure that we shift that to something more positive. And so we do that by just noticing what we're noticing. And sometimes I'll just pause in the middle of my day and go, what was I just thinking? Where's my energy going? And then I'll go, okay, all right. And then I'll shift it to something more positive. So our higher self is always looking forward, never back. So a lot of times people think our past makes us who we are now. And there's a certain element to, yes, that is true. But I like to say, most of us are stuck. Most of us are broke. Most of us are, disappointed with our lives in some way, shape, or form. I mean, not in all ways, but so it's time to let go of some of that past stuff and to really move forward into what you would love to do. So by being kind and changing that inner voice, that not necessarily the small still voice or the intuition, but your voice that you talk to yourself with, and really make that super strong and powerful and positive. And then it's saying that you've got some fun things happening. What's the situation? Can you tell me?
My living situation.
Is that what the situation is?
I basically take care of everybody else's dogs, and which I do love doing. And I'm do artwork.
Good.
I'm very creative in things.
I love that.
And of course, I play with numbers.
Okay. That's fun.
Yeah, it is. I love playing with numbers. I love doing the art. I love doing the dogs. My issues on being hard on myself is there's not enough of me.
Okay. What does that mean?
Right now I have 8 dogs. For them to go walking, it's like 10 miles a day. So it's a struggle to walk that many. And,
wow.
And still have my downtime so I recuperate until the next time they walk. And then I have so many projects started that needs to get done before Christmas. So I kind of just procrastinate, and it then I get hard on myself for procrastinating. But and plus, winter's coming up. Winter's a very hard time for me.
Okay. Well, what I'm also getting to is, have you been spending a lot of time at home, and maybe it's time to get out and go out with some friends?
Actually, I am stuck. The dogs are like a bunch of 2-year-olds that need constant watching. So,
okay.
The only time I really get out is when I walk them.
Can you have
I
friends over?
Walk. Huh?
Can you have friends over?
I live in a one-room cabin.
Oh, fun!
And the smallest dog is a dingo, and the biggest dog is a peony. So
wow!
They're all in between. And
okay. Well, what I'm getting is that it's important for you to also like go get out and get some either invite people over or go do something, even if it's just for a short time to go and be with people. Have you been invited to any like birthdays or celebrations or anything or graduations? I guess that would be the time of year for graduations.
I get invited for coffee, which is really great. It does. My closest neighbor is a mile away, so which it's probably about 15 minutes I spend at her house when I do go over there. But like I said, these dogs are like 2-year-olds. I have to really stay close by them.
Sure. I hear you. I'm just thinking that it's important for you to get out and be social. And even if you can meet with, and do you have anybody like-minded, like that is intuitive like you, that you can chat with, even if it's on the phone?
It's on Facebook.
Okay.
And of course, this one here.
Right. Okay. Cool. I'm just getting that it's really important for you to go out and talk with people, whether it be your neighbor or something. Just, if you get invited to like a birthday party, even if you step out for like an hour or even a half an hour, it's important that you get that connection with people. Okay.
Yeah.
For whatever reason that will bring you, it'll help you either feel better or inspire you to be more creative. It's just something that is going to help you move toward or move away from things that you don't want or things that are challenging for you. Or maybe there's somebody that you're supposed to meet. That could be it too, is that there's somebody or something will happen because you're going to meet somebody. That makes sense.
Yes, that does make sense.
Yeah, like even if I don't know, a lot of people in my neighborhood. Go ahead.
I have always had that feeling that there's someone out there that I'm supposed to meet, and it's supposed to be like-minded.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's okay. And so I think like maybe something to take to think about is, how could you set yourself up in order to, be able to leave for more than, a half an hour or more than an hour? Like, is there anything that you could do with the dogs or put them outside or, I don't know what, whatever works for you, of course, because you know best. But something so that you can get out. Because like you even just confirmed that you've had that feeling and it's really coming up for me. It's like, I think the more you're resisting it, the more it's like coming through for me that's what you really need that. And, and it may not be the first time you get out there. Like it's at some point, like you said, something is coming to help you, take you to the next place, next step, next whatever. And it's going to be about getting out. So you're going to want to somehow, take some time to think about how you can like set up the dogs so you can get out for a few hours every once in a while, hang out with some friends or whatever and not worry about the dogs. Yeah. You know what I mean? Or they have a babysitter, some fun-loving millennial over or something, and have her babysit, while you go out. Whatever that might be.
Okay. There are some possibilities out there. I just need to check into.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible. I think that's why it's coming through, if that makes sense. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if it wouldn't come through a different way, if it wasn't possible, I think that sometimes we just get sort of not stuck, but complacent where we are, and it's okay, and we like it, and it's all right. But there's something that wants to come through, and it's only going to come through when you start getting out. And the other thing is, you want to start making action steps toward this, because if we get too complacent, and I'm not saying like doing your artwork and being at home and all that stuff is bad, but the life force is always seeking expression through you, so it wants to grow, right? So it's going to do something to make you grow, whether it be something's going to happen, like, and if we wait for the universe to do it for us, it's not always comfortable, right? So you want to start taking those steps now. Because universe just is like, okay, it's done, and now it's got to burst open. So you don't want that to happen. You can also take little action steps to move you in that direction, so that you soften that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, prepare myself.
Prepare, yeah, or I mean, just ease. It's like the pot, like the top of the pot on the boiling water, and it's like, you're like holding it down, right? So we've got to like lift it up and let it air out a little bit and start doing something to move in that direction. Otherwise, the pot won't blow up, but do you know what I'm saying? It's just the pressure starts to build, and then something is going to have to happen in order for that to be relieved. And like I said, this is what's happening with the world right now, is they're awakening, but because we're so stuck in our programming and all that stuff, that people are having to have a divorce or an accident or an illness or something that wakes them up to, a bigger world. And so but the other way of doing it is taking little action steps in the direction of what you would love to do, so that you ease that pressure. And so then you simply start moving toward, you're designing the life instead of waiting for the universe to default you, which is not always, sometimes it is. Sometimes it's great and beautiful and amazing, but a lot of times it's got to like challenge you to get you out of where you are, if that makes sense.
Yes, I do know what you mean.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So you're going to take some steps toward getting yourself out there, having some fun with people.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Ava.
Thank you. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. Thanks so much, sweetheart, and have a good night. And make sure you like my page, the High Frequency Channel, and check in on me and let me know what's going on. I often go live with free readings, so I'd love to see you on there and hear what's going on and keep up with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for being on today.
You have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. So make sure that you like my page, my Facebook page, the High Frequency Channel. Turn on the notifications so you know when I go live with free readings. And write me, RebeccaUrick.com or the highfrequencychannel.com, if you are interested in financial services or financial coaching. I would love to hear from you. You have a beautiful day. Have a wonderful day, evening, night, wherever you are good in the world. Have a beautiful day. Have a beautiful time. I love you. Namaste.
A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts in one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all light workers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the light, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome you. This is A1R Psychic Radio.
Everybody, thank you so much for joining me today. I am so excited to be joining you today with Sapphire Souls. I'm Amber Price. Thank you so much for joining me in this welcoming community. I am so happy to bring you some messages today. First, I want to start with introducing myself. I'm living in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I have 5 children, and I'm living here with my husband. We have 1 grandbaby and another one on the way any day now. So it's quite busy here in the Price household, but not too busy to be able to spread some light in the community. So today, I just wanted to give you a couple little insights into who I am and how I got here. So I started doing this work professionally a few years ago, and it kind of came about in a very interesting way because I didn't actually plan on being a psychic medium for my life. If you can imagine, most of us don't, right? It kind of something you're stumbled upon, and the universe is kind of giving you that direction and guidance to be able to come and join this work. So originally, I had done a lot of work in the healthcare industry in administration. And so I ended up continuing that work and really finding more and more that I went on that I just needed to do this. So my earliest memory was when I was about 4 years old, around kindergarten time, and that's when I really started recognizing that I didn't actually believe that I was alone. I knew it was an imaginary friend, but I did know that the energy that was around me, I felt like I wasn't alone, and that, you know, I really felt comforted by it. It never did scare me. And then fast forward to about 12 years old, and luckily some pioneers in the industry were already on television and sharing some information educationally about this type of work. And I was able to, through that, really understand who I was and what I was doing. And so from there, at 12, you can imagine I didn't understand very much about it, but I did know I wasn't alone and that other people did feel the same way and experience the same things that I did. And as you know, because if you're watching, that means that you're also a spiritual soul. And so to some extent, you also probably feel like you could be isolated, or that somebody doesn't really understand how you feel or some of the things that you're experiencing. So when you do have somebody like that come along and really shed some light, it really is comforting. So I ignored it, of course, at 12 years old. I just went and continued and played and, you know, lived my life. And then getting to 17 years old is when I really started to feel my first experience. Now, it was around the first time that I knew that I was experiencing communicating with someone who had departed. And so that's when I really started to harness in and listen to that energy. But of course, at 17, this isn't something that I thought I would be doing for the rest of my life. It was something that I just thought I was. And so when I'm connecting and getting messages, I just felt, again, very peaceful, very validated, very heartwarmed by it, because it was never scary. And so then, about 26 years old, I was pregnant with my 4th child. And we, of course, didn't know if it was going to be a boy or girl, but I had this impression of a little girl, and she came to me and kind of gave me some information about that she was a girl, that she would be coming and joining us into this earth realm, and that she would be coming on a certain month and a certain day. And of course, I thought, okay, well, we'll see what happens. And of course, true to her message, she came on the exact day that she had given me the information. So from there, it really kind of started to get more involved and more heavy as we kind of went on. And being a parent, I really used my intuition to help guide and help deliver messages and guidance to my children. So as I mentioned, we do have 5. And so now we get to share that information with all the little new grandbabies that are coming for us. And so when I decided that I was going to work in this industry and really just live my authentic purpose, which I really believe each of you should be doing. It is a very scary and difficult step. I understand. I've been there, done that, had to make the same choice. But at the end of the day, it's feeling like a relief. Like, yes, you are doing what you're supposed to be doing. You are living your authentic purpose. And that in itself is so rewarding. So I was about 26 when I made that decision to really start listening. But I really wasn't until my 30s in which I decided that I was going to be doing this for professional work. And I'm a claircognizant, so I get a lot of information that just kind of comes into my head, like my own thoughts and my own memories of things. And so, of course, that is the most challenging, is that your own thought? Did I know that before and now I'm just remembering it now? And so really the thoughts that come in and the messages that are interpreted and received are really quick, fast, and furious. And so it's a lot to absorb when you're first learning. And as an empath, which is my second strongest quality, you feel the way that other people feel. And so this was my biggest struggle. So any of you out there that have been looking to understand themselves more, or maybe struggling with feelings of anxiety or chronic illnesses or autoimmune disorders, those are things that I struggled with myself. And I'm very, very willing to share those personal stories because I feel like it's so helpful to understand. I feel a lot of spiritual people feel these types of ailments a lot because they're not really understanding that they're receiving energy and receiving information through that way. And so knowing that now makes you a lot more healthy. You take a lot of more accountability to these things. So really some personal growth in that area. And of course, once you start acknowledging that they're coming through and that you are getting messages, you start to feel healthier because you're in a lot more control over what information you're receiving and how you're interpreting it, if you choose to share it or if you keep it private. All of those things come with learning really who you are and what your purpose is. The main thing that I really kind of focused on was more information. So, okay, now I know that I'm experiencing these things. So where can I get information? Where can I understand? And I didn't know really anybody else who was doing it professionally. I believe I come from a long line of family members on both my father and my mother's side that are very sensitive to energy, whether they're empaths or whether they're actually receiving clairvoyant messages or claircognizant messages. And so it was never a thing to be ashamed of in my family. Like I was very, very lucky that I had so much support with friends and family. But not everybody does. And you know, you have to find that support from somewhere. So really just kind of delving into books. I had read so many books. My husband got me one that I just I really want to give a shout out to Sherry Dillard. It was You Are a Medium. This book was amazing. It really captured the essence of what I was experiencing and shedding light onto it. And so I just started reading more books and more books and more books and researching, the internet and really understanding what kind of information I am getting and how to work with it. And so I guess I could say I'm a natural born medium in the sense that I just never really had to develop it from scratch. If I go back into time, I know that at 4 years old, I was experiencing that. And of course, it wasn't something that I asked for at that age or even asked for in later years. But of course, this is my life's purpose. I understand that now. And I just absolutely love that there are forums like A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV and all these different people that come out and share their wisdom each day and each week and each moment. And so I'm just very, very pleased to be part of this community. So that's enough about me. I just love sharing some things just so that people who also are experiencing, their own enlightenment and their own spiritual ascension really do understand that it's not easy for us as sensitive people. We don't just wake up and we're doing this, without any problem. It is something that we all work on and that we all struggle with, to a sense of, how do I turn it off? Like, I get asked that all the time. And to a point, it's hard to turn it off, because if you're open and you're willing to accept messages because you know it's for someone's highest good, I mean, it is difficult to turn it off. However, there's different varying levels of that. And so, in one of my future shows, we'll talk about really how do you harness those messages and how do you protect yourself if maybe you're, somewhere where it's inappropriate to be receiving all these messages and having to filter through them. So I'm interested, down the road in sharing those tidbits. And so really, when we're looking at energy and how you're getting it, it could come anywhere. It could come at a restaurant while you're trying to eat, at the grocery store. It could come when you're visiting a friend that every other day for the last 15 years you've not had a message come through, but this particular day you do. So really filtering those things and kind of working through them. And of course, nobody wants somebody to be giving them messages all the time. So when we're talking about friends and family members, I mean, there's a certain level of boundary that I put up for those people. I don't tap into their energy. I've done a lot of making sure that there's a good, let's say, spiritual wall or protection around them, because I really do want to enjoy them and respect them as family and friends. And so unless somebody asks, they're not getting any information. And that's just the moral standard I set for myself. And of course, everybody's different. So when we're talking about energy, this is actually an amazing time of the year, because you've got, we're entering fall. And with fall comes all the energy of all the change. And so from an energetic universal energy, you've got the change. So, just as the leaves have fallen from the trees, you've got the energy that is asking us to let things fall away from our energy and our soul that we no longer need. We carry so much with us every single day. And, I always equate it to, like, if you were carrying all these grocery bags and backpacks and stuff, and every time somebody you met, you got another backpack or another grocery bag, and then you got upset because something upsets us, and so you hold that as another bag, and then all of a sudden you've got, like, you're being weighed down by all of these bags and all of this energy that you're carrying. Now imagine if you thought of that as the physical picture that I was creating for you. Could you imagine how far somebody could get in carrying all of those bags and all of that weight? So when we're really thinking about it, if you can put down some of those bags, those spiritual bags, you can really start to feel healthier and feel more aware and have more enlightening messages come through. Because when we are holding all of that stuff, what happens is our energy becomes a little bit more dense, and it is harder to communicate with energy. And so if we're talking about you and how you're supposed to be, maybe communicating with your loved ones or your angels, your guides, you really want to have some sense of clarity when you're getting those messages. And let's be clear, just because you put something down doesn't mean that you don't have to care about it anymore. It just means that you're letting yourself enjoy the moment that you're in. And so when you're continuing to release or hold all of those things, you definitely should be thinking about, what is this doing for me? Because really, fall reminds us, put things down, let things go. And so it's kind of an awkward time for some of us. I don't know if you listeners have thought of this or have noticed in the last few weeks, some of the energy is absolutely chaotic. And so if you're in the midst of a crossroad in your life, you're absolutely probably feeling uncomfortable. Everything probably seems like it's juggling up in the air and you don't know which way to go. That's okay. Don't worry. We're all there. I've been there too. And so all this has to do is remind us that something has to change. Because if we didn't feel uncomfortable and we didn't have the chaos that's surrounding us, we wouldn't be pushed to do something different, right? So with fall comes all of the energy about holidays. And I'm talking about Remembrance Day is just around the corner. And so when we have those energies that are coming through and really just remembering and honoring the fallen, that brings a whole bunch of energy to light as well, especially in very historical places, because you've got a lot of energy from the actual events that have occurred. Here in Canada, we just had Thanksgiving, and so the energy with that and what it stands for and represents. And so, of course, upcoming all of these different holidays for every nationality, and that brings energy. Now, we're talking about the energy that's created by us humans, which is the excitement and the joy of getting together with friends and family, or complete opposite. Maybe it's stress and worry and concern about having to come together with people. And either is absolutely normal as long as you know and accept that it is what it is. And so when you're connecting, that creates an energy in itself. So I equate that to if you've ever been to a surprise party and you're waiting to surprise this person, and then you're getting all these butterflies in your stomach and you're maybe feeling anxious and nervous. That's feeling energy of people. That's feeling the energy of an environment. And so when you have that, you really want to understand that it's not like an anxiety, like that you're experiencing anxiety. It's that you have to just be mindful that you're in an environment with lots of people and lots of energy. But on the other side, which is so fascinating, we have the energy that brings all of our loved ones. So now you've got energy that's coming through for all of the loved ones that want to attend and to be there to witness this exciting event. And the same is true for events that are more challenging for us, such as, funerals or somebody being ill and things like that, because we've all experienced that, unfortunately, with our families and loved ones. And so the energy, too, will enhance around those times. And so you've got your emotion, you've got the environment, and then you have the energy of the spiritual realm, which is your loved ones and angels and guides. So can you imagine how much is going on at that time of year? And you're expecting to be, even keel and everything is going great and everything goes perfect without a hitch. So I guess I challenge you this holiday season to really kind of separate what it is that you are feeling. Are you feeling on the energy of the people? Are you feeling on the energy of the environment or the event? Or are you thinking that you're feeling the energy of your loved ones that are in spirit? And so really start to identify what it is that you're picking up, because I guarantee you're going to be able to hone in on your own skills and really, really start to pick up more messages. As well, it takes some of that energy that drains us. Some people really, really thrive in the environment with lots of people and lots of love and lots of connection. And then empaths tend to retreat. So as much as they want to look and be, really excited to be around people, it's actually so physically demanding that they become very drained. And so, they may not be able to stick around for long, and that's okay. And so here are some of the things that we can do. So when we're talking about preparing for energy and how we can kind of, embrace the next several weeks, what we want to do is we want to set boundaries, number one. It is okay to not attend every holiday party and every, dinner out. You don't have to attend something. Empaths tend to feel like they have to please other people or else they're letting them down. And to an extent, I think as long as you just explain that you're not coming, but thank you for the invite, that there are ways around it without causing an awkward moment, because empaths don't like awkward moments and they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So setting boundaries, and boundaries are amazing for anybody. It doesn't matter if you're an empath or not. Really setting boundaries is something that will help you feel like you're really living up to the expectations that you set for yourself. And when we live up to an expectation that we've set for ourselves, we don't feel disappointed or stressed or lacking. We actually feel validated and we feel like we've accomplished something. So got your boundaries set. So now what? Now you're going to look at how you protect your energy. So you're going to really kind of meditate. You're going to balance out. Maybe you want to ground. Grounding is funny. I'm actually sitting on the floor right now in my living room, and this is making me feel grounded. I feel nice and comfy and cozy. Because actually here in Niagara Falls, Canada, it's snowing right now. So I wasn't about to go outside and stand in the grass. Although, I also found the snow is very calming for me as well. Now, so anything that you do that makes you feel comfortable, maybe it's going for a drive, listening to music, having a bath, all of those things are very clearing and grounding of your energy. And if you're balanced and grounded, you can handle a lot more. And you can probably attest to that. If you've already got, everything snowballing and all of these crazy things going on in your day, it doesn't take much to send you over the edge and cause frustration or stress or, disappointment in your day when you've already got so many things in a momentum. And so if you can balance and clear that out, you can handle a lot more. So when you've got the opportunity, you're going to come home from a large group event, or maybe it's work, or maybe it's visiting one person. It doesn't matter. Whatever your energy has been expended on, you'd like to follow it up with some clearing. So I like to wash my hands with cool water after every connection that I make. It doesn't matter if I'm outside talking to a neighbor, or if I'm at, my local department store, or if I've just finished a reading. I like to wash my hands in between each reading as well. It really clears the energy. And it's a really great fix in a time when you can't actually go for a long bath or a long shower. And so any of those things are really valuable, especially in the holiday season, to kind of reboot your energy. And I think that it's so important that you just say no. Just say no, set your boundaries, and then also set time frames for how long that you want to attend a certain thing, or how long that you're going to be able to engage in that energy. If you know that you can only do 3 hours, then when 3 hours comes, even if you're feeling high off the energy from the time, knowing that when you get home, you're going to kind of come down off of that and feel like an energetic hangover, so to speak. Basically, that's you pushing your limits. So kind of stick with it and make sure. Now, you also want to dissolve any cords to any energy that you have connected to. And I'm going to talk about that in later shows and how we can do more of a clearing and a cutting or dissolving of cords very gently. And I am just absolutely so excited to share with you all of these little tips and tidbits that I've learned through the years, because it helps me so much to understand, how are other people experiencing energy? And that's why I love to hear other people's stories. I absolutely love it. And so when they show up and they share this information with me, and I can help people through spiritual growth coaching, the workshops that I offer, I really get so much more out of it than they probably do, to be honest, because you know what? I love learning and I love engaging with people. And helping somebody understand their abilities is like priceless to me. Like it is absolutely priceless, because I understand from a very personal perspective what it felt like to be there. And I'll tell you, I don't take any interaction with somebody for granted. It doesn't matter who you are. When you cross my path, I will learn from you. And I hope that I grow better from it. And so that's why I'm here. And that's why I've decided that I'm going to do light work. And this is what really just gives me the love in my heart to be able to share with you the stuff that I've learned and the information I get. So primarily as a medium, I connect to people who've departed. And so I hold a very, very high ethical standard for myself and how I share information with people's loved ones. So I don't like to rush. I really like to give people the time that they need to hear the messages. I do evidential mediumship, so I like to provide validating key facts about their loved ones so that they know who I'm speaking of. So because of this, this does take a lot of energy out of me, of course, and anybody out there who also does medium type readings. But what I am able to really kind of gain out of it is that I'm giving. So it doesn't matter how much energy it takes and how long the session goes. I really just need to make sure that that message is delivered. And so I really absolutely feel like if you want more information about that and how I connect, then please visit my website at amber-price.com for more information. And I'm going to be talking in the coming weeks about protection of energy, how energy and emotion might be different, because I hear the words, I have anxiety and I feel anxious, or I'm picking up energy. So I really want to separate what those things are. And this is something that I feel like is something that the people in my workshop really, really love. And this is helping them to become more grounded. And so as you approach your holiday season and as you continue to move through fall season, know that you have lots of resources around you and you can reach out at any time, and that you're not alone. You have validation, you have backup. And so thank you so much for allowing me to join this beautiful community on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am so excited to be here and share this information with you. And in the coming weeks, we'll get into really some cool topics and deep information. And hopefully where you are, it's not snowing so much, because right now it's still snowing. So, and maybe next time when I see you, I will be able to share that I have a brand new grandson on the way, because he's due any day now. And so we're anxiously awaiting that. Perfect timing. So thank you so much. And I absolutely want to challenge you to that energy challenge that I gave you. And I'd love to hear your feedback about it.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope that whatever you've done in this last week, that you've had an absolutely fantastic, awesome week. I mean, our hearts and our prayers still go out to the people of California with those fires, that there doesn't seem to be any sort of let-up happening there. We can only hope that it's going to rain soon and they're going to be able to put those fires out and people can start rebuilding their lives. It's a terrible thing for people to go through things like that, any sort of weather phenomena, anything that displaces a family and a community is never an easy thing. And it takes a very, very long time and a lot of patience and a lot of love and also a lot of money to rebuild a community. But most importantly, I think if we show them and share with them in our prayers and our thoughts that maybe it might ease their burden a little bit easier. So this week we've got the Simply Tarot card of the week as we always open the show. And this week I'm sort of, it's a little bit of an ambiguous card. I was going to say I was pleased to say this card's come out. It's not one that we feature very often on the show. For those of you that are new to the show, about half an hour before the show, I actually just sort of shuffle the cards and focus on the card or the energy that's going to be with us all for the next 7 days. So it's not something that I say, oh, gee, we haven't featured this one for a while. It's random. It's done only half an hour before the show. So this week it's the Two of Pentacles. So it's the card of money confusion, juggling two situations or ideas around. Now, quite often at this time of the year, I find as we get past what here in Australia, we've just had our big horse race for the year called the Melbourne Cup. And it's usually just after the Melbourne Cup that everybody's mind turns to, oh dear, the holiday season's just around the corner. I've got so much shopping and cooking and cleaning to do that I better get activated after we get over our hangover. So it's interesting that this card has come out past yesterday, which was Melbourne Cup here in Australia, the Two of Pentacles, where we've got money confusion. So it's about sort of juggling or balancing your budget, sort of looking at what you can take from here to there and maybe make your money stretch a little bit further than what you hoped. But it can also be about two situations in your life where you maybe need to give it a little bit more thought and work out what's so important to you at this point. And sometimes it can seem a little bit like a juggling act at which way do I go? How do I sort out what it is that I'm looking to change or bring about in my life or what I just have to deal with? So sometimes we can feel a little bit like a juggler and we're throwing all our balls in the air and hoping we're going to catch them and not drop them. So I hope if you're feeling this way that you'll find some sort of peace out of it, because we still have the planet of Mercury still going retrograde or backwards until approximately the 24th of this month. So that sort of doesn't make things any easier, I suppose. So having our little quick trip around the universe, we still have Mercury retrograde, which is in Scorpio. So this is really peeling back the layers of intensity, and it's dragging a lot of stuff up from the unconscious and the subconscious part of the mind toward the light and saying, okay, now we've got to deal with it. And look, my inbox has been full with people sort of saying what's going on. I feel terrible. Why have I got all these flashbacks to the past, old grievances? There's been arguments in the home. There's been all these sort of things, this great groundswell of emotion coming towards the surface. And I think it's very positive because the only way we can heal or release things is to bring it to the surface, show it the light of day, look at it, understand it, and sometimes the answer is there is no answers, and just release it or set it free and sort of say, okay, well, I can't focus on this anymore. I've given this issue or this situation or this person enough airtime. I've now got to just sort of release it and send it out to the universe and let the universe deal with it. And I don't want that to be a cop-out as sort of like I'm too lazy to do the work on the issue. That's never the answer. It's when we've exhausted every possible conceivable angle that we can take the situation or the matter or the person, that then and only then do we hand it over to the universe and say, well, I can't do any more. If you can show me something or another way around this solution, I'm open to suggestions. I'm happy to look at it and try and address it. So it's a very, very interesting concept. So, there was a lot of frayed tempers in the last 7 days. So hopefully this week as we move sort of a little bit more into calmer waters, where Venus was sitting in Scorpio last week, the planet of love and affection, Venus has now started her transit into Sagittarius. So it's sort of easing off the pressure of the pressure cooker a little bit when it comes to matters of the heart and things that we might need to communicate or talk about with loved ones or family members or people that are close to us. So it's sort of a little bit easier time this week to have that deep and meaningful conversation, or, maybe things not be quite as intense as what they were. But please be aware we still have some very major planetary configurations going on. We've spoken about many times on the show about Saturn holding hands or conjunct Pluto in Capricorn. That's still the case. We still have a lot of official areas or areas of great importance in our life that do need our attention. And I know it seems like it's been a hard-going year this year, but it's also been a year of many gains, because for those of you that have put the hard work in, that have really really focused on their lives and particularly finances and where you want things to go and the things that are important to you, the rewards are slowly starting to pay off. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily have a great amount of confidence when you look around the world politically on the world stages with all the turmoil that seems to be in every corner of the globe in that way. But we as individual people, I think, are starting to take responsibility for our own lives, what we're responsible for. And in time, I think we'll then start to look to our politicians and our leaders and say, well, hang on a minute, you guys better wake up to yourselves, because your values, what you're doing isn't in line with what we think as the people. So we could be in for some very interesting times ahead in the next 12 months, 2 years on the political and world stages, as energies and people and situations and decisions and directions will all start to sort of align together. And this is partly the things that we're starting to see now, where we're seeing people protesting in the street about climate change and things that don't suit them. And you go to the UK and they're still arguing over Brexit, whether it's right, wrong or indifferent. They're still in turmoil over that. And I think probably the world seems a little bit smaller now with the advent of social media and all those sort of things. And we've got this instant news cycle 24/7. And I suppose in some ways it sort of feels a little bit like overload, that we sort of just want to switch it off and say, let me just focus on my life and what's going on in my life and what I can control. And maybe that's the best thing that we should be looking at, is sort of peeling back the layers to our own life, looking at what we can take on board, what we can be responsible for, and focus on that. So it's really, really interesting. This week I've chosen the patience candle. And the reasons why I've chosen the patience candle is that I feel we could all do with a little bit more patience. I think there's many times in our lives where we're just so impatient, we want everything to happen yesterday. Well, this is a candle I don't burn that often, but when I do bring it out, it's usually at a time like what we're in at the moment, where there's just so much going on astrologically. And I just sort of feel, look, I want to exhale. I want to bring a little bit of patience. I want to bring a little bit of calmness into my life and around me and for my clients, that it's just one of those times that you can light this candle. It's very delicate in its fragrance, and it's like, oh, good, I can exhale now and I can just be. I can just allow things to sort of formulate in my mind and give me the strength, or give me the patience to be able to deal with people and their bad tempers, or people that are overly emotional because they've got so much going on in their lives. It just gives me that coping mechanism and hopefully filters through to them that, you know, we can just sort of exhale and let ourselves just breathe. You know, I think sometimes we forget to just be in the moment and just enjoy what's sort of happening. So that leads me on to our famous actress of the week. And we're up to the Capricorn, female Capricorn as far as actresses go. And this week I've chosen an iconic lady who I'm sure that there isn't a person on the planet that doesn't know who I'm about to talk about. She was a real role model, a real go-getter. She was somebody that a lot of young women sort of looked up to and aspired to be like. And I'm speaking about the one and only Mary Tyler Moore. Now, Mary Tyler Moore started her career very young. She wanted to be a dancer, and she was very successful at that to a certain point in time. But it was also then it became more obvious to her that she could probably share her message with the world and who she was and what she stood for in a very dynamic way when she got onto the stage and into films and into television, where people were starting to sort of take notice of her. Here was a very grounded, dynamic, focused young woman who had a message to share. She didn't take any BS from anybody, but at the same time, she was the epitome of a lady, well-mannered, with poise and grace. But she showed women, I think particularly, through her television roles and some of her very dramatic roles in films. And there's one particular movie that I remember seeing her playing the role of a mother of a young son, where one of the sons had been killed and she was sort of ignoring the other son, and he was a teenager and he was getting into trouble and wasn't coping with the grief and the loss of his brother. And the role that she played in that was just so phenomenal. It staggered me that she never won an Academy Award for it. it was brilliant. It was, you know, sort of all the seesaws of emotions that a family would go through after a tragedy, and how we cope or don't cope with things, and how dysfunctional we can be, and how we have to find the new normal. And that was one of the most powerful dramatic roles I'd ever seen Mary in. I mean, for most of us, we will always remember her in the Dick Van Dyke Show, but more importantly, I think in her own show that she went on to have for many, many years, called the Mary Tyler Moore Show, which is where I believe Mary really came into her own. She was showing women that we could have a voice, that we could be 20, 30 something, be single, be in a male-dominated career as television was, be a producer, you know, still be single, go dating, have an apartment, have a life, have good friends with Rhoda downstairs and get into all sorts of mischief, and still sort of trying to balance this being single and being independent and in a man's world, but wanting to show the world that she wanted more than just a casual relationship. She wasn't prepared to just settle for something casual. She wanted marriage, which eluded her all the way through the series, but she grew. And I think we all grew with her, knowing that if you put your mind to something and you don't let go of what is important to you morally and emotionally, that you can have great success and you can show people what you really stand for. So that's Mary Tyler Moore. So I hope you've enjoyed our little astrology section on, you know, we're working our way around the zodiac of famous people that I think that have left or leaving an amazing legacy for all of us to look up to. But, you know, Mary really sort of showed, even in her work, the epitome of a Capricorn woman, of being determined, strong, and being very highly principled, and that you work hard and the rewards do come. So we're going to talk to Tayana in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. Are you there, Tayana?
Hi, yes, I am.
How can I help you tonight, sweetie? Do you have a question I can work with?
Well, I was wondering if you will be able to connect with a loved one or two that has passed.
Sweetie, in the short space of time that we've got, I can't necessarily guarantee I can connect with who you want to speak to. I prefer to work with a direct question. So if you've got a question for me, if they want to weigh in from the other side, they will, and I will share with you anything that they give us. You've got to understand, we don't have a direct link to be able to just dial up who you wish to speak to. It's all a matter of whether they feel comfortable and are ready to come through. And sometimes they're a little bit shy coming through on such a public forum too. So do you have a question I can work with?
Yes. What do my near future hold? Is it going to get better or is it going to get worse?
Your future or your marriage or both?
My near future. I'm not married. I'm actually
okay, right. Your near future. Sorry, sweetie. I didn't quite understand what you said. Okay, first thing that they're sharing with me is that this year's been not necessarily what I'm going to say the easiest of years for you. It's been 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. It's like you feel like you haven't gained a lot of momentum, and I'm going to say to you that you actually have. Has there been a couple of major things that have come to an end or coming to an end now that you've been working hard on this year to bring to a close?
Yes.
Yeah, well, they're saying to me sort of like this last little bit will seem like the hardest, but we've got to push through that barrier. We really have to push to make it sort of happen. It's really, really positive because what I'm sort of seeing, even though you're sort of not feeling as if you're jumping out of your skin with excitement and you're sort of feeling a little bit tired from everything that you've had to work on this year, that, you know, over the next couple of months, things are going to certainly get a lot easier, but things are going to start to sort of fall into your lap very, very easily. It's interesting because they're showing me that there's a very tall, dark-headed man that's yet, I think, to cross your path, who's going to become very, very important to you. So no one special on the romantic front at the moment?
Well, I do have a boyfriend. He is tall with dark hair.
Right. Okay. But has he sort of been a little bit shy in sort of talking about where this relationship's going?
Yes, most definitely, because we are having a lot of problems.
Okay. So do you sort of feel in your heart of hearts that this is worth the effort that you've had to put into this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm not totally convinced that he's the one I'm about to talk about, but I'm not going to argue with you and sort of say, or even argue with those from beyond that are sharing a message with me. I'll give you what they've given me, and then it's up to you to put the pieces together into the jigsaw. And you don't necessarily have to tell me whether it's him or whether it's going to be someone new. But what they were sharing with me was, number one, this beautiful, massive pink heart, which is always meaning that, you know, the romance is good. I had a very tall, dark-headed man with quite a long, sort of oblong sort of looking face. It's very long. And I feel that the eyes are very piercing and very brown. I'm going to say to you, it's almost like he seems to be sort of reorganizing his life. So if this is the current man in your life, I'm going to say that's good, because I feel that he's had sort of a little bit of a wake-up call and it's time to sort of get everything sort of more organized. I also feel that this man's had a lot of emotional issues from childhood that he's had to rise above and sort of put into some sort of perspective, and now sort of leaving that behind. It's not that he's used them as an excuse. It's just that they were sort of there and sort of interfered with things. Well, now that door is being sort of sealed up and shut, and sort of saying, I'm able to go forward now. Also, have you just moved residence? Have you just had a move?
I actually started school in Kentucky recently.
You just did what recently, sweetie?
I just started school in Kentucky recently.
Oh, okay. You just started school. So did that mean that there was a move to go to school in Kentucky?
Yes.
Okay, right, fine. Because they were showing me a move, and they were sort of showing me that you still had sort of question marks around it at whether or not this was the right thing to do. And they were saying to me, yes, it is. It's just sort of like, we've just got to let everything sort of settle. I just sort of feel 2020 is going to be a much brighter, positive year than 2019 was for you, where 2019 was where you had to sort a lot of things out. You had to work out who you were, where you were going, what was important to you. And it's now sort of like, we can see a long way ahead now. Things are going to start to become a lot stronger. There is definitely two people in spirit that are around you, but they didn't sort of really weigh in any way to add anything other than to what I've given you. And they're sort of both just sort of got this lovely smile on their faces if they've got everything in hand for you, sweetheart. So I hope that helps you. We're going to take our next caller, which is Robin in Brandytown, Florida. Are you there, Robin?
I am, yes.
Do you have a question I can work with tonight, Robin? Hello, Robin.
I was just, yes, can you hear me?
I can, sweetie, yes.
Hello?
Yes, okay, I can hear you, Robin.
I was just wondering, okay, I was just wondering if you could tell me anything about future plans for myself.
Okay, so when you say future plans, is there any particular area that you want me to zone in on? Because future plans is a very wide sort of cross-section of your life.
Yes. Like financial, career.
Okay, all right, we can look at that. All right, first thing that they're sharing with me is that they want to give you a big tick. So whatever you've been working on or however you've been sorting things out recently, I'm going to say to you, stay on that path. It's like you're on the road to success. I want to see you continue with that. Have you been sort of contemplating whether or not it's time to change your job? Because I'm seeing question marks around the employment, and I'm seeing to me that it's not settled, like the jury's out on that. I haven't made a final decision yet.
Yes, kind of, in a way. I've been out of work for a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then we don't want to keep you out of work. So there will be a sort of, okay. The question mark around that is then probably, are you looking to go back into the same type of employment that you were previously in, or have you been questioning whether or not it's time to branch out into something slightly different?
Whether it's time to branch out into something different.
Yeah. Well, that's where I think it's the most strongest. I'd like to see you sort of, you know, like if you've always been a nurse, it's no point in saying, well, I'm going to go off and work in a retail store, but it could be a different branch of nursing. I'm just using that as an example. So I think it's time to look at your core skill set and then look at what we can add to that or how we can manifest that in a slightly different way to give you something that's a little bit more exciting and interesting as far as the job. I'm seeing a job fairly quickly, sweetie, within the next couple of weeks, but I'm going to say to you, it's only going to start out as a temporary or a casual position. I don't want you to turn it down on the strength of that and think, oh, well, it's only 2 weeks' work. That's not much help to me. I really need a proper job, because I feel it's going to lead into an offer of something very permanent. So I want you to sort of take it if it feels right. I do think it's something that you had applied for a job with this company recently and never heard anything, and sort of crossed that off the list, that they didn't even have the manners to say that your application wasn't successful. I know that they should have done that, but I feel that the actual original position that you applied for didn't end up being filled anyway. It was sort of like they changed their mind in the end and reorganised or rejigged the position to be sort of something different. And I think then they tried to maybe disperse it between a number of other people that worked there to sort of, even remove the position altogether. Well, now they've come back to the conclusion that they do need somebody there, but they're sort of looking at whether or not they only need them, for a couple of weeks to sort of sort this out, or whether it's going to lead into a full-time position. So I actually feel that you'll be the first person on their list that they'll phone and offer you a couple of weeks' work if you're interested. And provided it feels right to you, I think take it and grab it with both hands and go for it, because I feel it will lead into a proper permanent role for you. And it's sort of like you've got 2 weeks' work, and then they offer you another 2 weeks' work, and it goes on like that for a little while until we get into the new year. And then sort of, I think, between the last 2 or 3 weeks of January, first week of February, I think then that's when they're going to offer you a more permanent role, which is good. So has there also been some changes to where you're living too, Robin? Have you been sort of clearing out the closets or something in your time off, getting yourself organised?
I have been. Yes, I have been.
Yeah, but
I've been
good,
doing
though,
a lot of. Yes, go ahead.
Been doing a lot of clearing. Yeah, I was just going to say, you've been doing a lot of clearing and sort of thinking and letting things come in and out of your mind, and sort of what you don't need you've tossed, and what you've needed to look at you've looked at. That's good, because this is all part of the changes that are going on around you, Robin, that you've been given this time to be able to sort of sort everything out in your life, not just clearing the closets out, but sort of looking at a lot of old emotional stuff as well. And that's sort of all sort of disappearing. From about March next year, I think there's going to be sort of almost like a completely brand new direction, a new path that you'll be treading on. Like, you'll already have the new job. You've done all your clearing. I don't see any reason to move, but it's like a real shift in who you are and what you want out of your life. And it's like all of a sudden, it's like you know exactly where you're going, what you want, who you want to take with you and who you don't want to take with you. So don't be surprised if over the next few months, some of your friendships, you'll sort of think, gee, I don't know that I have anything in common with that person anymore. I don't know that I'll necessarily pursue that or encourage that friendship. Do you know what I mean? I won't be rude to them, but if they don't ring me, I won't ring them, sort of thing. And it's sort of like getting you ready for this whole new phase in your life, which I think is going to be very exciting, Robin, where you're moving into a much stronger direction. It's like you're listening to your intuition, but your intuition's just become automatic. It's like I don't have to stop and think about how I feel or how I want something to be. I just know, and that's a good thing. It took you a long time to get there. And I think it also took you a long time to say no too, Robin, that you don't have to be everything to everybody.
Correct, yeah.
And that's good. That's really
good. Yeah. Do you see anything health-wise?
Health's one of those tricky areas, Robin, by, country laws and things like that. We're not really able to discuss it. But what I can tell you is, energetic-wise, I think your energy is starting to become a lot stronger, a lot clearer. You're really listening to your body. You've gone away from sort of trying to follow the sheep and do what everybody else is doing to just listening to what Robin needs. Like if you're tired, you sit down. If you feel like you want to go for a walk, you go for a walk. You're sort of not so obsessed with what's trendy you need to put in your body. It's what you know that your body needs. You know, you're listening to yourself. And I think that's a good thing, because I sort of see your health just getting better and better and better, and you feeling so much more energized, which is wonderful. So that's where we've got to leave it, Robin. We're coming to the end of the show. So I hope everybody has an absolutely fantastic week, and please don't forget to keep California and Los Angeles in our prayers with those fires, and let's pray for rain, that it rains and they can sort of start to the big process of cleaning up. And next week, of course, we'll have our Simply Tarot card of the week, the candle of the week, and we'll have our little glimpse and trip around the universe. So until next week, be kind to each other. Make sure that you have your listening ears on during this Mercury retrograde. 24th of the month is when Mercury goes direct again. But so until then, bye for now.
Hi, I'm Mark. Thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello fans, hello followers, and hello students. This is Fiona, Persian medium. I am Power. Another night, another amazing time, and of course, A1R Radio Network. So before I take any callers, would love to share a couple of my experience when it comes to I don't know if I can, I don't think so you can, I wouldn't suggest you to go for that. Oh, my experience is about that when I tried, really I couldn't succeed, so maybe you shouldn't. So there's a tons of insecurities, limitations, and also a little bit of I don't know what to do, and can you please help me where I am and what kind of career I should change or found or whatever. So I want to tell you one thing. This is actually my own experience. I wanted you to not listening to anyone. Of course, we should listen to people with experiences and telling you exactly what to do or not to do when it comes to risk and investment and other stuff. But when it comes to you want to change and challenge yourself, and because your neighbor, because your parents, because your sister, because your brother, because your coworker, because your competitions couldn't make it, then maybe I can't do it either. So try to remove that type of feelings and philosophy that because others couldn't, that maybe I can't either. All I wanted you to do is like try it, believe it. And it also depends on how much you want that things will be the way as you want and the way as you wish. If you wish big, if you actually offer yourself a best ever timing of life to make yourself the happiest and the greatest and the wealthiest and the healthiest, then you are going to invest on your will. The willpower, the energy that you are going to spend, the feeling that how far you can go is all up to you. No one can tell you what to do or not to do. The only person can approve and tell you if you are going to and you can is you. I wanted you to believe in yourself. I wanted you to trust yourself. I wanted you to be brave and take opportunities even when you feel or felt that others told it's not going to happen. So the most amazing time in my life was when people told me I can't, and I proved that I can. So I know you're going to enjoy that timing as well. When people telling you, you can't, don't even go there, and then you show that you can. And you can, of course, go there and be the one that you want. So there is also another thing that I would love to exchange with you guys is about the matter of timing. So sometimes we just like not in the right time. Kind of like if I taught like 2 years ago, maybe I couldn't even actually go there or try that type of things. Now I'm more mature. I know exactly what I want. I know my willpower. I know what kind of circumstances, opportunities, and other things I have. So it depends on what you want and how you want and how badly you want, and also timing. You can get what you want. So as I always say to my students and also to my clients, there is no impossibility. There is no impossible. Everything is possible. So we do not have any village of impossibility. We have a village of possibilities. So everything is possible. Just try it at least one time, and don't listen to those people who send negative energies and knows already that they would never ever try it because they are lazy, because they are not brave enough, because they do not invest in their life. So back to studio, and now I have Sarah. Hello, Sarah. How are you doing? From California. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Good. Sweetheart, welcome to A1R and welcome to Fiona's show. So it was so pleasure to talk to you, Sarah. Before I start my show and my reading for you, gorgeous, I need to know about your date of birth, and also I need to know what you have in your beautiful mind and what I can do for you tonight. Go ahead, sweetheart.
My birthday is September 29th, 1980.
Okay.
And in my mind is a lot of confusion.
Okay.
On
I see that.
Where my journey in life is supposed to be.
Okay. Sarah, my love. I want to ask you two questions. The first question, the first things that I can see in the Pentagon is about something that related to money and finance, which actually making you to feel very kind of discomfort, not happy, a little bit mad, upset, a lots of I didn't know exactly what to do. I didn't know where to go, and kind of blaming others. So I wanted you to first remove one thing immediate with me right now tonight. Stop blaming others, okay? I understand that people having a very strong impact in our life, especially when we talking about money and finance, because sometimes negative people can change our life completely to the nastiest way. Sometimes one positive person can change our life to the best ever way. But whatsoever and wherever you are today, I wanted you to change this type of the feelings and connection that, oh, if I did not listen to that person, if I wasn't really in that matter or that place, maybe I could be better now. So, done is done. Life, it's moving forward. Every day is a new day. Every minute of our life is a new minute and every second actually of our life. Every single actually second that we're just breathing is absolutely a new and fresh life. All I wanted you to do when it comes to blame, stop blaming others, because when you blame others, or especially blame yourself, because if you just could make that decision at that time, if you could just say yes to that or no to that, so maybe you just could be better right now or just like be in a better place. So all I wanted you to just drop the anxieties of, drop the stress and drop the craziness of if and maybe and if or maybe or should. Just let it go of all those words, okay? All I wanted you to do to connect yourself with money, and also, as you know, that money is energies. Energies is everywhere. It's just going back and forth. It's just starting somewhere. So that's what I wanted you to completely feel and sense and connect to that energies right now. And don't worry about future when it comes to, am I going to be, feel good? Am I going to have wealthy enough, or am I going to have enough money in my account? Am I going to have the job that I want? Just stop asking. Now it's time for you to show action. Okay, Sarah? So this is very important, because I think the one block that is standing in front of your way and trying to not allow you to moving forward is about blocking your own energies to just say yes to life, yes to happiness, yes to wealth, yes to health, is just because you're still afraid, you are kind of like confused and not know exactly what to do and where to go. So stop whatsoever had happened in the past. Past is past. Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Tonight is tonight. Last night was last night. Whatsoever you couldn't do last night, you can do it tonight. Okay? So first step, you forget about what happened last night. You stop blaming yourself and stop blaming others. And what you need to do right now is just stand up and just tell to yourself that exactly what you want to be, where you want to go, and exactly what is your goals and desires is. That is exactly what I wanted you to write it down somewhere, to make yourself to understand exactly what you want of your life. Okay? That's the one thing.
Okay.
Then, Sarah, come another things about, I see that you are confused about kind of moving. I see the moving. I don't know if it's the moving place to place or is it the moving to some other state. It's something that you want to change completely just because you want to refresh yourself doing something. Well, if you have anything that will changing your life from A to Z, like tomorrow, if you really feel that if you are changing that place, changing that house, changing that apartment, changing that anything that has to do with change and challenge, I wanted you to do it tomorrow, or at least thinking about it, because this is what I can see. It will open all doors to your happiness. Now, Sarah, there is two things that actually come to the right side of your pentagon. It's telling me about emotion and also feeling very down, depressed, and not happy. No desire of continuing, no desire to feel good. Now, Sarah, tell me what makes you to go there, what makes you to feel this way, and why you are so confused about your emotional feelings.
I've been going through, I've been divorced now for 3 years, and the confusion of am I where I'm at, where I'm supposed to be in life? And I actually am putting my house on the market tomorrow because I struggle with the emotional attachment that the energy the house brings from my marriage. And this is where I started my marriage. We raised our kids, but then it's also the place where my marriage ended as well. And so I've had a lot of confusion with that part of making choices, and then as well as not being able to let go of the emotions of bitterness and I don't want to use hate, but the dissatisfaction from the place of where my marriage ended, and that I can't move forward from that. I'm still in I have a lot of negative energy towards him, and it affects our day-to-day lives, and we have children involved. So
I understand.
That makes it really hard.
Sarah, I understand that. I understand you completely, baby, and I understand that is not something, I mean, when people says, oh my God, don't worry about that, everything is going to be all right, hon. And, you should not be worried about it. You're going to forget about it. So it's just not going to happen for one night. And I have to tell you, whatsoever had happened in between you both and what he did to you that making you to feel that hateful and, down in every areas of your life right now, maybe is not really forgivable, but at the same time, what you need to do, maybe it's kind of not time for you to forgive him right now, especially even your guys have children, it doesn't matter, but you have to get over it. And sometimes we get over things with time. We can't get over just like that. We can't just, especially when you are too emotional, when you actually give away 100% of your life and your heart, when you try to do everything that goes from your power to make this man be the happiest and the healthiest and the wealthiest and the whatsoever in the earth, and instead that you get something back, you just gain some, nasty feelings and kind of destroy your even own insecurities, or better say, confidence and everything. I understand you completely, Sarah. That's why my recommendation to you is stop even thinking about that. I have to forgive him. I have to move on. I have to let it go, because you can't forgive someone that you hate so much. You need time. Time will make you to feel that you can moving forward. Maybe sometimes you need about 6 months or 1 year. Maybe you need another 3 years. Maybe you need the 4 years. The only things that you should not forget is about that you are the mom, and you have to be a mom. Your role as a mom will never change, okay? Your name is mom. So as a mom, you would do everything what goes from your power to benefit your children, okay? No matter what. But you still can hate the man that you've been together. You still can hate the man that you have children with. That's perfectly fine. But when it comes to children, you have to always see what's going to be the best for them. If I'm going to cooperate with him now for just like 4 minutes of text messages, or maybe just hearing just the voice, just like exactly what he gonna says about our son or about our daughter or whatever it is, it's okay. I can do it just for my kids. So try to stay away from him, because I can see that you are guys having so much energy involved. I can see that there is so much memories involved. For you, it's not easy to say goodbye and say let it go. It's very hard. I understand you have good memories, you have bad memories, you have also memories that you don't even want to remember anymore. But now it's time for you to just let time came in the middle of you and him, and all the pain that he caused you, to let you moving forward to your own life, okay? So don't force yourself that I have to forgive him, I have to forget, I have to let it go, because when you force yourself, and when you are not happy with that force, when you are not ready with that force, instead that you feel relief, you get stress, you get an interest, you get an anxiety, and it's going to be more hate came actually to your mind and your body. So all you need to do is just stop telling yourself that you have to do it because of that. All you need to just force yourself about it is about your children, and your name is mom, and that's it. Anything that related to him, about him, kind of, you know, creating around him, whatsoever has to do with him, just you need to let it go. Just don't think about it. Don't force yourself, and just stay calm the way that you are, Sarah. And I wanted you to sell this house. Remember when I told you, any change and challenge that I see and I feel for you, moving forward, moving from the place to other places, it's good for you, okay? Even you feel that you have a lots of, you know, emotional attachment, but let go of those emotional attachment, because the one thing that you remember, tomorrow is a new day. Next week is going to be the new week. Next month is going to be the new month. And next year is going to be the new year. And how do you know that you're not going to be in the place that somehow you just say, thank God that you gave me these opportunities to let go of this man of my life, because now I found the real one. Now I'm the happiest mom and happiest woman in the earth, because now I know exactly who I am with today and what I can do for my life. I know that right now it's kind of impossible for you to just like even think about it, that am I going to be happy again? Am I going to trust any man again? Am I going to be, you know, the woman that I want? Yes, my answer to you, both emotionally, psychically, and whatsoever we can name on, Sarah, is about yes, you can. Yes, you are going to see the man that you want to be with. Yes, you are going to be proud about your actually whatsoever you are choosing between. So that's why I'm telling you. All I wanted you to do, Sarah, first, don't force yourself to forgive him and move on. Just let it go. When we're talking about him and whatsoever you are guys having in between you and him, just try to feel that he never exists and he died for you and is gone, okay? The only person that you are thinking is your children, or persons is your children, and you are the mom, and that's it. You need to get rid of every single memories that you have together with your children and others. That's all I wanted you to do. Let go of your past. Let go of your feelings. Let go of things that making you to feel miserable. Not about him, about you. I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about him. Now, and every single minute that you are thinking about what he did to you, just distract yourself. If you're just listening to your heart again and feel about like, oh my God, my heart bleeding when I just feel and sense exactly what he said to me, what he did to me, what I did, you can't change anything. You can go back. That's why you need to moving forward just for yourself, not for him. And you don't need to forgive him right now, but with time, you are going to heal and forgive. That's why my recommendation to you is you are focusing on yourself first.
you are thinking about yourself first. You're well begin, Sarah. You need to change and challenge yourself to the new position of life. You are going to jump from the old circle to the new circle. Then close your eyes, jump, and says, now I am jumping because I want to have a better life. I want to feel healthier. I want to actually receive respect. I don't want to be just a giver because I'm getting tired to be just a giver. I need to do everything what goes from my power to tell everybody I am worth it enough to be a woman in somebody's life that could just tell me every single morning and say, I love you for who you are and I respect you for who you are, not someone that trying to, with the narcissistic and crazy personality, make me to feel down. So indeed, I wanted you to do it for tonight, and I wanted you to stay away from all the confusion that you have tonight. My advice is get rid of all your past, everything and anything. It will, like one spoon that you just remind yourself about him. Anything that reminds you about him, I wanted you to get rid of it. Okay? So don't be attached by the house. Don't feel that you have to stay. Just let it go. It's time for you to heal. And you are not going to heal if you still stay with those memories. The beauty of memories of things is about your children. That they burn there, they just like grow then and all this stuff. Other than that, I wanted you to not remind yourself about anything. That's all I wanted you to do, Sarah. Do you think that you are able to do?
Yes, it took me 3 years, but I finally made the choice to have the agent come tomorrow to list the house for sale.
Awesome. I promise you, Sarah, when you selling the house, kind of like you just signing and just say goodbye to that, I promise you, the day that you are signing, the day that you are just taking all your stuff out, you are going to feel so much relief that you can't even imagine. That's why. Don't let any type of attachment, emotional attachment, stop you to succeed. Stop you to be the one that you always wanted to be. Don't let those attachments making us or making you to feel down and worried about future, because your future is shining together with your kids. Without him, not with him. You should be happy that you really get rid of this man from your life. I don't know how you could deal with the narcissist man. I don't even understand how you could even deal with it. But I have to say congratulations, because you did great. But it's time for you to move on, because your body and your brain needs rest and find a better way to communicate with yourself and with God. And you know you have a purpose that you came to this life. That's why choose that purpose. And stop bugging yourself. Stop having crazy attachment to something that is not really worth it anymore. Life is changing every day, every single minute and moment. You need to follow. Other than that, life will follow you. And that may not going to make you to feel good. You need to follow life, because when you follow life, you change your destiny by your own decision. But when you letting life follow you, the life will give you the most painful experience that you ever thought and imagined for. So follow life, that you at least have a choice to choose in between. You got it, baby?
Yep.
I'm proud of you because you stand for your children. I'm proud of you because even when you was depressed, you could do everything that goes from your power to bring happiness and love to your family. Even you felt that there is no way that you could even do it, but I'm very proud of you. You make it. You did that. Be proud of yourself and congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
And that one is you. You and your children. Sarah as a woman, and Sarah as a mom, and Sarah as somebody that's going to be in some other person's life that indeed needs Sarah and understands Sarah the way that she wants and value Sarah's energies, beauty, and smart, and everything and anything that belongs to Sarah. Not the one that not knowing exactly who you are. The man that you've been with, he doesn't know you at all. And I think God helped you to open your eyes and change him immediate, or better say, God or universe wanted you to just jump from the old circle to the new circle to be happiest. That's what I wanted you, Sarah, to continue your goal and your path without him, but together with your kids, and enjoy your life every single second and moment. Try to take your day, try to take your time day by day. Take yourself day by day. Don't think about what's going to happen to me and my children in about 10 years. What's going to happen to us about 5 years. Day by day. Day by day. That's all. So now I have 90 seconds, my love. So for private information, you guys can go to PersianMedium.com, A1R Network, and also AvidAdvice.com. Wish you guys the best. And remember, tomorrow is a new day. And every day, we became as a new person. You can do it. And I know Sarah can as well. Have a great one, and bye.
Hi everyone, welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance with Angel. So today I have a special guest. I have Tamron, as you can see on the screen. She is a spiritually guided who thrives on teaching and supporting individuals on how to effortlessly shift into their magic zone. Whether business or personal life, Tamron gives proven strategies to save time, money, and frustration. She's a certified health coach, former private investigator, and an alchemist, healer, and she is clairvoyant. She creates powerful, personalized remedies. Tamron is the founder of Tamron's Place, a retreat for spiritual growth that offers life-changing courses, personalized consultations, and customized retreats. And she is a wonderful, wonderful lady. I have sat by her through the Galaxy Psychic Fairs, and I can't tell you how she rocks this world, girls. So, let's get right into the questions, girlie. What's the difference between being an empath versus being compassionate?
Well, thank you, Angel, and thank you for the intro. I would love to share this information with your listeners because I feel that there are so many people out there today that don't realize how sensitive they actually are. So I want to clarify for everybody listening today that an empath is someone who feels the energy of everything, of other people, situations, walking into a room, and they don't understand that it's not necessarily their energy that they're feeling. So a compassionate person is someone who understands that they can feel and sense what's happening for other people, yet it does not affect them. So there's a difference there. So when you can learn how to shield yourself and to understand what somebody else is and what's actually yours, you will have so much less anxiety. And I feel like that is a big epidemic right now in our world.
Oh, very much so. Okay, so just for our viewers out there, how can we manage the intensely sensitive energy that's going on right now, because I know I'm being hit left, right, and center with this retrograde. So how can we use the full moon and take advantage for it to be more beneficial in today's world and the chaos that we put up with on a day-to-day basis?
That's a great question, Angel. And we have the full moon energy coming up early next week, Monday or Tuesday, depending on when that is. And right now we are in the midst of Mercury retrograde. So it's like magnified to 100 times. And this is why a lot of people are feeling so intense this week. A lot of people are having meltdowns and crying a lot. That's why you're getting the calls, people needing readings, and the phone's ringing on my end too. So I want to,
yeah.
Right? So for women especially, the moon represents, in ancient Vedic astrology, the moon represents our subconscious and it represents our feelings. However, it comes out at night, right? We feel that energy of the moon. So at times like this, when it's Mercury retrograde and the full moon coming up next week, a lot of people don't sleep, they feel restless, and they have extreme anxiety. And some people get depressed too. It just depends on their personality. So when the moon is illuminated, when the moon is full, that is when we feel it the most. And the best way to actually learn how to manage, like I answered in the previous question you had for me, was understanding what's yours and what's not yours. So during my full moon gatherings for women, which we're going to talk about in a second, is I'm going to teach you how to manage your own energy so that you can actually use the intensity of the full moon to release what no longer serves you, or to release all the energies of the people around you that you were feeling and to let that go. So it's literally like you're going to be able to take a big breath and go, whoo, I'm done.
Okay, so does this also affect in people's dreams? Like, I know there's been a lot of wicked dreams going around, and that's one of the things that people tell us. It tells me on phone calls that we have wicked dreams, we're having anxiety attacks, panic attacks, we want to jump out of our skin. Does that all play with the full moon in retrograde?
Absolutely. So when we're having these intense dreams, especially around the full moon, usually what that represents is that our subconscious, so something deep within us, needs to come to the surface. So that's why we feel it the most in our dreams. But what most people do is they hold on to it. Right? So let's say fear for right now. There's a lot of fear. We're afraid what's going to happen with politics, the world, environment, whatever. So a lot of people are feeling this fear, but they don't know how to release it. They don't know how to let it go. And that's what the full moon is. It's a time to let things go. So if no one has trained you on how to do that, you're just going to keep feeling it more and more. And if you're around other people that are feeling it, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like a snowball. So what we want to do is learn how to acknowledge what's coming up during our dreams, right? And feeling this and say, okay, thank you for showing me what that is, but it's time to say goodbye.
Okay, and how does this play? I had a train of thought, so I got to get this. How does this play in with the holidays coming up? Like, I know around the holidays, I get a lot of phone calls. There's lots of people who are lonely, depressed, not understanding what's going on. How does this all intertwine with holidays? So, like, we got Christmas coming up, New Year's. How does that play in with this?
Well, if people are feeling a lot of these, well, I'm just going to say an imbalance in their emotions, what they need to learn is how to use holistic modalities, which I teach on these women's gatherings, so that you can transform something negative into something positive. And I like to use holistic modalities, such as learning, and we can use things like NLP, EFT, using high-grade essential oils, Bach flower remedies, meditations, that kind of stuff, because you have to learn how to turn it around. And you don't learn this stuff in school. It's not ABC 1, 2, 3, right?
This is the New Age movement, and it's easy to do, but it's not a quick fix. So it's what I call the turtle, like slow and steady wins the race. These are techniques that you can learn, but you got to keep doing them every day. And then once something comes up, when you're feeling something, it's like, okay, I know what I can use. I've been taught how to use it, how to change it or to transform it, because everything's energy. So when you learn how to change the energy, you can take something negative and turn something positive. So the best example really quickly is you can take anger and use something that you've been angry at and to morph it into passion, into changing it into something better. Does that make sense? Oh, for me it does. And I know that out there they'll make sense to some of our viewers, and some of our viewers now have been piqued and have questions. So how can the women who are listening to the show, or anybody who's listening to the show as that matter of fact, because this will benefit men as well, they go through the same thing. Yeah. How can they go and join the full moon webinar that you're having on Tuesday, November 12th, to learn more about how to use the energy to manifest the miracles in their lives? Well, what we're going to do during that full moon webinar is to teach. I'm a teacher, I'm a guide, a spiritual guide. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the 4 elements of the earth, which are wind, the earth, water, and fire. And I'm going to teach people how to use those 4 elements so that you can shield yourself, right? Release what somebody else is, protect yourself, and to transform that energy into something positive. So I do this every month, and for your listeners, as a special thing, I'm going to allow people to join for free. They just have to email me at tamarontv@gmail.com. Again, we can post this information later, and they can join on a live Zoom webinar at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and I will teach them some very simple techniques on how they can manage this energy so that they can release it, feel more grounded, more protected, and be able to move forward, because a lot of times this is what's holding you back in your life, is a lot of this fear, anxiety, some of these negative energies that really don't serve us, right? So we want to be able to move through that. And that's when the magic happens, when you realize it isn't your stuff. So what I'm going to ask you to is to send me the information. I'm also going to paste it on my Facebook page under Crystal Clear Holistic Healing and Products so that they can contact you. And I'm going to tag it to the top of my page. So just send me kind of like your business card so that they can get a hold of you, because I think this would be really interesting for a lot of people to get in contact with you. It's just a gut feeling. Like I say, you rock, girl. You are my sensei. All right? Yes.
Yeah, so do you want to have a little fun?
Absolutely. You take over now.
Well, you chime in, because if you're going to get any information on the readers, you need to chime in. So the first card that I got for today, Angel can never get this on, is the Divine Alchemy. So everybody that's watching the show needs to move beyond the current challenges, which finally goes into what we were talking about. Focus on what you desire, okay? So we're going to go to our first caller, which is La Maria in Austin.
Yeah.
Did I say that correct?
Yes, Mira.
Okay. So your card just happens to be, let's get that straight, the Love and Acceptance card. So that tells me that you are full of love, okay? But you need to start recognizing your worth, and you have to start choosing loving thoughts, which kind of ties in to what Tamron was talking about, okay? So, my girl, do you have any specific questions for us, or you just want general information?
Well, I would like to know about my love life.
Okay.
So let me just get into here and just chime in when you want, Tamara. And if you get something before me, just chime in on here. Okay, girl. So what I'm getting more of is that you have had experiences that have sort of given you a foul taste in your mouth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're basically telling me that when you're ready for your love life and your love life situation to change, that you're going to be able to move forward. You're kind of stopping it from happening because you haven't dealt with and moved forward from the foul taste, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does, definitely.
Okay, so when you decide you're ready for love, he's going to be there. Like, he's waiting. I can see him. It's more, this is on your side, and this is on you working on your own self-love and your own self-worth, which kind of goes in with your card in the acceptance of love, okay? So you kind of need to work on that personally and start realizing that you are this wonderful, beautiful person that has so much to give the world. You've just ran into a bump and you got to say, okay, like, I mean, everything that's went on, you have to forgive yourself for what you've thought and what you've said on that situation. And you just need to start owning it. Like, you've got to start being proud of who you are and start using your knowledge to move forward in that area.
Wow, that is so, so true.
Do you have anything to add, Cameron?
Sure, I can add personal experience and exactly what I'm feeling intuitively as well. You hit the nail on the head, or the hammer on the nail there when you said you have to forgive yourself. And I'll just share that forgiveness doesn't necessarily mean that you did anything wrong. So when we have experiences in the past with other people that left a foul taste in our mouth, it's a wonderful opportunity for us, for anyone, to look at those experiences and to have great gratitude for going through that, because it's pushing you to go deeper within yourself, to find that love within yourself, because it's a magnet. Everything, the law of attraction is equal. So rather than trying to go out and find someone who will love you, when you take time to reflect and look at all the beautiful things that you love and accept about yourself, that's when that other person is going to come into your life. Like Angel is saying, he's there. It's the work we need to do on ourselves. And it's a beautiful process to do. And so when you radiate and you feel good about yourself, people will notice that rather than us waiting to be noticed. We need to do the exact opposite, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense. Like, you hit the nail in the coffin. I do have to work on myself, and, start trying new things. It's just that, sometimes I don't know who to trust.
Trust yourself, my girl. You have to learn to trust yourself before you can trust anybody else. And that's a valuable lesson that I had to learn with going through my first marriage and how I was just knocked down and everything beaten out of me. I had to learn to trust myself. Once I learned to trust myself, it was a lot easier to start trusting other people. Because when things go wrong in our life, we tend to blame ourselves, as Tamara was saying, and it's not necessarily our fault. And that's where we have to learn to start that relationship between ourselves again and understanding who we are and taking our power back and then trusting ourselves to the fullest. And you will get there. Now, they're also telling me that you're wondering about money. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, that's coming, my girl. That's totally, totally coming. Okay? So Once you start getting in that, like Cameron was saying, once you start getting your vibration up and starting to match with your goals, everything's just going to fall into place for you.
Wow. Do you see me getting married?
Well, that's up to you. Again, that totally comes up to you. If you're saying you want to get married and you're saying it, you put it out in the universe works to give that to you through law of attraction. But if your energy doesn't match it, okay? So if you, let's just say, put out there you want to get married, but then you're sitting here and you're going, do I really want to get married? Do I want to put up with that again? Your vibration isn't matching it. So then it won't come. Okay? It's just going to kind of sit there and percolate out in the universe going, hey, I'm here, I'm ready, I'm waiting for you. What do you want me to do? But if you're not vibrationally being specific and saying, this is what I want, it's just going to not come, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And I'm actually not in a rush. I just would like to know. I never know what the future holds.
Oh, it's coming. That's totally up to you. You can grab anything you want that you put out in the universe. You just have to trust yourself and know that you can create anything. And what Tamron's doing with the full moon, that's part of her teaching us how to grab on to everything that we want. And it kind of fits in with Abraham Hicks, with staying on your disc and everything being in the vortex and just being able to grab it. Am I right, Cameron?
Yeah, absolutely. It's free to your listeners. So if she'd like to follow up, then she's more than happy to join us next Tuesday night.
And it'll really help you in following through, in starting to manifest and create everything you want. People really don't realize how much the full moon and energies affect us. And being empathic, we really take on, like Tamara was saying, we take on a lot of other people's garbage that we shouldn't really take on.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you? All right. So you have a great weekend, okay?
You too. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. So you can reach me at crystalclear101.com, or you can email me at cosmicearthangel@outlook.com, or you can just go to my Facebook, which is Crystal Clear 101 Holistic Healing, sorry, not hearing, healing and products. Okay, I'm tongue-tied. See, the energy's got me flying here, Tamara. So how can they get a hold of you, Tamara?
They can go to my business Facebook page under Tamaron's Place, and that's spelled TAMMERONS, and then just Place. They can send me a message or email me at tamarontv@gmail.com. Thank you for allowing me to be a guest on your showing.
No, thank you for coming on, and I hope we're going to do this again because I totally enjoyed it, and you rocked it out, girl. So they can't blame me.
medium. I am Hover. And I have a guest in my studio today, and this is a surprise for all of you guys. Here we go. Please introduce yourself to all followers and audience. I know that they are very nosy to know exactly who you are, what you are doing, Rose. Please go for it.
Hi, my name is Rose de Los Angeles, and I am a psychic healer. And I work with the angels. I work with the ascended masters. I work with all tiers of angels. I also am a magical divination practitioner. And I'm a clear channel. So when I'm reading you, I'm channeling what's coming through. And your angels, your spirit guides will tell me what the situation is, how to remedy it, and whatever your needs, whether in all areas of life, are specialties of mine. I have several specialties that I do. I also do past life readings, past life cord cuttings from those cords that come into this lifetime. I also do ancestral work for everything that's been handed down you from generation to generation to generation, even from where your ancestry first began. It's like I know how to clear all that out. Karmic work, that's another specialty. I'm also a medicine woman. And so I know my herbs, my oils very well, my stones. And as a holistic practitioner, I'm also guided to tell you what herbs, what stones, what oils you need to use, vitamins. And I also heal the chakras, clear the chakras, balance the chakras, because those are very important to body, mind, and spirit, your auric fields, your energy fields. There's a whole list, of services that I can provide for you. And also, I do offer bundles that will, because sometimes people do have people have not just ancestral issues, there's also past life issues involved. And then also in your chakras, those energies do get stuck in the chakras and in your auric fields, your energy fields. So it's like I offer bundles to clear all of that up as well. So that's me in a nutshell. Oh, and one more thing, because I am a magical practitioner, I do know how to hold space for a person to help their, whatever it is that they're working on that they can't get to come to fruition. If there's any blocks involved or anything, it's like I know how to hold that space and also help them to bring those their heart's desires to fruition. And I also know how to do curse unraveling. And all of my work is through the angels. It's all through spirit. And I've always had guaranteed results. So as a magical practitioner, I'll do my thing to help that those miracles and blessings, whatever they are, that person, their desires to come true.
Rose, I have to tell to my audience the way that I found Rose. It was I had a communication with some cancer patient, which was my patient, or better say my client, for almost 3 years. I'm trying to kind of like find a real healer, or a healer that could just really make everything right for that person. So I tried to talk to many of those people that I knew. tried to communicate with my master in Europe and trying to kind of like get some guidance from my spirit to see exactly if I can find the right person, because I did everything what I could do to trying to heal this person, and it was very good. It was almost 50 to 55% done, but I needed to have someone to help me to get another 50% done. So, and thank God, a miracle happened. The night that I connect to Rose, I just been kind of completely desperate. I didn't know exactly what to do and how to do. I just talked to her and just say, well, I need you, Rose, and I need you to come to California. I wanted to invite you to California because the person in question is here, and I wanted you to do something for that person. And thank God, and again, thank God. After almost 20 days of hard worker and everything that she did to that patient, and thank God, after the result that came back from the doctor, everything being very nice and clear, as now this person or the cancer is kind of almost 75% gone from his body. So all I can say, thank you. And thank God for every single gift and healing power that you have, that God gave it to me and you, and make us to be powerful to trying to help people. We are here for you guys. And I promise, if any of you guys have any problem with any sort of disease, anything that you guys need healing, it shouldn't be necessary with your body. It has to be with your mental too. It could be a lot of emotional scars that be holding inside. Yes. Anything that you can talk to anybody, you feel that it's just like bugging you, triggering you for so long, please email me, persianmedium@gmail.com, and go to persianmedium.com, and you guys can connect directly through me with Rose. So now back to studio, and I have a caller. Let me see. Hello, honey. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Hi, my dear. How are you doing? How's it going, Morgan? What's going on? What's happening, hon? Give me your date of birth, sweetheart, first before I start your reading, and I would love to introduce Rose as well. So she's also talking to angels. Any kind of communication with angels that you would love to have tonight, anything that we want you to do with the Pentagon, we're both here to assist you. Here we go.
I don't know how much detail I'm supposed to give, basically, but
all I need to know, sweetheart, is about your date of birth to open your Pentagon right now. And then Rose going to also communicate with actually her angel and see exactly what the angel says and has as the messages for you. And we will assist you the best as we can. Go ahead, please.
You would like the date of birth of my child that I lost?
Yeah, you can have. Yes, please.
It'll be 12/13 of 2016.
Oh, gosh. Okay. How old? So sorry. Oh, my gosh. I'm so sorry for the lost baby.
Oh,
Can I have the name of the baby?
Thank you. I appreciate your condolences. The thing is, I wasn't sure how much reading you could do, being he was stillborn, you know what I mean? So I don't know if he can communicate or not, you know?
That's okay.
But,
it doesn't matter if the baby born or not. The moment that you can receive the answer as you are pregnant, that means that you have a life in your body, and that means that there is identity and DNA in this baby. So that means that the baby actually counts as a baby when you getting your news as that you are pregnant. So don't worry about that. So Rose, can you please communicate with Angel? As we know, there was even the little baby never born, and I know that there is tons of beautiful angels around this baby right now. They're trying to protect and loving. So please just guide us and say exactly how you feel and sense with those angels right now around. Can I have the name that you had it in your mind? Or do you know about the gender of the baby though? And how far you were or when you lost the baby?
I was 20 weeks exactly when I lost him, and his name was Owen.
Oh boy. Okay. What I'm seeing is that Owen it's like when you lost Owen, I saw the angels come down, and I saw the angels take Owen's spirit directly home. You know, it was No limbo, no lingering. It's Owen went directly home. And he is not alone. He is surrounded by angels. He is indeed surrounded with your family members that have crossed over as well. So he's not alone. And what I'm receiving is Owen was meant to be in your body, to be with you for the time that he was, to give you the love that you needed, that you were not alone. And it's for the time that he was with you, he did fill a void. You know, it's like you're seeing the pregnancy as a whole entire loss, of course, as a mother would, but he did feel a void in your life. He was meant to be with you for the time that he was in your belly. And he knows it's like I can hear his voice, and he knows that you did love him. He did. He, to this day, it's like he is part of you. He is still with you. He knows exactly what you have been going through. And it's like he is saying, it's like in his little voice, I hear him saying, he knows that you are still mourning, that you are mourning that loss, you're mourning his death. But what he wants for you and what the angels want for you is to find comfort and to find peace, to find that it was not, that this pregnancy was not in vain, that it was not all for nothing. And him going back home, he's going to be a spirit guide for you. It's not over. It's like you're still connected. And if you need Owen for anything, even though he is as small as he is going to grow. His spirit is, and it's not going to take him long because he's in the spirit world for him to grow and to be going back to an adult spirit. And if you ever need him for anything at all, he will come. He will come. And he wants me to tell you, he can hear you. He can hear you. When you talk feel free to talk to him and keep talking to him because he can hear you. He can see you. He knows exactly what's going on every minute of the day with you. And being on the other side, being home, they know exactly what's going on. And he can feel you. He can sense you. He can hear you. So don't hold back from talking to him and asking for help, because that is what he is going to be, is your spirit guide from the other side.
That does make me feel better knowing that he does hear me. And you know, he's not just there not knowing what's going on. I'm glad he knows who I am. That's helpful. You really helped a lot. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, Morgan. He does. It's like, just take that comfort in knowing, because he does. It's like they want me to reiterate that he does hear you. He does see you. He does know what is going on. He knows that you are grieving. And he wants you to, again, take comfort and find that peace and let yourself be at peace, because you've done nothing wrong. You've done nothing wrong. You know, he was in the womb for the time that he was supposed to be. He did provide love. You provided love to each other. He knows he was loved, and he knows he still is loved, is what I hear him saying. He knows he is still loved, and he loves you. And you're always going to be a part of each other. And until you are ready to go home, he's always going to be with you all your life until you are ready to go home and you will be reunited. But do not think that his death was in vain, because it was not. It was not.
I truly appreciate that. That means so much, because I blame myself so much.
Awesome, Morgan. I think that what you need to do from now on is stop blaming yourself, because what happened to your baby boy wasn't your fault. And all I wanted you to do to feel blessed and communicate with your baby boy when you feeling you need it. And then feel free and talk to God, and also be thankful, because sometimes we don't know if God make a decision that the baby never going to come. That is the angel that God wanted to send to the earth after, and then helping others. So try to be thankful and grateful. Don't try to feel that it was a bad luck. God didn't even love me. Why actually God took away my baby away from me? Don't ever say any of those things. Just be thankful and grateful. Just pray for the beautiful, gorgeous, angelic soul of their baby. And I wish you the best, my love. I have another caller that's waiting. Unfortunately, I have to say goodbye to you, Morgan. Thank you so much. For more information, you guys, about me and about Rose, you can go to PersianMedium.com or PersianMedium@gmail.com. Thank you so much, Morgan. Have a great one, and bye.
Much love and blessings.
Awesome. So back to studio, and now I have Shelly from Vancouver. Hello, how are you doing, Shelly? Hello. Shelly.
Hi, hello. I am fine. It's so awesome to be hearing your voice and be connected to you. I've been watching your shows for the longest time, but I've never kind of connected.
Oh, thank you. I love you.
Thank you so much. And I was so excited when I got a message, and I'm so happy to be talking. I just have two questions. One is that I'm in the middle of, actually not middle, I've just changed my career from what I have been doing. I've been just going through a rough time, and now I've changed it to this new career, and I just need to know that if it's okay for me to pursue this. And then my second question is about my dad, who passed away, and it just comes into my dreams a lot, even though I don't think about him at all.
Okay, let me just answer your question. The first question, gorgeous. Just go for it without no doubt. It's your time, and it's your destiny, and spirit, and all is the power, the unknown, or the highest power is calling you. I wanted you to listen, and I wanted you to go for it. Don't be scared, don't be worried, and don't be concerned, my love. Just go for it. It's time. Just get it done.
Yes, I am a little scared, but then that's the reason I'm asking. Okay, I should not be scared. Mm-hmm.
No, you know why? Because universe has your back. Because power actually has your back, and that's why I can see there is a tons of things that having your back right now. I see also the Archangel Michael having your back as well. So that's why you are completely protected. And you do not need to be concerned. That means that everything is going to be exactly as you wish and you desire for. So that's what I wanted you to go for it without any doubt. Just get up, stand up, and go for the desire that you had for a long time. It's time for you to make it happen. And I know you can, because I do believe in you with the energies that you are sending to me right now. There is nothing that could stop you to succeed.
Wow, thank you so much. That's so awesome to hear that. And also my dad, that I don't even think too much. He's passed in 2002, but I have constant reoccurring dreams about him, and I just don't understand that. Why?
Now I have my angel Rose in the studio, and Angel, please, Rose, communicate with her dad and see if you can find any messages for this beautiful lady. Go ahead, please.
Okay, first thing I'm receiving is the reason why you're having these dreams is because your connection with your father is very strong. And he's coming to you in the dream state to give you messages and to stay in communication with you. And there's times where you're not understanding the dreams.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like the angels are telling me, write down the dreams, journal them, keep them in a journal. And there's a reason why you're not understanding is because you will later. Like for example, if he's trying to tell you, he's giving you messages of things that are to come, messages that you even in your subconscious mind, there's some things that you don't understand, and so he's coming to you in the dreams to not only just to explain, but kind of like show you the way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because I know, because the confusion is that they're not very pleasant dreams, and they're upsetting. Those dreams are upsetting.
I think there is one reason behind it, and I know Rose is going to agree with me on this as well, because you've been very nervous and very tense in the past couple months. And I think that when you are so close to someone that passed away, he tried to communicate with you by kind of like being a little bit nervous and upset, to making you to wake up, to kind of like, it's kind of like an 1111 call, 1111 awareness. Wake up, stop it, you should not do it now. You are in the wrong path, just change your path. Believe in yourself. Be more positive, go for it, you know? So the kind of upset, or when we kind of like meet our parents or some of the very dear people that passed away in the past, that doesn't mean that if they are upset actually in that dream, that doesn't mean that they are upset of us, or they are not in a good place, or maybe they are having kind of difficult time. It's not that. It's about you. They're sending a message to you to kind of sense yourself more, observe a little bit of these energies, and feel like what to do to try to change these energies. That means that if you want to make me happy, do something that you can make me happy. You definitely did something for your dad when he was alive. Maybe because when I actually talking about your dad right now, or feel about him, I feel the backyard, I feel a lime tree, I feel the planting, I feel doing something, giving life to something. This is exactly what I wanted you to do from now on, because he is trying to give you that message as well. Okay, so it's all about change and jump. Change and jump. That is exactly what you are into that path right now, because he wants to change something. He wants to challenge something, but you don't know how to do. You are scared to do that. That's what exactly your dad wanted to say. I'm kind of upset. I'm kind of not happy because I feel that you are not believing yourself enough. It's exactly like 1111 as a number. Awareness, wake up, go for it. It's time, get it done.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, so that was it, and then I could have so many more questions, but this is pretty awesome.
We still have time, so it's not plenty of time, but we still have almost 3 minutes, so go for it, gorgeous, go for it.
Okay, so my next question is, I am a spiritual person, but how do I enhance my energy and keep it in a high vibration all the time, even though sometimes I do get surrounded by lots and lots of negativity? I try to kind of stay in my bubble, which then I think is I'm building my walls and I'm not expanding. So how do I go about that?
Okay, you have 1 minute. Do you have something, Rose? Say about 1 minute.
What I would do to keep your vibration high is I would meditate. Meditate and connect. Meditate and connect. And also the bubble that you put yourself in, make sure that it's clear, and make sure that only positive and the divine will come in. And one more thing is,
talk to the water as well. If you have any problem with kind of some vision that scare you, talk to the water. Water will actually receive all your negative energies and will take away from your body. Talk to the water. Go to the beach. Go to take shower. Shower, water will take away all negative energies from you, okay? So that's what I wanted you to do to that. Have that water around. Drink as much as you can. Sometimes you have to go to the bathroom and just start trying to take a shower. And this is very important. If you really guys want to manifest something, trying to get something done or some dream come true, go to actually some places that is full of water from the head to the toe, shower, beach, anything. Just go and close to the water. Water will give you all answer, took away all negativity and doubt, and also gave you so much energies of power.
Hi, I'm Asia, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now, on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello everyone, this is Fiona, Virgin Medium I Am Power, and of course you are guys listening to A1R, and tonight is Abby's show with Psychic Bella Love. Hello Bella, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic, sweetheart. How was your day so far? Sounds like you've been busy. For those who actually gave us feedback, we would love to send 3 minutes, and Abby has always been generous by credit account, also send the 3 minutes for an advisor or in behalf of advisors. So how was your connection and feelings with Abby? It was like, how did you feel?
So
like,
good.
What was the response, or better say feedback from your client?
My clients have been loving this site. They say it's so easy to use. And it's funny because I have a lot of clients who use other platforms, and they said like they don't want to use the other platforms anymore because they just feel like even the energy is so much better over on Avid.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I kind of like feel good too when I feel and sense that there's a tons of people that sending me an email and says, well, Fiona, we are so happy that we finally find you, because we've been very sad in the past couple days and months or so, because, you just been disappeared. And I says, well, I always, is around, and you guys can just like go and Google Virgin Medium I Am Power, and I am kind of everywhere. So one person with almost 1.5 million of followers, it's very easy to find. Yeah. So let's see what Dave has for us. I don't know. Hopefully we did not lost connection. No, he's there, because it's not like new Skype. It's just a little bit fishy. Sometimes you feel that, sometimes you feel that maybe, our producer is just gone for party, and then we are in the autopilot. Okay, so now back to studio, and now I have Maria. Hello, Maria from Australia. Hello, Maria. How are you doing, sweetheart?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well, sweetie. Gorgeous, give me your date of birth. Me and Bella would love to help you with anything and everything we can. Please give me your date of birth, and then tell me what you want to know of your moment. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my date of birth is the 23rd of November.
Okay, Maria, we got it.
And do you need the year?
Okay, sweetheart. And
what do you want
to know? What do you want to know of your moment, sweetheart? What is exactly your question is in a spiritual level? What is exactly you have in your heart? What we can do for you tonight?
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you properly.
What we can do for you tonight? What do you have in your mind?
Oh, okay. Just anything general, really. Whether career, travel, family, what you see, just anything, really.
Yeah. So, Bella, I think you can start it, and I'm open to Pentagon, because Bella is always very fast with to pick up things, and because you have a lot of beautiful sense, as I know, and you are very well known for that. So please, darling, go ahead for Maria, and I'm trying to open the Pentagon for her as well. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. Hi, Maria. I usually prefer people ask specific questions, just because general readings, a lot of information comes up.
That's okay. If I could have a career, I want to get into self-employment later. I was just wondering, can you see that in my future?
Okay, you said you wanted to get into what kind of employment, hon? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Self-employment.
That's okay. Self-employment. My own business.
Okay, perfect. I actually do feel that coming through for you. I feel like as we get towards the end of the year, you're going to take bigger steps that are going to take you towards that. It is something that happens for you next year. I'm feeling like around, I want to say June. Fiona might get a different number. She's better at timing than I am usually. But I do feel like as we get towards the end of this year, you are going to make some contacts with people who are going to be able to help you on that path so that you can focus mainly on just working for yourself.
Awesome. So, Maria, I see two things for you. The first one is about that try to focus and have your only focus about that everything is going to be all right. I feel that you have so much fears around because I see in the Pentagon, show me the number 22 and number 1111, which shows about that you are all over the place right now. You are concerned and worried. You really can't focus on whatever you are thinking to do because the fears of losing, the fears to not having the money back, the fears that maybe the result is not going to be the same way or whatever you win, it's just going to make you to feel extremely uncomfortable and sad and disappointed. So all I wanted you to do to shut down the part of your brain that's telling you that maybe it's not going to happen. Maybe you should not do it. Maybe you should listen to that and this person. Maybe that's not actually your idea or good way or any right or nice direction. So any of those negativity or negative thoughts, feedbacks, anything that come from others and even come from your own thought, I wanted you to shut it down. I wanted you to highly focus and make sure that everything is going to be exactly the way as you wish and desire. So the only things that I wanted you right now to focus about, what should I do to make these things happen? I wanted you absolutely to go for it. I don't want you to think any other things. Just go for it. And then make sure you are not listening to people who told you, oh, I did that too, but I did not succeed. Oh, you know what? I don't think so that it's going to be you or anything like that. Just stay away from negativity, negative people, and anyone and everyone that says you can't. So basically, focus, go, and don't worry about money, finance, or is everything going to be all right?
Okay, excellent. And do you see me moving house at all, like building a house or buying another house?
Yes, there is actually moving for you that coming before 2019, which is I can feel and sense that it would be around November 10, November 15 through actually the December 3rd and December 4th, which I can see that around the month of October, a lot of discussion and a lot of movement going to happen about that move. So yes, the movement I can see for you, and it's very clear.
Okay. Do you see it, is it going to be within the same city I live in, or is it going to be, I'll be traveling to move, like interstate?
I'm not saying any traveling. I'm not feeling and sensing even in your Pentagon that you're going to travel or you're going to have like a difficult time for anything. So you don't need to be concerned about that. Yeah, everything actually looks good. Yeah.
Okay. And is there any health issues coming up or anything health that you can see?
I feel, Bella, as far as I'm concerned, in your Pentagon, your health is excellent. I don't have any problem with your health. Besides that, I can feel a little bit of your bone, kind of like maybe muscle pains, which is if you have time for yoga, example, if you have time for just walking, you need to do that. But it's not really serious, and I'm not really seeing any serious condition that you may indeed need medicine for to calm down and relax. So all I wanted you to do is just stop to be concerned and worried. You are that type of the person that you're always going to concern and worried about things. You double kind of like think about everything, and you don't know exactly where to go sometimes because it's just killing you, those thoughts. So please stop overthinking your overthinking. Everything going to be just all right, sweetheart. And for more information about me and Bella, you can go to avidadvice.com. And if you sign up tonight, for sure, Avid would love to send you 5 free minutes to talk to any advisor, and of course, Bella and me. Yes, my darling. Do you have any other question?
Travel. Do you see me traveling? Any travel in my future?
Travel for pleasant or pleasure, yes. I can see the pleasure traveling, but I'm not seeing that you are traveling because you have to change your job or you have to change your place. But you are traveling because of a pleasant time together with people that you would love to. Yes, I see traveling. I see trip. Yes, I do.
Do you see where and when?
The where I can see that going to be actually a very nice weather because I see the palms. So you are definitely going to travel in a place that maybe there is a big palm tree, and also I see sunny and beautiful ocean view. That's what I can pick up right now. And the event time, it would be at the end of October, which I can see that you're going to celebrate some good news with come from your movement or something that you are guys going to discuss about your move. So basically after the 23rd, through actually the 3rd and the 1st of December, November, I can see that a lot of changes happen, but you celebrate it because you receive in good news at that time, and that's why the travel will happen. So I see the travel, definitely the trip going to happen at the end of October.
Yep, no problem. That was all. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Have a great one, and welcome to avidadvice.com. So back to studio. Okay, Bella, we have Billy from Florida. Hello, how are you doing, sweetie?
I'm good.
Awesome. I love your energy. It sounds like you are kind of, I have a tons of questions from Bella. I have tons of questions from Fiona. So, okay, get ready. So we both ready. So we would love to give you anything and everything you would love to know from your life, now, present, future, anything. Just please give us your date of birth and let us to guide you to see where we can go. Go ahead, please.
Date of birth is March 19th, 1972.
Okay. I see that. Okay. Okay, my love, shoot your question.
I'm sorry?
Tell me about your question. Go ahead, please.
Just recently made a big move to another state. I've lived in the same state my entire life, so this has shaken us up, us meaning myself and my family. Just recently have applied for a few jobs, just kind of wanting to know how the area is going to work for us, anything I should be looking for, what do you see in our future?
Okay, when I come to the movement, I would just be fast and then Bella can start it too. What I feel and sense that directly when you're talking about move, you did a great, fantastic decision. So congratulations to you and your family. This is that was a very nice decision. Number two, when it comes to fears of if I can find a job, answer directly came from my mind, and the picking of the energies is yes. There is no doubt about it. You will get it. But you have to be patient, and also you have to be positive, because I can see you've been tired, you're still tired, you still need to digest everything around, which is completely new. But the feelings that I have, you are going to receive some good news, which in the Pentagon shows me around actually the 10th through the 23rd of the month of October. So that's why I feel that it come through some company or some place that you may applied already, or someone going to introduce you to that place, which is definitely going to get you in as easy as possible, as you're going to get shocked. So no worries and no craziness about if I'm going to find a job, because the month of October, and I see that you are writing the contract with the new place. Go ahead, Bella. How you feel?
I agree. I was getting October as getting a new job for you as well. I feel like you are in the perfect place for you. I actually see you making new friends too. And do you have children?
Yes, I have a daughter and a grandson.
Okay, because I felt you making friends connected to them, if that makes sense. Like, they go do something and you go with them and you make friends with people there, and it's connected to some sort of like schooling or program, like after school program, something for the kids to do. So I keep getting you actually meeting some people that you really are going to connect with and make really good friends with there. Because you're where you're supposed to be, things are going to line up for you exactly how they're supposed to. You know, you're going to get a job that you really like. You're going to make really good friends. You're going to really enjoy it, because this is where your spirit calls you to be at this point in time.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And you know what the funny news is for you is, like, when I always tell to all my students, fans, and followers, to stop overthinking your overthinking. Then why you are too worried? I understand moving to the new place, new state is a very big decision. A lot of things to digest, a lot of things to think and feel about it. But you know, the one thing that you should know, if you just calm down and relax and feel that I'm thankful and grateful that I'm still alive. I'm thankful and grateful that my children and my grandchildren is still around me. I'm thankful and grateful for everything that God gave it to me right now at the moment. And sending thank you to every single blessing that you have, which is I always tell to my fans and followers, please write it down for things that you are so thankful and grateful for right now at the moment, right at the moment. So anything that comes to you, to your mind about thankfulness and gratefulness, just focus on them. And don't allow any negativity or come, because we are human beings. It's very easy for us to be all over the place, to thinking all over the place. So what we have to do, we need to change our thought and telling to or train our subconscious mind that always thinking positive. That means you are fake it until you make it. So you always have to train your brain to feel that there is no emergency time. Everything is under control, and you are so thankful and grateful, and no one and nobody can hurt you, your family, or anything. And a new place is going to bring you new happiness, prosperity, abundance, love, new circumstance of people, and everything. May I ask you that why you guys kind of making decision to move from that or from this state to another state, if I may ask?
It has always been my dream to live near the beach. And my husband just doesn't want to be in the cold anymore. So that is why we made the decision to move, and it's been 4 years in the process. So each year during those 4 years, we kind of put it off, but this time we did it. We put the action out there, he applied for a job, and next thing we know, we're here. So.
That is fantastic. That is really fantastic. You see, you're a dreamer, and I love people like you. When you have or you had some dream in the past of 4 years, you just think and thought about it, you talk to your husband, but you know what? You're strong. You have a beautiful, strong personality. Your spirituality also, it makes me to feel so good. Isn't it, Bella? Do you feel the same?
Definitely. You really have the power to manifest things, too.
Yes.
I mean, yes. When you feel that your spirit is calling you to something, like you said you had this dream, that's your spirit talking to you, speaking to you, telling you this is where you're supposed to be, and you were able to make that happen. So use and harness that power to work for you.
Yes. And then what the funny part or good news, but I say it's funny because I can feel and sense you before you call us, you've been kind of a little bit concerned that, oh my God, what type of news should I actually, receive? Are they going to tell me that, oh my God, that type of the move is not good? Oh, this is just this and that. So I can even feel and sense you before you get some answer from us and come to and talk to us. You've been kind of a little bit nervous how to start, and hopefully they're going to be positive about my move. So yes, my love, we are very positive about your mood. The guidance that I have from beyond, and also the connection that I have through your Pentagon with the date of birth that you provide is telling me that yes, you guys did an awesome job, and I wanted you to continue. Go to the beach. You want to be close to the beach, then walk through the beach. Just like be there for half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe 1 hour. Try to manifest. Be there. Water will take away your tense, your negative energies, your uncomfortability, sadness, any sort of things that you may not really digesting right now because it's completely new and scare you. Just talk to ocean. And ocean will take away that tense and anxiety. I promise you, ocean is always going to be helping in many ways and any ways you would love to, because this is exactly, I always say to everybody, if you're tired, if you're sad, if you are anxious, if you've been depressed for a long time, whatever you have right now, go to the beach, walk, just look at the water, and then manifest, and then ask and receive.
Yeah, exactly. And the water, definitely, you can work with that energy. If you sit there and you meditate as the waves are rolling in and you start envisioning what it is that you're looking for, you can harness that energy to help you make these things that you need, these next steps, the friends, the job for you, maybe you need something for the house, whatever. You can use this energy to work with you to create that energy that you need to surround yourself with to manifest anything, basically, because you have that good energy. So harness it with the water as well.
Yes. And how many times you've been around the beach, though?
As much as I can, but we have some red tide happening right now. So I've been kind of staying away until that clears up, just sending my prayers and blessings to the water, but being safe for myself and my family for right now.
Awesome.
I missed it terribly.
Oh, how about your husband? Is he spiritual too? Is he like the guy manifesting or feeling happy or kind of, you know, how was his reaction towards that move?
Well, at first he was a little reluctant. He really hadn't flipped it in his mind yet. And he had been with the same job for over 20 years. So this means a complete new start, you know, at our ages.
Wow.
So,
okay.
And he's already started his job, and he's had just a little bit of bumps since he started, so.
Is he a type of engineer or kind of like a science guy?
He is. He's into labor, construction.
Okay. So I kind of feel that he's happy. So you should not be worried about him. To be honest with you, when you just start talking about him, what I'm picking exactly right now at the moment, he's happy. So you should not be worried about him. So, and you should never feel that, oh, I may force him to leave the job that maybe, you know, he used to for 20 years, and now I'm asking to do, maybe he's not happy. No, he's happy. So stop worrying yourself. All I wanted you to do is just thinking about yourself, baby. Okay? So stop blaming yourself, because what you made as a decision really helped you and your family to stand in the ground, and just, I feel extremely happy for all of you. So you made a very strong, beautiful, and awesome decisions for yourself and everybody around you. So you should really feel blessed. Never blame yourself and never feel down and uncomfortable, because maybe someone or somebody going to tell you that, oh, you know, because of you, we are here. Because of you, I lost this and that. Because of you, I don't have any friend here. It's completely a normal behavior, and it's always happening in between husband and wife, and it's just very normal. Try to just not listen, move from the door or from the room, and I promise you, after a couple of hours and maybe day, he will come back to you, kiss you, and says, I love you. That is who he is.
Thank you.
I see that. You had a lot of pressure. I can see that your toes come up. And I'm happy that you do, because when you are, I feel that you press yourself wide. You see, Bella, I see that she just really suffered for everything around her, and she was kind of felt lonely and not knowing exactly how to express, you know, her feelings, because she wants everybody to feel good and happy. But now, the beginning of everything, you're always getting stress. And that's all I wanted you to do from now on. Meditate for 5-10 minutes. Shut down those negative energies and thoughts that come to you, and blame. Don't blame yourself. People who are telling you right now that maybe you did the wrong decision, or because of you we did this and that, they're going to kiss your hand and say, thank you so much for this decision. And it will happen at the end of this year. Okay? Just hang in there, my love.
I feel like you guys are going to be sitting
down
around
emotionally here, you know, and there, and it's totally different atmosphere, culturally,
you know. Baby. It's normal. You know, if we have a big dream, we have to give away something to receive something. So we can't have both. Okay, so we have just 60 seconds. Oh my God. So my love, you can find me and Bella on avidadvice.com. Just sign up right now and get your 5 free minutes. Thank you so much. And we are here for you anytime you need us. You are not alone. We are there. Okay, this is me again, Fiona. And this is Psychic Bella Love to say goodbye and see you next Thursday. Have a great one and bye.
Bye, guys.
and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I think we're going to have a wonderful show. We're going to have two callers that are going to call in, which are going to be wonderful. And now I thought what we could talk about today, before we have our callers come in, is what we could talk about today is actually how what the purpose is of our life, and what is the meaning of our life, and do we come to learn our lessons, or do we come to help people? And so this is something that I thought we could sort of cover, which is quite an interesting topic. So the big question is, if you're listening, is why are you here? What have you come to learn? Now, it's quite a complicated subject, and so I'm going to try and make it fairly simple. And it can be made simple. It can be simple and as complicated as you want. But so what I'm trying to say here is that, first of all, we come here because we have a reason. And so whatever that reason is, we will be looking to fulfill that reason. Now, it may be that in a lifetime that we've had, or perhaps the previous lifetime, or the one before that, who knows, but in a lifetime that you've had, you perhaps, let's hypothesize for a moment, and I'm not suggesting that any one of you have done this, but let's say you've done something that hasn't been so good. And it may be that you need to come back to this lifetime to perhaps learn the error of your ways, so that your soul understands and knows what you've done and how you can put things right. Let's say that it may be that you've come to help somebody who's going to have a challenging, difficult life, because we can't do things on our own. The other thing is, let's say that we've come to this lifetime because we need to learn something about sickness, or we need to learn to help people and be healing. And so we may be a doctor or a nutritionist or a medicinal, something in medicinal in some way. But whoever we are and whatever we're doing, we're not alone on this earth plane, because in addition to us coming to perhaps help other people and to give to other people, we are also looking to help people. So we're helping people, but there are people in the spirit world that are going to be helping us, because ultimately they don't want us to fail. They want us to succeed. So they will do everything they possibly can to steer us in the right direction and help us in whatever we have to do and whatever we're learning on this path. And so I think that's quite sort of interesting, sort of why we've come. And sometimes we can have numerous people helping us in the spirit world, depending on what we're doing. And sometimes we might just have one or two. But the point is that we will always have people in the spirit world helping us. Now, some of them will be people from our soul group or higher evolved souls, or some of them may be actually family and relatives that will be helping us and guiding us, because they have that love link. They have that love that they want to share with us, and they want to help us in whatever way we can. So that's sort of like a little interesting fact that I was thinking about, and I've been thinking about that for a couple of weeks actually. But let's move on to the callers, and I believe we have Nikki in Cumberland, Maryland, USA. Are you there, Nikki?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hello, Nikki. And how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I'm here and it's fairly sunny, fairly. I am a medium. Now, what that means is I'm able to do one of two things. I can either connect to the spirit world and connect to a loved one that you've lost, or I'm able to give you guidance in some way with regards to your life. Is there a particular way that you'd like me to work?
Well, I mean, I have been feeling like there's somebody that needs to contact me or somebody I need to speak to. And that's kind of why I reached out to you guys. I've been trying to meditate and whatnot, but I am having issues with figuring out what it is that I feel like is pulling me or drawing me to get answered.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you are drawn to the idea that somebody wishes to talk to you, and from the spirit world. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, the first thing that I'm getting is grandmother, and I feel that you have a grandmother in the spirit world, and I know that she is seizing this opportunity to talk to you, because I feel quite sort of excited of wanting to talk to you. But she's making me feel as though there has been some. I feel like there's been some new additions to the family since she's passed to the spirit world, and I'm being drawn to sort of young children that have been born, and I feel like she's referring to children that are around you. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah. Yeah, that does.
And she's saying to me that I get the feeling that one of your children has one of your children. Are they still at school? Because I'm feeling at school age. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Because I feel like one of your children is actually having some difficulty in school. Would you be aware of that?
I don't think so. I do have a child. He is in pre-K, so I don't really see how he could, just learning, just getting into it. So I don't see why, you know what I mean, on that.
Right. Okay.
But, yeah.
Because what I'm getting from your grandmother is that okay, I feel like there is something to do with where he's going to school that doesn't sit well with him. And I'm not saying that he necessarily is unhappy, but I just get the feeling that there is something to do with where the environment that he is in is not working for him in the way that it could do. And I get the feeling that your son almost needs some sort of more stimulating environment than where he's at. And I'm being shown like I just get the feeling that children aren't always being nice, or I'm just getting, and I'm assuming that you don't know anything about this. Is that correct?
Oh, no. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Because I just get the feeling that it's going to grow into something that what I would suggest to you is just watch out for it then, because I get the feeling that something is not quite right with this environment, and psychics and mediums do get things wrong, so don't be sort of live your life in an alarm situation, because I could genuinely have this wrong, but it's a sense that I'm getting that he I just get the feeling that there is a struggle there, and I feel that maybe it's yet to come out, but I just I can feel that there is something that is not quite right with that environment, and it's almost like I feel like I need to urge you to pay some close attention to this, because it something may come up. But as I said earlier, mediums do get things wrong. All of us do. There isn't one medium on the planet that won't make a mistake. So I don't want you to feel too alarmed. But just remember what I've said, and just keep an eye out for things, because I do feel that there is something there. I'm also being shown that you have a little bit of a sixth sense yourself. Would you understand that?
Yes, I feel a lot of things. Like, I work in a hospital, and when I go into a room, like, I know there's somebody there, or like when I'm at home, I know someone's there. Like, I hear footsteps. Like, I always sense that there's something there when there is something there.
Yeah, and I'm being told that there is a guide that is stepping forward and wants to work with you, because I'm being told that this guide that's going to work with you is a healing guide, and I get the feeling that you've got healing hands, and I'm being urged to sort of press that upon you, that you have got a healing ability. And I just feel that he wants to sort of make himself known to you. I'm just seeing. Have you been aware of any sort of spirit that has sort of been around you, or a specific person?
I've seen things like that could be a guy. Like, I have seen a silhouette of a man.
Right.
And sometimes I'll see out of the corner of my eye somebody looking at me, but then they move, and it's always like a silhouette. It's never like features.
Yeah. And the thing is with when you see, that's known as objective clairvoyance, and when you see them, you'll only ever see them in your corner of your eye. The moment you look at them directly, poof, they're gone. You can never see it. It's always going to be in the peripheral of your vision. Because I just get that strong feeling that there is a guide that is alerting themselves to you, and I feel that this is a healing guide. But I also feel that you could communicate as well with spirit. But I feel that the course that they want you to go on is more of a healing nature, with hands-on healing. And I keep on, and all the time that I've been seeing, and I keep on seeing a medicine man, so a North American indigenous person here, that I'm seeing, and he, because he keeps on showing me this wheel, like, and he's telling me it's a medicine wheel, and I'm not familiar with their culture too much, so I don't know what this wheel is, but he's showing me a wheel, and he's telling me it's a medicine wheel that they would have used, and I get the feeling that he is wanting to connect with you and work with you strongly. My advice would be to go to either a spiritualist church or once you go to a spiritualist church, you can sort of connect with people that may help you with training and developing and opening up. But there are big sort of places like Lilydale, Casadega, as well, that have always got things going on and courses. There's lots of English mediums that come over to the United States that teach as well. I don't know about the American people that teach sort of as well, but I have got a friend that teaches healing, and his name is Steve Herman. So he may be, a good person to consider. But I just get that feeling that the reason why they're nudging you is twofold. One is your little boy, and two is that you're a healer.
Okay.
Well, Nikki, thank you very much for calling in, and I hope that's helped.
Yeah,
and I do have. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. So we have another caller coming in, and that is Rochelle in Wigan, Lancashire. Hello, Rochelle. Are you there?
Hiya.
Oh, hi, Rochelle. So you're from England. That's nice to hear a British voice. So I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones, or I can connect to give you guidance. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
No, just whatever you've got would do.
Whatever I've got.
Yeah, guidance and maybe a loved one.
Okay. Have you got nail varnish on your nails?
No.
Do you sometimes put nail varnish on your nails?
I've not worn nail varnish for quite a while.
Oh, okay. So I'm just seeing nail varnish on nails. So I'm just linking in with you. Right.
The last time I did my nails was about 10 months ago.
Was it? Oh, I see. So I'm one of the things that I'm getting is, do you sometimes suffer from headaches?
Yeah.
Because I'm being told that this is something that you suffer from, and
yeah, I do sometimes suffer from headache.
Yeah, and I'm also being told that you are sometimes dehydrated, that you don't always drink enough fluids. Would that make sense to you? And here you are, confessing.
No, that wouldn't make sense to me because I have been making sure I'm a lot hydrated recently.
Yeah, but up until recently, were you dehydrated? You think a little bit? Because
about 11 months ago, maybe.
Yeah, because I'm being told that you did go through a period of dehydration, and it sort of didn't help. But also, I'm being shown that you are slightly now. I'm going to stress this is for entertainment purposes, okay? Because what I'm about to tell you, I don't want, I need to be careful. So for entertainment purposes. But what I'm sensing with you is you are slightly deficient on essential fatty acids as well. So that's the on omega-3. So that's you get that from oily fish or from nuts and seeds.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you ever eat those sort of foods, but I'm just sensing that you are slightly deficient on that.
I do try and get enough tuna and fish down me recently, yeah.
And the other thing is that do you ever have any sort of white flecks in your nails as well?
Sometimes, yeah.
Because I'm being shown that there is a slight deficiency in zinc as well. That sort of the minerals and the omega-3s are slightly on the low level, and also I'm being told again that they're it's almost like you need to be really strict with hydration, because whilst you've been drinking more, your hydration levels are still fairly on the could do with being more.
Right.
And I'm also being and I feel that and I keep on being shown your hair. Is your hair sort of slightly dry in places, or not the right condition that you'd like?
No.
Because I'm just getting that sense of the mineral balance and the is slightly on the low side.
Right.
But I'm also sensing with you that you've also been thinking about doing something different with your either moving or changing jobs or something like that. Would that make sense to you?
I moved about 5 weeks ago.
Right. And have you been thinking about changing a job as well?
No, I haven't got a clue at the moment.
Okay, because I'm being shown something about the possibility of getting work, or there's going to be some changes in your life, and I just get that feeling that you're going to be. I don't feel like it's going to be something of a big career, but I just get that feeling of doing something, and I don't know what it is. So I just get that. So look out for that. I think that may be coming for you. And I also feel with you that you're I get that feeling that there's a little bit of restlessness as well with you, sort of that you are looking to. It's almost like there's you're sort of that I can't put my finger on it, but it's just restlessness and not knowing, and sort of which way to turn and what to do and how to do things. And I can just feel that with you. And what I'm being told about that is that you're it's almost like it's going to be a driving force for you, because what I'm being told by the spirit world is that you will come to a point where you have this almost like an epiphany, a realization of what you want to do and how you want to do things and where you want to be and who you want to be with, and I feel that it's almost like everything is a little bit up in the air at the moment, but I do feel that all those things that are up in the air will be landing down on the ground and in a good way, and I feel that you will find your feet, because I feel like your feet it's like that restless, uneasy, not knowing where you're going, what you're doing, and I just get that feeling that it's all going to settle in a good way for you. Would that make sense to you?
Sorry about that. Yeah, the restlessness and stuff makes sense.
Yeah. And
I have got quite a difficult time ahead of me in the next probably 6 to 12 months.
Yeah. But I just get that feeling that I just feel that restlessness is you're going to come out the other side, and I just get that feeling that and I'm being told you're going to be better off as well. You're going to, walk forward in a more positive light and in a more positive way. And I just feel that it's a sort of like it's like a blip in your world, in your life, and I feel that you're going to be stronger for it as well, because I feel that you're going to, that there's a part of you that is sort of almost like you're rising up, and you're not wanting to be in a position, in a weak position. I feel like you're rising up, and that strength is rising up. But I hope that helps, Rochelle. And thank you for calling in. And I hope everything goes well. And with your headaches, I just feel that you need to be careful with omega-3 and the minerals and hydration. So anyway, but thank you for calling in, Rochelle. Thank you.
It's okay, thank you. Do you know if there's anything from Spirit Lift One?
Who were you looking to connect with?
Like a father figure to me till I was 7, and then he passed away.
I've only got 50 seconds left of the show, so I can get something very short for you. I just feel that I can sense somebody around, and I feel that, but I feel that when he passed, there was a real sense of feeling like there's a real sort of weakness, and the skin has gone pale as well, as I'm just been shown. But all I can say at this point, I've only got a few seconds left, is he's in the spirit world, and he's just suddenly shown to me, he's just waving his hand, and he's just like blowing you a kiss and just saying, I love you.
Hello, welcome to the show. You're on Soul Star Radio with Jacqueline. I'm joined in CDG Fit in Melbourne, in Fran, with my lovely friend here, Carla Danielle Girolamo. Now, you have in your hands a wonderful trophy you brought back from...
I do, most definitely.
You're the world champion.
I am.
We are the champions. Okay, well, you are.
I have just recently competed in a bodybuilding competition in the Bahamas, where I was able to place #1 and was able to get a pro card. So I am now a pro athlete for the WBFF Federation. Gosh, it took me 12 times to get there.
It's worth it,
but it's worth it, and we finally got there, which is great. So
we had to get you to kind of calm down the farm and have this work.
I think we did. I think we had to do a lot more than that. So, but we made it in the end. So yeah,
you did, and it's a hell of an effort. It's 12 times. And tell me how your bodybuilding journey sort of started. Where
yeah,
did you
absolutely.
And let's see the trophy up here.
There we go. Good old WBFF. My gosh, my bodybuilding career started, I'm going to say, 4 to 5 years ago, where I wanted to start my personal training certificate, and I wanted to specialise in something. So I more towards females. So I I wanted to take that to the next level and thought to myself, well, I need to do something different than what everybody else is doing. And you don't find a lot of females back, 4 or 5 years ago doing a lot of bodybuilding. So I did my first show. I placed 5th. And I thought, wow, I really enjoyed this. And then I went through and did another 12 shows. So every time I competed, I placed higher and higher and higher, which in turn, as of this year, allowed me to place number 1. Which was amazing. Yeah, it was a really good accomplishment. And now I'm doing my first pro show in April.
I love the idea of that.
So yeah, I'm so excited. I am going back to Los Angeles for that. So that's in April, first week in April.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
So when you're sort of in your gym, I noticed that you work with a lot of women.
Yes, I do.
I really like that.
Yes.
So what do you find particular to women's fitness that is a bit different to just generalised fitness? Do you find that you're working more on the empowerment side of that?
100%. I think when it comes to females, you've sort of got to look at the reason why they come to you. And there's always a reason and there's always a purpose. And sometimes it's not necessarily just to work out. Obviously they are here to do that, but we work on a lot of mindset things like that too. So that's where, women are very emotional.
Yep.
Can be very, very emotional. Relationships with food, with people, with boyfriends, with husbands, with ex-husbands, with ex-boyfriends. So at the end of the day, we deal with it all. And, also working with females, from a hormone level, and that all comes from me, most definitely. So, that's what makes it so different than working, obviously, with males. When you look at somebody like myself, I'm probably more targeted to females rather than the male population. So, and I guess, females are very, a lot of them are not self-motivated.
Yeah.
Right, so that's a problem when it comes to, looking good, and, they don't have that drive of self-motivation. So when they come to see me, because I am a very self-motivated person, that's what drives them.
It's kind of osmosis, isn't it?
100%.
I remember, like, my mother, when I was very young, I was about 10, my mother couldn't afford a babysitter when she was working. And so my babysitter was the Box Hill swimming pool. But back in the day, we had Olympic champions actually practicing here. And she used to say, now, what you do is, because I can't afford swimming lessons, but if I can afford a membership, you can sit in the cafe and watch, pick one out of the pool who's not stopping at the end of each one, they just keep going. And then I want you to watch the actual hand movements and how that hand's actually travelling through the water. And then what I want you to do is then get in the pool, copy exactly what they're doing. And I actually got that quick that I could keep up with most of them. They were probably not. They weren't racing. I was racing. So obviously, there was disparity there, but for them it was just a casual cruise down the road in the pool. Now we do have some men practicing in the background as well, so we also have some guys coming in.
Yeah, I do. So part of my studio, I have 2 female trainers that work for myself, Raquel and Maria, and then I have another 4 trainers here. So I've got 1, 2, 3 males, so they basically run their own business, which, there are females that do come in here, and I've got another rental trainer. So everybody, I guess, has their sort of own specific clientele and own niche. Predominantly we are women. And I do with, that's what we do with. And when you will come in here, we've got the bright pink lights, and so it's very, very female dominant.
So with women's fitness and that motivation and emotions and the hormonal stuff particularly, so food can affect hormones and hormones can affect food?
Absolutely it can. I guess you've got to look, when I do work with a lot of females, you will tend to find them undereating. A lot of them tend to undereat. So, and they don't know, and one of the biggest problems is that we are not educated on the type of foods that, that we should be eating, the right amount of food that we should be eating, the right, the good source of carbohydrates, fats in the body. So that's where people tend to get stuck. So that's where I sort of come into play. And I look at when I do get a female client in or a brand new client in, I basically base their food on their body fat percentage. So it's a little bit from a scientific approach. So I base their foods of their carbohydrates, their fats, proteins around their body fat measurements. So most definitely 100% it does all come into play like that.
With some people, they'll work at the gym, but they don't have a targeted program for trainer. They're doing it once, they're doing it maybe a standardised program for 6 weeks, and they're not actually getting that week-to-week feedback that you do. And often they'll get so far, injure themselves. Very
common.
And they fall off the wagon and they go and eat an ice cream.
Yes. 100%.
What sort of stuff helps reduce the injury? Let's not talk about hypermobile people for a minute, because we'll do that in a minute. But with non-hypermobile people who are injuring themselves, is that also down to food as well, like lack of recovery, or is it how they're holding stuff?
It's how they're holding themselves, It's always when you get a lot of females go into the gym and they don't know what to do. Right, so the first thing they'll do is they'll go to a cardio machine. Right, and they'll think, obviously, it's the only thing I know how to actually use. So my idea is to educate them. Right, education is so important, and the way you actually train in the gym is going to affect the way you look. So what you want to work on is the first 4 weeks of going into a gym is working on your structure and getting you stronger in certain positions, finding where your weakest points are and working on your weak points, therefore in turn will make you stronger. My best advice to females is get yourself first. And follow a program that is right for you and that is not generalised, because what's right for me and what's right for Jack is completely two different things.
So like, for example, some people will do well on a lot of carbs, whereas I just blow up.
Absolutely.
And so
that's right.
With me, it's like polycystic ovary syndrome. So we've got a whole other fun game there.
That's exactly right.
How do you do with, like, the ladies who don't know the effect of polycystic ovary syndrome, and the research is only very new that finally drops, and I've known felt for ages, but finally the research is like, yes. But what's your sort of take on polycystic ovary syndrome and losing weight and training?
Absolutely. I think weight training, number one, high priority. And it's not necessarily, a lot of people with polycystic ovaries tend to be on birth control, which I am not a huge fan of. I believe things like that can be corrected through food, sleep, diet, nutrition, lifestyle. Someone with polycystic ovaries, we want to keep a good source of fat intake in their diet, but not saying that we need to reduce carbohydrates, because obviously they do say polycystic ovaries and overload of carbs can gain excessive weight. But what we want to do is we want to minimalise that by bringing in lower GI carbohydrates. So that's where it's not saying that carb source is bad for you, it's just you need to choose the right sources, and that's where education comes into play.
Do you find that intuitively sensitive women train a bit differently to...
Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Pure example, somebody like me is really poor, and I will go into the gym and I will tear that gym apart like there's no tomorrow. Whereas you might have someone that's quite sensitive and they are actually afraid to get underneath the bar, or you won't find their way of training could be as aggressive, I guess you could say. So absolutely, most definitely, very emotional. We'll be very cautious of the weight. We'll just push enough to get that little bit of, a fatigue, whereas you find someone like myself will push till they can't push no more. Absolutely.
So now we're talking about getting into the hypermobile stuff. So I'm a wonderful hypermobile person. I should not be allowed to do bicep curls alone. They've actually done bursitis on my shoulder a number of times and had to have like weeks off training just actually from holding it the wrong way. So we might actually do do some work with the weights.
We can. We can step back. Definitely.
I'm just going to take this off because then we can see my shoulders.
Most definitely.
Because my shoulders are dangerous. All right. So let's.
So you will find somebody that's super hypermobile like that.
Because I can do.
Won't be very strong. So we could twist her in 1,000,001 ways.
Like that.
Right. Exactly. So the best. Exactly. Right. So the best thing with somebody that is hypermobile is they will never have the ability to be super strong. Right. So what we want to do is when it comes to things like doing a bicep curl, what we want to do is we want to make sure that we are actually controlling our weight and coming down with a slow tempo instead of you just completely dropping. Yes, that's right. So we want to start from the top position and we want to take a three. We want to keep our elbows close by into our hips. From there, we want to ensure that our wrists are nice and tight so they're quite secure. And what we want to do is we want to come down on a 3-second count. So what I want you to think about, Jeff, is I want you to think about using this muscle from here, and I want you to come down for 3 seconds. 3, 2, keep coming all the way down, pausing at the bottom, and now driving up through the top bit. Yeah, 1, and then coming down, 3, keep coming all the way down, keeping those elbows close by the body, and then pulling up, 2, that's it, 3, all the way down, and driving up to the top of the shoulder. 4, that's it.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to do. You want to basically, when it comes to things like that, is working on form and tempo. That's what's going to control and give you full range of movement. Yeah.
And so with things like toning versus building muscle,
yes.
What's the difference there and how you need to address that?
I guess, you know, there's so many different ways and things that people, you know, tend to do, programming and food, and I think all of that comes into play. You know, building a lot of muscle, you are going, I guess you could say, through a strength phase, where your reps might sit a little bit lower, so your programming will obviously be different, whereas when you come into, obviously, toning the body, things are shorter rest breaks, higher reps, you know, 10 to 12 reps, 12 to 15. So rep ranges in exercising will be different. Food may be a little bit different. You're going to get stronger, you have to eat more, obviously. So that's where strength comes into play. And then, obviously, to tone, we're all females all day. Basically, we always want to be toned, right? So, you know, like I said, higher rep ranges, introducing a little bit of cardio as well. But you will find a female will never be able to build the same amount of muscle as a male. So we don't have that capacity to get in.
Although we can be damn strong.
We can. I think we could be a lot stronger than males. Yeah, definitely. In a lot of ways.
We can get hurt.
Yes.
And they get innate.
Exactly. That's right.
So when you're lifting, how much can you lift?
Oh God. Well, last time I checked a sumo deadlift, it was 145 kilos. So that is
just,
yes, almost 3 times my body weight. Yeah. So yeah, it took me a long time to get there. Yeah, it took me a long time to get there, but I got there.
So with your hypermobile person, they might not be able to be as strong.
No, absolutely not.
What would you say are their gifts, or what can they do that maybe other people can't do?
They don't have any tightness. I would be a lot more. My muscles would be a lot tighter, and I'd have a lot more restriction in movement than obviously yourself. So that's you know, you don't need to be isolated or doing so many stretches because you
already stretched.
You had already stretched.
Yeah,
exactly.
Here goes Mars. It's kind of like that. I actually got told by an ex-cop. He sort of saw me do this stuff, and he goes, "Holy crap, you're one of those people." I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "You're the type of people we can't actually restrain." And I went, "Oh, so that'd be good for martial arts then?" He goes, "Yeah." I'm like, might take that up.
There you go, there's a positive for you. Yeah.
Do you find like meditation helps at all with the mindset for your clients, and do you use it yourself?
Absolutely, 100%. I think, you know, having a goal and having a focus is you know, so important because we tend to obviously get lost. So, you know, yeah, most definitely meditation. You know, sometimes I recommend to my clients, because this is so intense, doing something like yoga, meditating before bed, unwinding, putting your phone away, you know, not doing anything that's going to stress the body out or put you with an adrenaline before bed. So that's why I recommend to my clients, don't train at 9 o'clock at night. You know? Like, you want to work on unwinding, switching off, you know, your central nervous system and going into a deeper sleep, because sleeping is your number one factor for weight loss.
And for that fitness as well.
Absolutely, 100%, absolutely.
So when people, like women coming out of very stressful domestic violence situations, for example, that central nervous system can be going pretty hazy.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Do you find that with the exercise that's helping bring it back in line?
Yeah, it does.
How do we measure that?
Absolutely. You've got to look at things like that more, I guess, from a hormonal perspective too. You know, when it comes to things like domestic violence, and you know, with females, I think something like that is a good release for them, a good fixation, and a good focus to focus on something else. You know, it releases endorphins. So you've got to look at the so when obviously we exercise, we increase dopamine, which is a happy hormone, you know, and when we go to bed, we want to release serotonin, so we go into a deeper, you know, a deeper sleep, and to relax that. So exercise is going to release all those types of endorphins, and at the same time, it can make you emotional too. You know, it can definitely make you emotional. I've had girls cry halfway through workout. You know, so it can bring on obviously different emotions, but in turn, as they get stronger and as they get better, and learn to deal with those emotions a lot better. Yeah, definitely.
Now, I think that's why. For women going through something like that, having a female as a trainer who's been there and done
absolutely,
just makes all the difference, because you know, you've been there and they feel in you that there's that sort of genuine feeling of, oh yeah, you get me. Makes all the difference, doesn't it? So with that, you sort of find, you know, that's helping rebuild them. Do you find that with particularly, you know, like the sleep and all that sort of thing that's tying in, and with women saying, oh, but I don't have time for workout, and I don't have the energy for workout. But it's like, well, hang on, if you make the time for yourself, because this is for you, it's not a punishment about what your body can do, finding out what your body can do.
That's right.
You know, that they then start going from, I don't have time to, oh no, I've got to do this. You know, you find that kind of story happening?
Absolutely. I think that's your number one excuse. Is I don't have time, or you know, I don't have time to eat, I don't have time to do this. That's going to be everybody, regardless. In my opinion, your time and how can I say, the way you structure your day and the way you structure your life says a lot. So if you don't have time for exercise and yourself, then you don't have time for other things.
And you're sacrificing.
Absolutely. So it's like, you know, if you need to get up half an hour earlier to go to the gym, you're going to feel better throughout your day.
Be more productive.
You're going to be more productive. You're going to have a lot more energy than getting an extra. You want to go to bed, or you want to sleep in bed for an extra, you know, 2 or 3 hours. Where it's like, you can do that at night time. You know, you can unwind at night.
I think the thing is with that, it's like, I don't have time to go to the gym, they'll say, and then you watch them watch TV for 3 hours.
Exactly.
And you're like,
that's right.
Hello.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Yeah, you've got time to watch TV. It's like if you're at work and you're at your desk, if you do get half an hour, go outside for a walk. Like, if you have to walk around the office, you know, daily activity plays a huge part in weight loss. And, you know, they do say anything below 8,000 steps a day, you know, and your daily need activity level will not give you any form of fat loss at all. So what you do during the day and being productive plays a massive part, you know. You know, we find, you know, a lot of society today, a lot more people overweight.
Soda drinks, the couch and TV.
Exactly.
And I think the thing is, like you know, our show's geared to very spiritual people.
Of course,
psychic
absolutely.
people.
Yeah.
And as a psychic, I find myself that since I've started working with the fitness and knowing what foods actually help me and what to do with the hormones, it's actually made me a better reader.
Yeah.
It's actually made me more able to cope with a variety of crazy crap that's happened. And it's also, it's also helped me kind of get along further and be able to actually make choices in my life that are about me now. So when you're sort of sitting there going, I can't do this, I've been through that cycle numerous times. I'm probably the biggest show poster of that. I mean, you first met me and you saw and you're like, is that you, Jacqueline?
Yep, absolutely, 100%.
That girl, though.
Absolutely.
So it's like, do you find that the story, like I found and a lot of other people found, that when they start looking after themselves, they start thinking for themselves, they start doing things for themselves, because it's about the happiness. The weight is a thing, but it's about the happiness in the sense of looking after self. But do you find reactions from their family, their loved ones, their
100%. Absolutely. You know, I have so many females come to me and they're like, you've changed my life. It's like in the smallest way, by getting you moving, you know, by educating you, by teaching you how to move, by being more confident. It's all about confidence, you know. And I say to people, how you deal with yourself or how you handle yourself in the gym is how you handle yourself outside the gym. And in life. You know, so absolutely, you know, getting that small bit of, you could say, losing weight, 1 or 2 kilos, that's anybody's the ability to be like, oh, okay, if I've done 1 to 2 kilos, imagine what I could do in 3 weeks' time. And so you have to set with yourself and realistic and smaller goals, because realistic and smaller goals are going to get you to your big goal in there. And people set goals that are way too far-fetched. They want to be where they are like tomorrow in 12 weeks' time. So it just doesn't work like that, and that's with anything. So
I remember sitting there going, well, I'd like to lose at least a third of this weight. However, I'm going to start with a 10 kilo goal. And then I got to 10 kilos in 2 weeks and went, better get a hurry and get a dietitian. This is a bit dangerous.
That was a good one. I would have suggested that as well.
Boom. Because I suddenly had the key to Enoch, if you know what I mean. And it's like, here we go. Oh, hang on, no, that's a bit scary. So it is. It's just about getting the right balance with that.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes,
so
you need to.
Sometimes when people lose weight and you're looking after yourself, not everyone around you is going to celebrate that.
Absolutely not.
And the thing is that as you become stronger physically, you become stronger mentally and emotionally to be able to go, all right, well, do I need you in my life?
That's right, exactly, absolutely. You know, and that's very common, very common. You know, generally, you know, I see that a lot, and, you know, I do see that a lot when I do the competition preparation. You know, a lot of people are like, wow, like, you look amazing, you know, and that is for, obviously, competition preparation is a short amount of time, but definitely, but the stronger you know, the more changes you get in the body, the more you are able to handle different types of compliments that come towards you, and, you know, instead of that's right. And, you know, instead of, you know, someone complimenting you, you know, you're able to just turn away and say, oh, thank you for that, you know, like, and just smile and walk away.
I thought thank you for sharing.
Thank you for sharing. That's right. I thank you for telling me. Absolutely.
I use coded language with that one. We sort of got there, I think, and it's kind of hilarious when we have that discussion. But it's really, I think, a fantastic achievement. So you're going off to Los Angeles in April.
I am, which I'm looking forward to.
Now, you've got sessions here for people, and you're training people.
Absolutely, I am.
So people are looking at finding a trainer.
Yes, I've got myself and 2 lovely girls. Most definitely, we will look after you. We do run sessions for females in groups of 4 as well. So we do group sessions, one-on-one, train with a girlfriend. So we're very accommodating, we're very open, we're very approachable, we're open to all different people.
And it creates a safe place.
Absolutely, definitely.
That's really nice. I'm really looking forward to that. So if people are, if you've got a website?
I do. I have a website. it's www.cdgfit.com.au.
Yes, so we'll be able to find you there.
Absolutely.
And you'll be able to find her at the World Bodybuilding Championships as well.
Next
and
year.
Pro now. So how many of your people have you had, become champions?
I know, as you can see, I've got a whole board, and that's not even half of them. So these are some of the girls that I've trained for competitions. So I've got one, two, I think I've put about 35 to 40 girls on stage.
There you go.
Yep, and I have had, I'm going to say 95% place in the top line.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
We'll catch you next time on Soul Star Radio. In the meantime, we're going to run your media. There's more shows on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV the rest of this evening in America and this afternoon in Australia. We'll catch you later. Bye. Bye.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi, how's everybody doing today? I'm Lisa, and this is my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. And I am an intuitive, a medium, a healer, and a teacher of all things spiritual. And I'm so happy you're here. And I just want to let you know that today's show, I'm going to talk a little bit about a live workshop I'm going to host on Saturday of this week, and it's free. So I want you to certainly hang on and listen to some information about that. And then I'm going to take a couple callers as well. You can find me on Facebook at Pure Love Energy. And if you want to message me or reach out, that would be great. I'd love to hear from my people. And I always want to know what's going on in your life. If you have any questions about what I do, I'm happy to answer those as well. So as you may know, if you watched some of my shows in the past, I talk a lot about creating your best life, about clearing your energy, protecting and cleansing yourself, and also about manifesting. And the reason I talk about manifesting is because that is a key to getting what you want out of life. And everyone deserves to manifest what they want. And just because I talk about manifesting, it doesn't always mean it's about money. It can mean manifesting a relationship or a home or a job or even some nice things for inside your home or something worthy for a cause you want to support. So just know that you can use any of these tools and tips for manifesting anything in your life. Now, I give myself a reading every morning. It's an oracle reading. I use tarot cards, and I usually lay out a pretty big spread. Like, I may have 25 cards out there on my table. But what that does for me is it connects me with my higher guidance, and it helps me to see what's going on in my life for the day. Because usually I say to my guides when I sit down in the morning and have my cup of coffee, I say, guides, what's my message for today? What do I need to work on? Or what do you have to tell me and share with me? And you know what? Those messages are always accurate and they're always meaningful. Even if I don't know what they're going to mean right at the moment, later on, I figure it out. I'm like, oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you, guides. So I just want to let you know that guidance is always available for you. So this morning, the first card I drew was a card that indicated peace of mind. And peace of mind is something that you can't buy. I can teach you all about abundance and I can teach you about manifesting, but no one can get out their wallet and buy it. Now, some people will say, okay, yeah, well, if I just had a lot of money, then I could pay off all my bills and I would have peace of mind. Well, that may be true to an extent, but a lot of times when we have those things that we think we're going to need and will give us peace of mind, you know what, something else pops up and it really doesn't. So what I want you to think about today is peace of mind. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because that's key to manifesting. peace of mind. You have to have your inner world straight. You have to have your inner world, meaning going within, listening to your higher self. You need to have that area of your life calm and relaxed and just in balance. And so one way to have your inner world balanced is to, well, first of all, to sit in awareness, meaning just sit in the morning, and I do it every morning. And even if I only have 5 minutes, I make sure to do it for those 5 minutes. I just sit with my feet flat on the floor and my back straight, and I close my eyes, and I breathe, and I just focus on my breath, and I count to 5, and I breathe in, and I exhale, and I release. And when I do that, that allows me to calm all those outer thoughts, those thoughts of what my day is going to bring, those lists of things to do that I have, because I have them just like you. And it allows me to focus and relax and hear my intuition. And everyone has intuition. Everyone's accessible to it. So please know that if you start to do that every day, you're going to start hearing that higher guidance, your inner voice. And that's a wonderful thing to be in touch with. I always feel very confident and reassured when I have my little conversation in the morning, although I'm not talking, I'm just listening to my guides. So some people say, well, you know, Lisa, I do this, I sit in awareness, and I really do work on cleansing my energy, and I work on balancing myself, but you know, I just can't quite get there with manifesting some of these things I want. And I have some interesting tools and tips for people like you who want that extra step in advanced manifesting. And so what I'm going to talk about on Saturday, which is when I'm going to have a Facebook Live at 1 o'clock Central Time, I'm going to talk about manifesting with crystals, and I have my crystal right here, and manifesting with a crystal grid. And this is a crystal grid. This is just a template, you know, it's just a piece of paper with something printed on it. And what you can do with a crystal grid is you can manifest those things that are in your mind and bring them out into the real world. And you can do that by focusing on what you want and then utilizing the crystal grid by placing crystals like this clear quartz crystal, which is a Lemurian crystal, or this amethyst crystal, which is a beautiful kind of a violet color crystal, or this beautiful rose quartz crystal. You can add these to the crystal grid and affirm what you want. And I'm going to teach on that. It's totally free. Please join me on Saturday, this weekend at 1 o'clock Central. And if you want, if you don't already have one, if you want one of these crystal grid templates, just message me on my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy, or just look for the post that I already have up today on my Facebook page and just make a comment, Lisa, would you please send me that template? Then you print it out and have it ready for Saturday. You may need crystals for this grid. You don't need them for Saturday. So if you want, you can get those crystals later on. Also, if you can't join me on Saturday, no, I will keep the replay up for you so you can make your own crystal grid. Just know if you are on my live, then you can ask me questions about it and get some more information on what you need to make this work. So I hope you join me. It's just another way for me to give back. So now I'm going to take a caller, and I have Loretta, I believe, in Georgia, who's calling in today. Hi, Loretta.
Yes, ma'am, that's true.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Oh, great. I'm so glad to hear that. Well, Loretta, what can I help you with today?
I just have a question about my love life and career.
Love life and career. Okay. So let's see. Is there something specific you want to know about either one, or is it just a general question? Or, you know, I'm just curious. If you'd like me to take this a certain direction.
Am I getting a job soon? And this new guy that keeps giving me the runaround. Like, I'm trying to really find out, like, what's really going on because he's so secretive.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. All right, yeah. So has it been like 2 or 3 months with this guy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. This is interesting because let me see what I can figure out here. I'm also going to draw a card. Okay, I feel like there needs to be another few months of you getting to know this person before you totally give in, of yourself, giving all yourself to him. I feel like he has some issues that relate to a past relationship and that may not be completely finished. Now, I don't know that, I'm not saying he's married, but what I am saying is there are some ties to somebody else that are keeping him on the fence. Did you have that suspicion or that idea?
Yeah, I did, and he said it wasn't that, so yeah.
You did, okay. So I feel like this was, with him, that was a long-term relationship for him in the past. And, when people break up or separate and they've been really connected for a long time, they have this energy together that's really hard to break apart. It's like, it's almost like a cord, and I've seen this psychically. It's like a cord of energy between one person's heart chakra and the other person's heart chakra. So what I think is happening here is that on some level, he feels like he's going to miss out if he completely moves away from this person, like entirely. And it's not that he doesn't like you, because I do think there's this connection between you two that feels like it could really take off. Like, I feel like you're right there. You're like, oh, come on, come on, let's go. But it's really him. What I'm also hearing, I feel like there's someone else coming for you. But it's going to be like, I feel like it's going to be next year that you're actually going to meet this person or connect with this person in that way that you like this guy for. It feels like this is going to be 5 months away from you with this other person. So so what I'm hearing is you need to make yourself available, but in a very, in a way that you set your boundaries. It's like you draw the line and you say, okay, you either want me or you don't, and you set yourself up like that energetically, and he's either going to match it or he's not. If he's good enough for you, then he's going to step up. But you can't change a person. You can't make them turn around and do what you want, because that is only going to really end up hurting you. Can you understand that?
I can, yes.
Okay. All right. So what I do see, like I said, is someone in about 5 months for you. It feels like it's going to be right at the very beginning of next spring, which is a really beautiful time to fall in love. And I do feel like this kind of idea of falling in love is something you really want, because I feel like you missed that. I feel like you've had it before, but you're feeling kind of empty without it. And what I want you to do as well during this time when you're feeling this way is start giving yourself self-care. Stop, maybe instead of looking to him, this particular person now, start giving to yourself. Like, you know what I mean by self-care? Like, it would be making yourself a beautiful bubble bath or something with salt in it, like a salt bath, or giving yourself a nice cup of tea and doing some pampering yourself. And the more you do that, the more you're going to get used to that feeling of being pampered. And that's really what you want, and that's what you need from a person, to be pampered. And I don't know that this guy's going to be able to give that to you. Okay? I'm sorry. I mean, I know you want it, but I think you already knew that this is perhaps not the way to go. Does that make sense?
And yes, I definitely understand.
Okay. Now, let me get to your other question because I'm going to need to go on. But you said you had a question about finances, so as related to a job?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're looking for a job right now. Okay, so I just drew a card for you, and it says positive changes are on their way. A welcome relief of troubled times, traveling or relocating. So that's interesting. Have you thought about moving for a job?
I have. I actually moved already for one, but it didn't work out as like I thought it would.
Okay. Well, that's all right because you know that cards and timing are, you know, time is very fluid, and so to me this affirms that where you are is in the right place. You just need to get that job pulled into you. So what I want you to do for that, and I do feel like this is 2 or 3 months for you as well for this job. I feel like it's going to be a big shift right after winter, like right after the holidays. Like in January, you're truly going to have this great new year. So in 2 to 3 months, that would be, let's see, November, December, January. They're going to start looking for people, and you're going to be one of those people. Continue to put yourself out there, you know, continue to look, continue to know that your highest good is going to be met. Okay, so I feel like in 2 to 3 months, your job is going to transpire, and then about 5 months after, you know, from now, the relationship that you really want is going to come, because you don't need second best in anything. Okay, and I feel like that's the universe telling you, don't settle. All right, Loretta, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure, you have a wonderful and blessed day.
You too. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, and I believe I have another caller, but I'm sorry, I missed the name. Kim, I'm sorry. Kim, thank you. Kim in Virginia Beach, I'm sorry. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for calling today. So Kim, how can I help you today?
I just really need to know, like, the relationship I'm fighting for right now, like, it's starting to, like, drain me, but I just want to know, like, is this the right person that is supposed to be around? Like, I had a few people tell me he was my twin flame, but, you know, I just want to know, like, kind of like, is this the one?
In your heart, if you're questioning this in your heart, what do you think?
I mean, I believe I want him to be the one, but I think because of me being like a Scorpio and how prideful I am, I don't allow to be soft sometimes. So I don't know, sometimes is it me, like, or like when things are good, they're so good, but then when they're bad, I feel like they're the worst.
I see. Yeah. So what I'm feeling like is in some way you give away your power when you're with this person. Can you understand that?
Yes.
When you give away your power to somebody, that's a way of trying to control the situation. And that is never a good sign of someone who has your best interest at heart. If you're giving away your power, that is a leak. You mentioned you had a leak, like you felt it was draining you, right? You already know that this is not really 100% with your highest good. You said you want to be soft sometimes. Being soft doesn't mean being a doormat, okay?
Yeah.
And sometimes it feels like you question that part of your life. Like, am I really, you don't feel like you're being 100% yourself. And when you come from that energetic state, when you come from that state of feeling less than around a person, they aren't having your highest good in mind for you. And so it's up to you to decide what you are going to put up with. Everything happens with your consent, okay? So you're consenting to giving away your power to this person.
All right. If you want it that way, that's your choice. You have free will. I'm not going to tell you to do otherwise. But what I am telling you is there is better out there for you. Someone who will meet your power, respect your power as a woman, as someone who knows what she wants in life, as someone who will respect you for your opinions. I feel like sometimes also your opinions are not valued with this person. Is that true?
It's so and so, I guess, because like it's like we're not together. We never put a title on being together, but we kind of more or less had like an understanding and a respect. But then when things get kind of hard, he runs versus, but then it's like he's ran so many times that it always came back.
Yeah, that's interesting. So there's not been a formal commitment, which tells you a lot, right? On both of your parts. And it's almost like you both know you're not 100% ready to be together. You know, maybe there would be a time where you could be ready to be together. But I do want to tell you the card I just drew, and this is, you're going to laugh, or maybe not. This card says release. Okay? What does that mean? It says let go of the past and ending that makes way for new opportunities. Time to move on. Do you think that's a message from the universe, Kim?
Yeah, like, yeah. Because like mentally, he's like a lot of people have said mentally he's going through a lot, and I sit here and try to keep fixing him or trying to be the one to help to fix him. And that I think that's more or less the draining part. But then he's also very like he's not very open. He's a myth. Like usually with anybody else I can figure them out like a book. But him it's like he's like a mystery, and I think that's like why I keep drawing you, is because I have to figure out this person before I'm able to let go.
I see. So you're having to work really hard at this. Does that feel like an easy relationship to be in, to have to work really hard at it?
When it's good, I feel like it is. But then at the same time, I'm a difficult person also, like trust wise and like pride wise and opinion wise. Like I can be very I don't even know what's a good word for it. Just me, like I know sometimes like I'm a headache to myself. That makes sense.
I would say that the guidance is to release him. Now, you say, you just want to get to a point where you understand the mystery of this person. And sometimes mysteries are very intriguing, right? We want to know. Yeah. We don't know why we don't know what's going on. And this is my suggestion to you, that you put a time frame on it, like an end date almost. And you don't have to tell him. Doesn't have to be that you tell him this, but you say, okay, I'm giving this 3 more months or 6 more months, whatever works for you. And then you stick to it, and you decide by that time which way you're going. Are you releasing the relationship, or are you moving on? Because I feel like if you continue to do what you're doing, you're never going to get the answer. Because you know what? We manifest relationships based on our opinion of ourselves and about that energy. And if we're unsure, we're going to get more of that back, of that uncertainty back mirrored to us. We go into relationships, Kim, so we learn about ourselves. And so relationships mirror what we're working on in our inner world, or, in our heart. So right now you're going through a lot of uncertainty with this person. And what are you getting back? More uncertainty, right? Yeah. So you could stay on that merry-go-round forever. And is that where you want to be in 2 years, 5 years? Do you want, like, really, seriously, think about it. Would you want to be that way in 2 years with this person?
No.
Not knowing, on this merry-go-round of indecision. Will I ever figure him out? maybe he's not, maybe you're not able to figure him out. I don't know. I'm not in your relationship, but it feels like there needs to be a decision made. And when you make a decision on like a time period, the universe is going to come with you, behind you, and support you in that decision and give you a crystal clear answer by that date. So it's important you stick to that date. Now, I just drew a card, another one, and let me see what this one says. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This says, listen to your heart. Intuitive insights you can trust. You've got to go within and listen to what your heart's telling you. And it says you are taking care of others perhaps too much. And so if you're trying to control, trying to give, trying to figure this out, it's you giving but not receiving, right? Are you getting back the support and love and really the satisfaction you want from a relationship? It sounds like sometimes you get it, but you're not getting it all the time. And you really owe that to yourself to decide what you're worth as a woman, as a partner in a romantic relationship. And I do see also that this relationship, you will know by summer whether this is going to work or not. No, so next summer you'll know, and that's about let's see, summer's in May, that's about 5 or 6 months from now. You will know which way you're going to go with this. So if you want to set that deadline for summer where you're like, all right, I'm going to make up my mind, I will, and really follow through with it. You will have a clear signal as to what you need to do at that time. If it's still the same old way, it's still the same story of, I don't know, I'm confused, I'm not getting what I want. It's up to you whether you want to continue it. But I also believe that there's someone else who's coming in, and it feels like it's going to be, August of next year, who's going to come in. If you continue to hold on to this person, guess what's going to happen? You're going to not allow that new person to step in. Because your
new
energy,
person, or maybe one from my past.
well, a different person. So it would be a different person other than this one. That's what I mean by new. So a different person, this person. So take a look at it. Give yourself, beginning of summer, see what you're ready to do. When you allow for this energy to leave, this other person to leave, the new person, the other person steps in by August is what I see. Okay?
Yeah.
I wish you all the best. I really do. I know it's challenging, and I know heartache is hard. I get it. Oh my gosh. Much love to you, Kim, all right?
Thank you. You too.
All right. Thanks so much. Well, I just want to thank my callers today for tuning in and asking me for some intuitive guidance. And if you have any questions, if you would like some intuitive guidance, please give me a call. Well, a shout out to my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy. Message me. I'm happy to speak with you about it. Also, join me on Saturday for my Facebook Live, and we can work on manifesting with crystals on the crystal grid. I hope you all have a great week. Look forward to seeing you all on Saturday at 1 Central. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
At A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts in one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all light workers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the light, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome you. This is A1R Psychic Radio.
Hello followers and hello students. This is Fiona, Christian medium. I am Power. Another night, another amazing time, and of course, A1R Radio Network. So before I take any callers, would love to share a couple of my experience when it comes to I don't know if I can, I don't think so you can. I wouldn't suggest you to go for that. Oh, my experience is about that when I tried, really, I couldn't succeed, so maybe you shouldn't. So there's tons of insecurities, limitations, and also a little bit of, I don't know what to do, and can you please help me where I am and what kind of career I should change or found or whatever. So I want to tell you one thing. This is actually my own experience. I wanted you to not listening to anyone. Of course, you should listen to people with experiences and telling you exactly what to do or not to do when it comes to risk and investment and other stuff. But when it comes to you want to change and challenge yourself, and because your neighbor, because your parents, because your sister, because your brother, because your coworker, because your competitions couldn't make it, then maybe I can't do it either. So try to remove that type of feelings and philosophy that because others couldn't, that maybe I can't either. All I wanted you to do is like try it, believe it. And it also depends on how much you want that things will be the way as you want and the way as you wish. If you wish big, if you actually offer yourself a best ever timing of life to make yourself the happiest and the greatest and the wealthiest and the healthiest, then you are going to invest on your will. The willpower, the energy that you are going to spend, the feeling that how far you can go is all up to you. No one can tell you what to do or not to do. The only person can approve and tell you if you are going to and you can is you. I wanted you to believe